Chapter 81, The Intruder's Mentality Collapsed. Lin Tian quickly tapped on the keyboard. After jumping through several levels, he quietly found the LP of one of the intruders. This intruder was very strong, ranking in the top 5 among all the intruders, but he was up against Lin Tian, who had already become a top grandmaster. So what? Lin Tian thought to himself. Finding the real LP of one of the main forces so easily gave Lin Tian a clear understanding of his own hacking strength. There were 11 main hackers in total, and they had an encrypted chat group. Lin Tian quickly infiltrated the group. After a few minutes, he also learned the identities of the remaining main forces. These people have different identities. Some are senior programmers at internet companies, some are company executives, and some are still studying. What they have in common is that they all have strong network technology and are hostile to China. They have launched many attacks on the Chinese network. Even if they were to reveal their LP, the United States would recruit them because of their abilities, and they would attack China even more fiercely. Lin Tian thought to himself. He thought about it and silently checked their bank accounts. Gee, they have a lot of money. So much money in the open and in secret. Lin Tian was surprised. These guys have made a lot of illegal profits through hacking, and they have at least tens of millions of dollars. The various accounts add up to over $100 million. With so much money, you still work hard. It seems that you enjoy the pleasure of work, and money is not important to you. In that case, I'll help you. Lin Tian created an anonymous account for himself overseas. The money in these people's accounts was quickly transferred, and after tens of thousands of transfers, it all ended up in Lin Tian's account. Ding! One of them received a text message from the bank. But he didn't pay any attention. Ding! Ding! In a short time, he received several more text message reminders. What's going on? Worried that his phone had been hacked, he checked his phone. Fuck! The man immediately went into a panic. He had a total of 10 bank cards with $30 to $40 million in them. 6 of them had sent him text messages. They all said that the money in those 6 cards had been transferred out. My bank card is having problems. Check to see if there are any problems. Hey, why is there an extra person in our group? This person sent a message in the encrypted chat group. He was horrified. There were originally 11 people in the chat group, but now there are 12. The extra person was using the profile picture of Emperor Pu. Thank you, everyone, for your gift to our great empire. Don't worry, I won't expose your true identities. But you have to be a little more obedient from now on, understand? The extra person spoke. He spoke Russian, and it was very, very authentic Russian. The rest of the group looked extremely displeased. My money in the account was also transferred. Shit, mine too. Those who had a text message reminder service from the bank received a text message, and those who didn't probably lost their money. The other party was able to transfer their money, and their identity was completely exposed. Everyone, don't doubt it, all the money in your cards is gone. But you still have your homes and your families. Your family also has money. If you behave, you will still be free people in the future. Otherwise, you may end up in jail or become a lackey of the US government. Lin Tian still used Russian. There were 11 people in the group, and some of them understood Russian. He immediately translated for the rest. Who are you? The leader of the 11 asked. He thought of the information on the top experts in the Bear State, but none of them should have such abilities. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you will have to listen to me in the future. The Eastern Dragon is on good terms with us now, so you are not allowed to target the Eastern Dragon in the future. You will deal with the East Cherry Kingdom in the future. I won't take away any of the money you make in Donying, and you can still live comfortably with your skills. Lin Tian sent a message in authentic Russian. On the cyber battlefield, Tan Xin and the others were puzzled. How did the enemy's offensive suddenly wither? They were still very strong just now. If they can't mobilize more experts to defend the server in a short time, the possibility of the server being breached will be very high. The information on the network server is not the most important and confidential, but the information on this server is also very important. Everyone, be careful with your defenses. Don't take it lightly, the enemy is very strong and cunning. Hurry up and get more experts to help. The military network experts in China are on high alert. They have no idea that the 11 main players are now ready to die. This mission is not cheap, and they had hoped to make a profit, but they never expected that the money in their bank cards would be transferred cleanly. Everyone, do you agree? If you don't agree, I'll release your information and I'll also release what you've done. Lin Tian asked. Agree. Agree. 11 people were angry, but they all sent a message in the group to say they agreed. If they didn't agree, they would definitely lose their freedom. Their family's money might be transferred away. Gentlemen, wise choice. God bless you. After Lin Tian finished speaking, one of the group's avatars disappeared. Everyone, I'm going to leave now. The avatars of the remaining 11 people all went dark. They were now all anxious to check whether the money in their other accounts was still there. Faker! You bastard! It didn't take long for them to realize that their accounts were completely empty. One of them had the habit of saving a little cash. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had saved, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He laughed because he still had some money left. He cried because he had a total of $70 million in his bank cards. 1, 2, 3. The avatars in the encrypted group chat all lit up one by one. How are you guys? I have a total of 100 million in 5 cards, and it's all gone. The leader of the 11 spoke first. $70 million are gone. There is not a single cent left. Hearing you say that, I feel much better. I only have 30 million, so I've lost much less than you. They all wanted to die. They are very good at hacking, but it's not easy to make money. They have saved up all this money with great difficulty. Boss, what should we do now? Should we do as he says and target Donying in the future? China and Donying have a long-standing feud. Could he be Chinese? One of them asked. The one who spoke Russian said, he should be a Russian bear. My Russian is very good, but he is much more authentic than me. Even if a Chinese person studied hard, they could never reach this level. The leader of the 11 said, he has detailed information about us and our families. We don't want to lose our freedom or see our families become penniless, so we have no choice but to listen to him. From now on, we will focus on the East Cherry Kingdom. Chapter 82, I will be gentle. 11 people, a total of $430 million. In the internet cafe, Lin Tian looked at the computer screen in front of him in a trance. The screen displayed the balance of the account he had created. A long string of numbers. My goodness, if hackers mess around, they really make money. In just half an hour, he managed to get $430 million. At the current exchange rate, this is 3 billion yuan. Lin Tian swallowed his saliva. This is a huge amount of money. The villa Zhao Shanglin gave him was worth a lot, but only a little over 100 million. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan costs 8 to 9 million yuan, and 3 billion yuan can buy hundreds of such luxury cars. However, Lin Tian also knew that even if he washed it clean, if he took out so much money all at once, he would definitely be targeted. Forget it. I don't need the money now, so I'll just leave it in this account. If my skills disappear in the future, I'll have another way out. Lin Tian thought to himself. Under normal circumstances, he would have obtained the system and these skills, and it is unlikely that these skills would leave him. But having an extra way out is not a bad thing. Lin Tian, you look so happy. Did you find money? Lin Tian returned home, and Luo Bingning smiled lightly. She had already finished her bath and was now curled up on the sofa watching TV. Pick up money? There's no such thing as so much money to pick up. Lin Tian said with a smile. Less than 100 million yuan in a ton, so much money that a truck can't even fit it. I used to find money a lot, but then everyone started paying with their phones, and I haven't found any money in a long time. Lu Bingning giggled. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Bingning, you have a nice set of pajamas. I'll check them out after I take a shower. No way. Luo Bingning blushed and said. Lin Tian laughed and said, what are you thinking? Do you think I'm going to check your pajamas? I'm going to check your condition. I was talking about my illness. My illness is not urgent, wait a little longer, I don't want you to check it now. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. No, I have to check it. Wait. After Lin Tian finished talking, he went back to his room to take a shower. Luo Bingning was at a loss. Her stomach was sensitive, and she was nervous just thinking about Lin Tian seeing and touching her stomach. Doctor, I'll just pretend he's a doctor. Doctors just treat patients. Calm down, calm down. Lu Bingning kept telling herself to calm down. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Tian came out of the room. Lin Tian, you're so fast. Have you washed yourself clean? Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian, it's just a quick shower in the summer, it doesn't take long. When we sleep together in the future, I'll take a longer shower. Lu Bingning gave Lin Tian a wide-eyed glance. Taking advantage of me again. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'm your husband, and we have a marriage certificate. What's wrong with taking advantage of you? Lie down, I'm coming. I will be very gentle. Luo Bingning. That sounds weird. Don't touch me. Luo Bingning lay down with a blush on her face. She had already changed into her pajamas, which had pajama pants, and the one she had just worn was a nightgown. Lin Tian felt a little disappointed. If it was a nightgown, then he could just lift it up. Well, he didn't want to think about it. If he thought about it anymore, he might lose his composure in front of Luo Bingning. Bingning, you have to roll up your pajamas. Lin Tian reminded Luo Bingning. It would be more difficult for him to transmit his internal strength through the clothes. Do I have to roll it up? Luo Bingning asked in a trembling voice. Lin Tian nodded, your problem is more serious. If you roll up your clothes, I can examine you better. Lu Bingning slowly rolled up her pajamas a little. A small section of her belly and her slender waist were exposed. Luo Bingning had fair skin and a slender waist, and her navel, which was not usually considered beautiful, looked quite pretty. MMM. Lin Tian's hand went up, and Luo Bingning's body shook. Bingning, don't be so nervous. I'm just going to check you out. How about I give you a massage first, so you can relax a little? Lin Tian said with a smile. No, you can just check it. Luo Bingning hurriedly said. If Lin Tian massages her, he will definitely take advantage of her without any hesitation. According to him, he will take advantage of his wife's advantages without any hesitation. Okay. Lin Tian's fingers fell on the acupuncture points. A trace of internal strength entered Luo Bingning's body. The meridians of ordinary people are thin and blocked, making it difficult to check from the wrist. The distance from the stomach to the lower abdomen is much closer. Luo Bingning felt her stomach tingling. She clutched her pajamas tightly in her hands. Before long, a treasure chest suddenly appeared on her head, and this time it was a bronze treasure chest. Suddenly, Lin Tian shivered. A chill ran down his body as his inner strength entered his body. He was a master-level martial artist, and it was still summer, but Lin Tian felt very uncomfortable when this cold energy entered his body. How could this be? Lin Tian's face became a bit ugly. He moved his hand away. Luo Bingning quickly put down her pajamas. Lin Tian, is my situation not optimistic? Luo Bingning could see that Lin Tian's face was not right. Lin Tian shook his head, it's nothing, I'll cure you. Lu Bingning frowned slightly, Lin Tian, your face just now looked terrible. You were very relaxed when you were treating Grandpa. What exactly is my condition? Lin Tian, don't hide it from me, I want to know. If I don't have much time left, I can make better and more reasonable arrangements. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and said, you're not sick. Bingning, you have the body of a cold spirit and a dark yin. This is a top-notch immortal cultivation body, but it's a big problem for you. P.S. This book doesn't cultivate immortals. It is now the end of the Dharma era, and there is not enough spiritual energy in the world to practice. The ice spirit in your lower abdomen will come out sooner or later. Luo Bingning trembled and said, what will happen when the ice spirit comes out? Lin Tian sighed, you will die. After you can't practice, your body type is called the Xianing body. Luo Bingning's face turned pale. Lin Tian, can you cure it? Lin Tian said in a moment of silence, I won't lie to you, I can't do it now, but I'm only 23 years old and there's still a lot of room for improvement. I should be able to in the future. Lu Bingning took a deep breath and asked, if you can't cure me, then given my condition, how long can I live? Lin Tian said, if I don't help you, you should be able to live for another 3 to 5 years. If I help you, you should be able to live for more than 10 years. My medical skills should have improved by then. Lu Bingning's face lit up with a smile. That's better than I thought. At least I can live for another 10 years. By then I will be almost 40. The best time of my life has already passed. Lin Tian sighed to himself. Luo Bingning didn't have that much time. The ice spirit in her body might erupt this winter, and even if she survives this winter, it would be difficult for her to survive the next winter. His current medical skills are actually completely unable to treat it. It is estimated that only a Grandmaster level medical skill can help Luo Bingning continue to live. It's only early September, and winter is still far away. With so much time, I should be able to improve my medical skills to the level of a Grandmaster. With Grandmaster level medical skills, I can help Bingning survive the winter. Lin Tian thought to himself. If she can survive the winter, the ice spirit in her body will subside. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning's head. Perhaps because Luo Bingning's emotions were fluctuating just now, the bronze treasure chest that had just appeared was already a silver treasure chest. Should I collect it now or wait for it to level up? Lin Tian thought to himself. Gold treasure chests are needed to upgrade medical skills. But silver treasure chests are also precious, and it would be a shame if they disappeared. Let's wait until tomorrow. At least the treasure chest won't disappear until tomorrow night. Brothers, the heroine will be fine. You can rest assured. This book also doesn't cultivate immortals. Chapter 83, The Loss of Traditional Culture. Luo Bing looked at Lin Tian, and she wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Tian, you may not be able to cure me. If that's the case, I'll die in my 30s. Are you still willing to be with me for real? If we have children, they may not even be 10 years old. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, why don't I get you pregnant right now? Then the child will be over 10 years old by then. Luo Bingning. She said in a grumpy tone, I'm talking to you seriously. Lin Tian said, you let me take a break. Losing your wife in your middle age and still getting a few $100 billion in assets, isn't that too good? Lu Bingning grabbed Lin Tian's arm and bit down. Ah. Bingning, you're a dog. Lin Tian deliberately let out a cry of pain. Luo Bingning let go, and she glared at Lin Tian, you're talking nonsense, and if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to bite you until you bleed. A phrase flashed through Lin Tian's mind. 1 drop of blood is worth 10 drops of blood. Bingying, don't worry. Although your illness is more complicated, it can be solved once my medical skills improve. Even if it can't be completely solved, if my medical skills improve, I can help you regulate your health, and you can live longer, right? I don't see a problem with living another 20 or 30 years. Lin Tian said with a smile. Lu Bingning's eyes lit up, really? Lin Tian shrugged, after all, I have over 100 million yuan in assets now, and I can support myself. What good would it do me to lie to you? If I really lose my wife in my middle age, I will have to be both a father and a mother. Even if I have money, the lack of maternal love will affect the children greatly. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, we haven't really been together yet. I have to test you again. In her heart, Luo Bingning had already accepted Lin Tian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the necklace. But they had only met for a dozen days, and that was too short a time. Lin Tian, don't tell anyone about my illness. Don't tell anyone. Whether it's Swallow, my grandfather, or my parents. Luo Bingning said, I can still live for another 20 or 30 years. There is no need for them to know my condition and worry about me. Lin Tian nodded. He is not a chatty person, and if Luo Bingning herself doesn't say it, he naturally won't tell the others about Luo Bingning's illness. Moreover, Luo Bingning's illness was much more serious than he had said. Lin Tian, you stay with me and watch TV for a while. This drama is quite good. Lin Tian laughed and said, it's no problem to watch TV with you, but I make hundreds of millions of dollars every minute. Is there any benefit to watching TV with you? What do you want in return? Luo Bingning said coquettishly. It's simple, just hold your hand and watch TV. He would like to hold Luo Bingning and watch TV, but Luo Bingning probably wouldn't agree to that now, and it would be uncomfortable for him. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality, and it was too difficult for him to sit still and not get distracted when he was holding such a beautiful woman as Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning weakly responded. She had held hands with him before when watching movies, so she could accept this. Lin Tian sat down next to Luo Bingning. He took Luo Bingning's hand. Lu Bingning's heart beat faster. This handshake was actually very different from the one in the movie theater. At that time, she didn't have much of a good impression of Lin Tian. Now, deep down, she had basically accepted Lin Tian. The other time was in public, and she knew that Lin Tian would not do anything inappropriate. Now, they were alone, and their bodies were pressed close together. Would Lin Tian do anything? A long time passed. Oh, this is a mistake. The trees are lush in the distance with snow falling. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning said, the crew has a time limit for filming. This is an artificial snow scene. This drama should have been filmed in March or April. Lin Tian was stunned. Luo Bingning's words woke him up. In winter, he could go to the tropics with Luo Bingning. For example, Sanya. In this way, the possibility of Luo Bingning's lower abdomen bursting with ice is much lower. He almost died of stupidity. Previous experience cannot be completely copied. In the past, there were no planes that could go far, but now it is very easy to go to the southern hemisphere. Lin Tian thought to himself. In ancient times, this was a rare disease, but now with the development of transportation, as long as they avoid winter, the impact of the disease will be reduced. In this way, as long as my medical skills reach the level of a Grand Master, there will be no problem helping Bingning survive this winter or even next winter. As long as I can survive this winter, I will have plenty of time. If I can survive next winter, I will have even more time. Lin Tian thought to himself. With so much time, he was sure he could find a better treasure chest. The golden treasure chest should not be the best. Phew! Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. A huge stone had fallen from his heart. With the system, time is his best friend. As long as he is given enough time, any problem can be solved. In fact, I can get all kinds of treasure chests from Bingying, probably because she has the body of ice and Een. This explains why I can't get any from others. Lin Tian thought to himself. The ice spirit in Darkeen constitution is a top-notch cultivation constitution. It is not said that such a constitution is difficult to come by for 1,000 or 10,000 years, but it is certainly difficult to come by for 100 years. Lin Tian, what are you thinking? Lu Bingning turned her head and asked. Lin Tian seemed to be in a daze just now. Lin Tian said with regret, I was thinking about how the good traditions of ancient times have not been passed down, and the loss of traditional culture is a pity. Are you talking about the ancient arts of playing the zither, playing chess, painting, and calligraphy? These have been passed down, but they are not as valued as they used to be. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian shook his head, I mean the ancient system of 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's a pity that such a good traditional culture is gone. Lu Bingying reached out to Lin Tian's waist. She gently twisted. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Tian pretended to scream. I'm ignoring you. I'm watching the show by myself. You go to bed quickly. When you fall asleep, you'll have everything in your dreams. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Bingying, shall I sleep with you tonight? I'm afraid you'll worry about your illness and cry alone at night. Lin Tian laughed. No way. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood. Lin Tian's reaction made her feel that her illness should not be that serious. If Lin Tian didn't want to take advantage of her, that would be a big problem. Don't regret it. Humph, no way. Lin Tian went back to his room. He had to practice, and as long as nothing important came up, he would practice every night. I can't improve my ancient medical skills without a system, but in terms of martial arts, I can definitely reach the level of a Grandmaster. If I reach the level of Grandmaster, combined with Grandmaster level ancient medical techniques, it might be possible to slightly alleviate Bing's condition. If he can survive this year, he will definitely be fine. Lin Tian thought to himself. He can't pin all his hopes on the system. What if he can't brush out the Grandmaster level medical skills for a long time? Chapter 84, Sun's girlfriend is Luo Bingying. Lin Tian's hometown. It was late at night, and Lin Tian's parents had been in bed for 2 hours. Lin Tian's mother, Chen Wan, tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Is there something wrong with your daughter-in-law? Lin Haisheng reached out and turned on the light, asking with a puzzled look. No, nothing. Chen shook her head. Lin Haisheng frowned and said, You must be up to something. At dinner tonight, you were stammering and seemed to want to say something. And you can't sleep when you have something on your mind. Has something happened to your son? If there is something wrong with your son, don't keep it from me. We still have some money in the bank. Chen sat up. My son called during the day and said something. I was torn between whether to tell you or not. Lin Haisheng said in a bad mood, What important secrets can you two know that I can't know? Chen snorted, It's not that you're sometimes stubborn? Tell me, what is it? Lin Haisheng's curiosity was piqued. Chen thought for a moment and said, My son has a girlfriend. Isn't my birthday coming up soon? They invited us to go to S City for a few days. Ah. He didn't have a girlfriend last month, did he? It's a bit early to invite us to meet after being together for less than a month. Lin Haisheng was a little confused. It's been 6 months since he met his parents. Did they meet through a blind date? But that's not the case. Lin Tian is only 23 years old, and he's not yet at the point where he needs to be set up on a blind date. They haven't pushed him to do so yet. His girlfriend is Luo Bingning. Chen said it out. Lin Haisheng was stunned. Of course he knew Luo Bingning. The Luo family had billions of assets, and Luo Bingning was the only child of 3 generations, so she was pampered. I don't agree. After a while, Lin Haisheng frowned. Chen said in a bad mood, I knew you would probably object. The problem is that this is the son's choice. What's the point of you disagreeing? Lin Haisheng took a cigarette from the bedside table. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Dad has been dead for several years, and I naturally don't care about what happened to him back then. I oppose it because the families are not suitable for each other. The Luo family may only be guilty because of what happened back then, and that's why Luo Bingning agreed to become a boyfriend with her son. In the future, they will probably break up. Lin Haisheng frowned. Chen asked in confusion, What's wrong with breaking up? Lin Haisheng sighed, First, if you find a girlfriend like Luo Bingning, and if your son has high standards, it may be difficult for him to find someone else later. Do you still want to have a grandchild? Chen. Another point is that the Luo family has billions of assets. Will my son be targeted by some people if he gets involved with Luo Bingning? Chen face changed. It may not be murder, but for the sake of huge profits, some people may really be able to beat their son into a disability. Lin Haisheng's eyes showed concern. Chen swallowed her saliva. It shouldn't be that bad, right? The Luo family is very powerful, and they should be able to ensure the safety of their son. Lin Haisheng shook his head. I don't think Luo Bingning's parents will agree to this. You call your son and we'll talk to him. Lin Haisheng said in a low voice. Let's call him tomorrow. It's so late. Lin Haisheng shook his head, It's only 11 o'clock. Unlike our village, it's very likely that the sun hasn't gone to bed at this time in the city. Okay. Chen made the call. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Both of them were a little nervous. Don't tell me something's happened? Maybe he's already asleep. Chen said. Lin Haisheng smoked in silence. When he was almost finished with the cigarette, he said, This kind of thing is hard to explain over the phone. Why don't you just say yes tomorrow? Before your birthday, we'll go to S City to see them and talk to them face to face. They really don't fit together. Chen nodded. Lin Haisheng put out his cigarette, Go to bed, don't think too much. Around 12 o'clock, Lin Tian finished his training. He looked at his phone. His mother had called at 11 o'clock, not many times, so it shouldn't be anything urgent. Call back tomorrow. Lin Tian thought to himself. His parents would probably be asleep at this hour. 26 million fans. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and took a look. The number of fans had previously peaked at nearly 25 million, but it had now surpassed that number. Ha! Lin Tian found that he had received a lot more rewards. He is not live streaming now, so the extra rewards are all from appreciation. The person who gave him the most appreciation was the old child, who actually gave him 100,000 appreciations, a total of 10,000 rewards. Xinshan Yuan, my phone is about to spasm. In addition to the superfan, some other fans have also given him a lot of rewards. They seem to be using this method to show their support. There were also many rewards from ordinary users. I apologize for calling Master Lin a fool. I'll give you 10 gold coins. I am the #1 sweet and cute rabbit on the list. I feel like a fool. Master Lin, you should start a live broadcast. I will give you a spaceship. The fine has been paid, and I'm back to being a fan. Lin Tian clicked on the video comment area and saw countless comments. No wonder there are so many likes. Lin Tian muttered. People have a herd mentality. So many people in the comments section paid the fine, and the rest of us saw that many people followed suit. I'll just follow my original plan and reopen the account when I reach 30 million followers. Lin Tian thought to himself. At this rate, it shouldn't take long to reach 30 million fans. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer. When he got up in the morning, Lin Tian saw a note left by Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning did not sleep well last night. She had dark circles under her eyes when she got up in the morning, and she left early before Lin Tian came out. Lin Tian called his mother back. The call was connected quickly. Mom, what was the matter with your late-night call yesterday? Lin Tian asked. Shenwan said, Son, I haven't told your father about you in Bingying. I only said that I wanted to go to the beach. You are in S City, and your father said he would go to S City to give me a birthday. You don't need to buy the plane ticket, we will take the train the day before. Lin Tian said, Mom, I have money now. Don't take the train. I'll buy you plane tickets so you can experience it. His parents are almost 50 years old and have never flown on an airplane. No. Your father said that we can take the train and enjoy the scenery along the way. You still have to go to work. Shenwan hung up the phone after she finished talking. Lin Tian thought about it for a while and transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother. If he transferred too much money, his parents would come over today. Mom, you don't need to withdraw any money. And don't book a hotel in advance or anything. I'll take care of it. Lin Tian sent 2 more messages. Son, be careful. Shenwan replied, and Lin Tian did not receive the money he transferred. If the money was given by Luo Bingning, it has to be returned to Luo Bingning. Chapter 85, The Evil Man's Design. I have to tell my parents something slowly, and I have to make them think that I am a genius, but I have deliberately hidden it in the past. Lin Tian thought to himself. He now has some ability, but his system is not a super system, and he is far from being able to fight against the state apparatus. In this case, it is very important to protect yourself. He is very good at playing the Eru, Guqin, ancient medicine, martial arts, etc., and he will definitely be very good at other things in the future. Will others suspect? If he only has 3 or 5 skills, people probably won't suspect anything, but what if he has 10 or 20? Ordinary people aren't that abnormal. He has to make himself into a demon-level genius. And he is afraid of death, and has always deliberately hidden himself. To create a character of a demon-level genius, there is no doubt that he must first convince his parents that their son is such a top genius. Mom, you can take this 20,000 yuan red envelope. Don't worry. This money wasn't given to me by Bingying, and my job has nothing to do with Bingying. She didn't find me a job. Your son is a genius, hee. Lin Tian sent a few messages to his mother, Shenwan. Soon, Shenwan saw the message. She was a little surprised. The money wasn't from Luo Bingying, and Lin Tian's job wasn't found by her? Yes, you are a genius, my son. Shenwan smiled and agreed with Lin Tian. In her eyes, her son was indeed very smart. If he hadn't gotten sick before the college entrance exam, he would have definitely been able to get into a better school. At that time, they actually wanted Lin Tian to repeat the exam, but Lin Tian refused. Alas! Shenwan sighed in her heart. At that time, Lin Tian resolutely refused to repeat the exam, so they let him be. Later, they regretted it every time they thought about it. Soon, Lin Tian discovered that the red envelope had been received. A faint smile appeared on his face. Drip! The phone rang, and a strange number called. Hello? Lin Tian? This is Fong Haijuan, the leader of the third group of the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau of the City of S. You have been assigned to our third group by the higher-ups. If it is convenient, you can come by today to pick up your things. Fong Haijuan on the other end of the phone was a little upset. The number of slots in each group is limited, and the number of slots for special personnel who can carry guns for a long time is even more limited. If it were just a matter of taking up a quota, it would be fine. The problem is that Lin Tian is in their team, and he also carries a gun on a permanent basis. If something happens in the future, will he take the blame? Team Leader Fong, I'm free now. Okay, I'll send you an address. Hurry up and come over. After hanging up, Fong Haijuan thought to himself, since he had joined their team, it should be fine to test him a little, right? After the test, if Lin Tian feels that he is not competent, he may back down, and the position that was taken up will be left vacant. An hour later, Lin Tian arrived at the address Fong Haijuan had given him. Lin Tian, I'm Fong Haijuan, the leader of Group 3. Welcome to the team. Fong Haijuan was already waiting for Lin Tian in the parking lot. When Lin Tian got out of the car, Fong Haijuan enthusiastically reached out to shake his hand. Team Leader Fong, I don't know if I've been told explicitly, but I'm just a name on the roster. You can just ignore me from now on. Lin Tian smiled and said. Fong Haijuan secretly thought to himself, can Lin Tian really not exist? If Lin Tian fires a gun indiscriminately or even loses it, he will be held responsible, and even everyone in the entire third group will be implicated. It is estimated that they will not be promoted for 3 years. It was said above. But since you have joined our group, you are one of us. Let me introduce you to the rest of the group. Fong Haijuan smiled. Our 3 groups plus you, there are a total of 36 people, half of them are not here, and the rest are probably in the training room. Not long after, Fong Haijuan took Lin Tian to the training room dedicated to the third group. Clap. He clapped his hands and said, everyone come over here for a moment. More than 10 people quickly gathered. Fong Haijuan introduced, comrades, the comrade next to me is Lin Tian, who will be a member of our group from now on. He was assigned to our group by the higher-ups to carry out special tasks. Lin Tian is certainly very capable, but he has his own mission. You should not disturb him when you are completing your own tasks. Everyone looked at Lin Tian. They were eager to try. Fong Haijuan had already told them to put some pressure on Lin Tian, and it would be best if Lin Tian could give up carrying a gun for a long time. It is too dangerous for a member of the group that they don't trust to hold a gun for a long time. Lin Tian smiled and said, hello everyone, please take care of me in the future. Lin Tian, you are a special agent from above, you must be very good. My marksmanship is not bad. Shall we go to the shooting range next door and have a match? As soon as Lin Tian finished speaking, someone stood up. Lin Tian smiled and said, okay. Soon, the group arrived at the nearby gun room. The gun room was only 30 meters long, so it could only be used for shooting training at a maximum of 30 meters. Bang, bang, bang. The person competing with Lin Tian was Zhao Yi. He aimed slightly and shot, hitting the target at 15 meters with 93 out of 100 shots. This is a very good result for a pistol. Lin Tian, you come. There are 10 bullets left in it. Zhao Yi handed the pistol to Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and raised the pistol. Bang, bang, bang. His hand was very steady, and although he wasn't as fast as Zhao Yi, he was more accurate. 96 rings. Lin Tian's score was quickly announced. Fong Haijuan was surprised. Does Lin Tian really have the skills? Let's try the rifle. Zhao Yi said with some reluctance. Okay. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. It's good to be able to touch the gun and play with it more. After a few minutes, the results of the 30-meter rifle shooting for the 2 men were also in, and Lin Tian's rifle had a greater lead. Lin Tian, you are a good marksman, I admit defeat in this regard. Zhao Yi took a deep breath and said. Lin Tian, how are your boxing skills? Shall we try boxing? I heard that you will be holding a gun for a long time, so you can't be weak in this area. Another person asked as he came out of the gun room. Lin Tian looked at Fong Haijuan, who coughed lightly. Lin, why don't you show them your skills? Okay. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. He walked over to a hanging boxing bag. Ha! Lin Tian waved his hand in an instant. His right hand struck like a heavy cannon. The sandbag, which was of very good quality, was actually punched directly by Lin Tian, and a hole was punched out of it. Yang Zhiheng already knew that he was a martial arts master, so even if Fong Hejuan reported this, there would be no problem. Team leader Fong, can we call it a draw? I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength and hurt someone. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Fong Hejuan nodded. He was shocked. Did the higher-ups really have a very important mission for Lin Tian to carry out this time? He has martial artists under him, but they can't even beat up this sandbag, which has been hanging here for 2 or 3 years. Cough, Lin Tian, you are better than me. The person who wanted to fight Lin Tian in boxing and kicking completely lost interest in the fight. If Lin Tian punched him like this, he might be able to send him away. Chapter 86, The First Golden Treasure Chest. Lin Tian, follow me. Fong Hejuan took Lin Tian to his office. He opened the thick safe in his office. Lin Tian, here are your credentials. Your gun and ID were sent to you from the top. You must strictly ensure that the gun and ID are not lost. If they are lost, you must report it immediately. In our country, the loss of a police gun is a very serious matter. Fong Hejuan solemnly warned. Lin Tian nodded. He would keep the gun and the documents in the system space. No thief, no matter how powerful, could steal them. Lin Tian, I don't know what kind of mission you have, and you don't need to report to me. I wish you a successful mission. If you need any help, just let me know. Fong Hejuan said in a low voice. Before Lin Tian came, he wasn't very happy. Whoever it was, being given a bag of straw and a time bomb would be depressed. Now Fong Hejuan doesn't think that way anymore. Lin Tian has already won their respect with his own strength. Team leader, if there is anything non-urgent, you can call me. I should be in S City most of the time. I believe you can handle most situations. Lin Tian smiled. He joined to cause some trouble for Fong Hejuan and his men, and it was only right to help them out when necessary. Thank you. Lin Tian, don't worry. You have an important mission. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I definitely won't call to bother you. Fong Hejuan smiled. Lin Tian just casually demonstrated his skills, and Fong Hejuan felt much more at ease with Lin Tian's promise. By the way, I'll call you Boss Lin in the future. If you call me Boss Fong, it means you're not available to answer the phone. It's convenient to call me Team Leader. Lin Tian nodded. If he really has an important mission, this is necessary. Otherwise, Fong Hejuan may expose him if he calls. Team leader, I need to ask you all to keep my situation confidential. It's not convenient now, but I'll treat you all to a drink when the new year comes. Lin Tian smiled. Okay. Fong Hejuan nodded. Lin Tian quickly left with a bag containing his gun and 2 sets of identification documents. One was a gun permit and the other was a national security permit. Collect. Driving away, Lin Tian put the gun and the documents into the system space. Although he is a martial arts master, these are still very useful. He shows his fists, and others may not necessarily obey. But a pistol is a different story. In addition, if he has to fight, with this level of identity, the police won't have to invite him to the station for tea. He could also record the arrow music again. Lin Tian thought to himself. Now that he has demonstrated his master-level arrow skills, the arrow videos he originally posted were only at the level of top masters. Many fans, including the old child, were very supportive of him, and he could not let them down. They deserved better music. In the imperial capital, in the courtyard where Shen lived. There's still no new video. Shen let out a sigh. He guessed that if there was a new video, it would probably be at the master level. After listening to Lin Tian's performance on the live broadcast, Shen Lao was completely hooked. Lin Tian doesn't broadcast or update, and he can't even enjoy his food. Master-level music can bring a resonance to the soul. After listening to him live once, even if he watched the videos Lin Tian had posted before, Shen Lao felt that they were not as interesting. Dad, isn't Master Lin a bit too much? He hasn't returned yet, and his fans have already surpassed the peak of his popularity. Shen Wanchun said. Shen Lao's eyes widened. What makes you qualify to judge a master? Besides, Master Lin is also a master of the Guqin and martial arts. Don't think you're a big shot just because you have a few bucks. He was discredited overnight and lost tens of millions of fans. Can't he be sad for a few days? Give me your phone. You have to send another 10,000 gold coins today. Shun Wan Chun. Dad, please forgive me. I was just saying that because I saw you upset. I still have great respect for a master like Master Lin. Shen Luohong snorted, really? Then show it in action. Is it so hard to give away 10,000 gold coins? Shen Wancheng smiled bitterly. He could only give one at a time, so he would have to give 10,000. His father's phone was not convenient for others to operate. What, you don't want to? If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll just give them away myself. Shen grunted. Dad, I'm willing. I'll give him a ride. Shen Wancheng began to operate with a bitter face. The same operation had to be performed 10,000 times. His fingers were almost cramping from delivering them yesterday. Shen Wanchen also called Hua Yin to ask if he could deliver more at once. Hua Yin had no choice. The country has regulations in this regard. Shen Wancheng didn't know the specific reason. Those who don't know think that Grandmaster Lin is the real son. Shen Wanchen secretly complained in his heart. Ice, what's the delicious food today? Lin Tian returned home in the evening and smelled a strong fragrance. Come and see for yourself. Lu Obingning's voice came from the kitchen. Lin Tian entered the kitchen and found Lu Obingning wearing an apron and cooking. 3 dishes were already on the kitchen counter. My dear wife, you've worked hard. I'll give you a hug of love. Lin Tian said with a smile, and he hugged Lu Obingning from behind. Lu Obingning's body instantly stiffened. Her face, neck, and body all turned red. Let go of me, you're not allowed to be a pervert. Lu Obingning said in a slightly trembling voice. Lin Tian's hand was on her stomach, and although his whole body was not pressed against her, his body was still very close to hers. This kind of hug was a bit too stimulating for Lu Obingning. Bingying, why are you so easily embarrassed? Lin Tian said with a smile. You bad guy. Let go of me, or you'll ruin the dish. Lu Obingning said coquettishly. It's fine. 3 dishes are enough for us to eat. Besides, you are so beautiful that even if we don't eat, just looking at you and me can make me full. Lin Tian laughed. Lu Obingning's heart was pounding, and Lin Tian was speaking in her ear, and she could clearly feel the warm breath from Lin Tian's mouth. Lin Tian, let go of me. If you don't let go, I'll put in an extra spoonful of salt, and you'll have to eat it later. Lu Obingning said coquettishly. At this moment, the silver treasure chest above Lu Obingning's head changed. In the blink of an eye, it turned gold. Phew! The first golden treasure chest. Lin Tian was excited. He wondered what kind of power was in this golden treasure chest. He hoped it was ancient medical skills, so that he could help Lu Obingning to improve her health. System, be good and give me ancient medical skills. Lin Tian thought to himself. Not to mention that he and Lu Obingning already have a certain amount of affection. Even if there is no affection, Lu Obingning cannot have an accident for the sake of profit. If you like it, please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you very much. Chapter 87, Misunderstood by Lu Obingning. Ding, the golden treasure chest is open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level culinary skills. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. A flood of information quickly poured in. Lin Tian quickly left the kitchen and locked the door to the bathroom. The information contained in the god-level culinary arts is too much. All the delicious foods from the past, present and future are included in the god-level culinary arts. With the god-level cooking skills, it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Tian is undoubtedly the best cook in the world, past, present, and future. Although his frozen cooking skills were not yet master level, they were still very good. It was a pity to lose this golden treasure chest. But this golden treasure chest has confirmed one thing: behind the Grandmaster level skills are God level skills. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian's head finally stopped throbbing. When he went out of the bathroom, Lin Tian found that the dishes had already been placed on the table, and he saw that Lu Obingning looked a little strange. Lin Tian, have you washed your hands? Before we really get together, don't hug me like that. Lu Bingning said angrily. Lin Tian. He immediately realized that Luo Bingning was probably thinking about something else, and that he had gone to the bathroom because of the headache above his head. It's all over. His reputation is ruined. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Even if he explained that he had simply gone to the bathroom, Luo Bingning would not believe him. She was certain. Bingying, we are husband and wife, we should help each other. I know how to do some things, but if you can help me, that would be great, right? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning's face quickly turned red. She glared at Lin Tian angrily. I'll help you with cooking, but I can't help you with certain things. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Lin Tian sat down and said with a smile, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know where you're going with this. To be honest, my cooking skills are at the level of a master chef, but your cooking skills are also very good, so I can only seal my skills. He had seen a story online about someone who had a high-level chef's certificate and had lied to his wife for more than 10 years. Until his wife found his chef's certificate in a box. Oof. Chef Lin, then this still of yours, just keep it sealed. I'm afraid I'll get poisoned if I eat something you make. Lu Bingning said coquettishly. She felt that Lin Tian was saying this on purpose to change the subject and ease the awkwardness. Lin Tian must have done something bad just now. Oh, that's a shame. The hero has no place to use his skills. Let's eat. Lin Tian said with a smile. He had already said it, but Luo Bingning didn't believe it. In the future, the skills of the chef god would probably be revealed sooner or later. He will be justified. Bingying, my parents said to come before my mother's birthday, but they said to come by train, and they didn't want me to buy a ticket. After eating for a while, Lin Tian said. Lu Bingying's heart tightened slightly. It was her idea to invite Lin Tian's parents to come over, but she was still a little nervous that they would agree to come. She basically approved of Lin Tian, and the two of them were unlikely to divorce in the future, so Lin Tian's parents would become her in-laws. Do they know your income? If they don't, they probably won't buy high-speed train tickets and will choose to take the Greenskin train instead. It's too hard to come over for more than 10 hours by green train. Lu Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian shook his head. I gave my mother 20,000 yuan. I plan to tell them the rest in person. If I say too much, they will worry, and they will come over immediately. You probably aren't ready to see them right away. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. If they knew that you suddenly had a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars and a luxury car worth millions of dollars, they would indeed be worried. It's better to tell them in person. At this point, Luo Bingning paused. Lin Tian, I think your parents should live in your villa. We won't be living there for the time being, so it would be a waste to leave it empty. If they live there, it will be convenient for us to visit them. Lin Tian smiled. I think so too. I'll talk to them about it, but they may not want to live here. Luo Bingning said weakly. Lin Tian, have you told your parents about our situation? What did they say? I told my mother. But she said she hasn't told my dad yet. Lin Tian said truthfully. Luo Bingning's eyes showed concern. Will your father object? What if your parents object? Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, Lin Tian, I'm not in love with you, I just don't want the 3-year marriage contract to be affected. If you don't behave well, after 3 years. Lu Bingning wanted to say that they would divorce. But when the word divorce came to her lips, she didn't want to say it. What? Lin Tian asked with a smile. You know. If you don't perform well, you'll be fired. Lu Bingjing looked like a little arrogant girl. Lin Tianxiao looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning looked very cute. He really wanted to reach out and pinch Luo Bingning's face. Lin Tian, why don't you go back early? Why? Luo Bingning said, if you go back early, you can explain things to them in person. If they want to live in Shishir, they can bring the things they need directly. That way they won't have to take the train. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, you make sense. Then I'll go back next week. If they don't want to live here, I'll contact a professional villa builder to build them a villa. Prefabricated villas can be built quickly online. They can be completed in 10 days without the main structure, and the decoration can also be fully included. Except that it's a bit more expensive. There's nothing wrong with this kind of villa. Luo Bingning nodded. There are still 9 days until Lin Tian's mother's birthday. It's too early for Lin Tian to go back now. He can go back next week at this time. Lin Tian, I have something to tell you. Guo Liang has withdrawn his investment. Lin Tian smiled lightly. He withdrew his investment? That's a good thing. He had an idea about you, and withdrawing his investment has made things a lot quieter. Lu Bingning frowned slightly. Now there is a small problem. He withdrew his investment, and the company's remaining funds are not enough to complete the product testing. The company still needs to attract new investors. Now there are new investors, but they all have very strong backgrounds, and they are not coming to the company at all. Lin Tian's eyebrows raised. If they're not after the company, then it's obvious that they're after Luo Bingning. Guo Liang is just a jackal, and the investors who want to enter now may be tigers. Is the funding urgent? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. Money is burning fast these days, and the company's money is estimated to last for only a month. It is urgent to introduce investors. How much financing is needed? Lin Tianxuan asked. Next month, he will have a lot of money. He has millions on his credit card and a lot of money in his Huayan account that he hasn't withdrawn. By next month, he should be able to take out at least 20 million. Lin Tian has no intention of using the money in the offshore account. About 30 million. Chapter 88, Preparing to Confess to Luo Bingning. Lin Tian thought about it. He would definitely have 20 million by next month, but if he wanted 30 million, he would have to think of another way to make some more money. For example, he could take on some advertising work. Or treat 1 or 2 patients. If you can solve the problems of wealthy people like Zhao Shanglin, they will be happy to pay 3 to 5 million. However, compared to the latter, Lin Tian would rather take on advertising. He doesn't want to go out of his way to treat patients in order to make money. He has treated Luo Yongqian, Yang Lao, Zhao Shanglin, Luo Bingning's mother-in-law, and some children in the welfare home. Except for Zhao Shanglin, he didn't charge any of them. Zhao Shanglin didn't come to him either. It was the director of the orphanage who asked for help. If he is willing, he will treat anyone for free. If he charges, he may not treat people who come to him. If he charges money, it's a different matter. If something really goes wrong, he doesn't even have a medical license, so he might get sued. Lin Tian didn't know that he actually already had a medical license, which the Yang family had helped him get, but he didn't tell him. Bingning, what do you think? Lin Tian asked. Lu Bingning frowned slightly. The family property will definitely be passed on to me in the future, but before that I also have to prove my ability. Otherwise, many people might choose to leave the Luo family. So I can't get the 30 million from my family. Lin Tian said, no other company is willing to enter the market? Luo Bingning sighed slightly. Even if there are, they may be affected in secret. Companies without a certain level of strength are afraid to invest. Can you ask Chairman Zhao if he has any investment ideas? Zhao Shanglin is a Forbes list figure. If he invests, the rest of them will have to see if they can withstand his influence. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. Bingning, Zhao Dong is just one of my patients. He gives me benefits, I treat him, I don't want to find him in other aspects. Lu Bingning nodded. Lin Tian smiled and said, there is another person who may be able to invest in you at the right time. Who? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. Lin Tian has a close relationship with the Yang family, and the Yang family can afford to invest in this, but the Yang family basically does not get involved in this kind of business. It's far away, but it's right in front of you. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. Lin Tian, are you saying that you will invest 30 million? Do you want to mortgage your house? That won't work. Although I have confidence in the products we develop, any business has the possibility of failure. You can't do this. Lin Tian smiled and said, I didn't say I was going to mortgage the house. That house might be our wedding house in the future. Luo Bingning's face showed a hint of shyness. I can't come up with 30 million now, but maybe next month. You don't need the 30 million right away, do you? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with disbelief. She knew that Lin Tian had received 5 million yuan in consultation fees, so he must have money in his bank account, but there was a huge difference between 5 million and 30 million. Lin Tian, do you want Zhao Dong to find you some patients? I don't recommend this. I don't think it's a good idea. Lu Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. The identity of the masked hero, Yang Jihong, knew it now, but Luo Bingning still didn't know. It was necessary for him to hide it in the past. Now that his relationship with Luo Bingning has deepened, telling Luo Bingning about his identity will not separate him and Luo Bingning. It's not about curing people. I have other ways to make money. I'll definitely have 20 million by next month, and 30 million depends on how things go. Lin Tian said. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. Lin Tian, are you talking nonsense? That's 30 million, not 3,000. It's very difficult to earn that much money. Luo Bingning said. From what she knew about Lin Tian, he was good at ancient medicine, which could earn a lot of money. In addition, Lin Tian was also good at swimming, running, and drinking, but it was unlikely that he could make a lot of money in a short period of time. Lin Tian is a professional level 10 Guqin player, which is also quite impressive, but it is impossible to earn 30 million a month with this. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Tomorrow, you leave work early and I'll take you somewhere. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Bingjing was itching to know, but the method of making a lot of money in a short time might be Lin Tian's important secret. If Lin Tian doesn't take the initiative to say it, she can't pester him to ask. Time passed quickly and it was the next evening. Lin Tian drove to Luo Bingning's company. He drove the X5, which Zhao Shanglin had given him. The Cullinan he had received from Zhao Shanglin seemed too high profile. Lu Guanjin, I think I made it very clear that our company does not lack funds at the moment and we are not accepting any investments for the time being. In the office, Luo Bingning frowned. She was sitting across from a young man in his 30s. Luo, according to my understanding of your company, this is not the case. Wu Liang withdrew, taking with him 15 million yuan. Your company already had a certain capital shortfall, didn't it? Lu Bingning said in a low voice. He doesn't know much about the company's situation. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go home. Lu Guanjian said, Luo, I am a guest here, and I don't think it's a good attitude to treat guests like this. Mr. Luo, I think this way, you invite me to dinner tonight, and we can discuss the investment over dinner. The Lu family and your Lu family have a lot of dealings. I came here especially. You wouldn't refuse to have dinner, would you? Lu Bingning frowned. The Lu and Luo families do have a lot of business dealings. The Lu family has assets worth tens of billions of dollars, and the companies they manage have even more assets, involving many industries. The Lu family's business is also relatively large. The Lu family's assets are worth tens of billions. Compared to the Zhang family, which has assets worth hundreds of billions, the Lu family is still a bit weak, but compared to Guoliang's family, it is much, much stronger. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came at this time. Come in. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian pushed open the door. He had waited downstairs for a while, but when Luo Bingning still hadn't come down after the time was up, he came up directly. Bingying, you still have guests at this time. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Bingning stood up and said, Lu Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. Dear, this is Lu Guanjian, the second son of the Lu family. He is very good at business. Lu Guanjian looked at Lin Tian with a sharp gaze. He had long had his eye on Luo Bingning, but he didn't act immediately because he didn't know who his rivals were. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning would be living together. This made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He wanted to stand up right away, but there was no suitable opportunity. In addition, he thought that Li Feng and the others should be able to drive Lin Tian away. Unexpectedly, Li Feng and Guo Liang were all useless. More than half a month passed and Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were still living together. Guo Liang withdrew, and for Lu Guanjian, an opportunity arose. If he invested, he would have a good reason to get close to Luo Bingning. Lin Xiao, Luo always has high standards. You've become Luo's boyfriend, so you must be very special. Let's communicate more in the future. Lu Guanjian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He said, and then extended his hand. He is not a martial artist, but he often exercises and has good physical fitness. Lin Tian smiled and shook hands with Lu Guanjian. Immediately, Lu Guanjian squeezed his hand. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Playing this trick is like looking for shit in a latrine. The next second, Lu Guanjian almost screamed in pain. Lin Tian's hand was like an iron clamp. He felt as if his fingers were about to be crushed, and his entire face quickly turned a livid color. Chapter 89, Lu Guanjian broke through the defense. From the expressions on their faces, Luo Bingning immediately deduced that the one who would suffer from the handshake would definitely be Lu Guanjian. Lu Xiao, Bingning said, you are good at business, so you must be very strong. Let's communicate more in the future. How about this, Mr. Lu, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We'll go out and eat, and I'll learn from you. Lin Tian smiled and said. Lu Guanjian endured the pain. That's great, let's go now, we can exchange ideas over dinner. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Luo Bingning. Bingning, I'm sorry I forgot to ask you what you think. How about having dinner together tonight? He slowly continued to increase the pressure. Lu Guanjian was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out of his eyes. He wanted to pull his hand out, but Lin Tian's hand was too strong, and even if he used his left hand, he couldn't pull it back. This. Lu Bingning hesitated for a moment. For every second she hesitated, Lu Guanjian would suffer for another second. Mr. Luo, Lin Tian is your boyfriend. Does he not keep his word? In order to get rid of it, Lu Guanjian said such things, and he felt that if he continued, his bones would be crushed. Lu Bingning nodded slightly, and looked at Lin Tian tenderly. Dear, it's possible, but the doctor told you not to drink too much later. Lin Tian's expression was slightly strange. This little girl, Luo Bingning, has some bad water in her belly. She knew her own drinking capacity very well, and she deliberately said that he should drink less. Wasn't she inviting Lu Guanjian to come up and get hammered? Lin Tian nodded, okay. If you want a child, you really have to drink less in a year. I'll be careful later. Lu Bingning. Lu Guanjian with a slightly pleading tone, Mr. Lin, shall we leave now? If we don't leave now, we'll be caught in the evening rush hour. Okay. Lin Tian finally let go of Lu Guanjian's hand. Lu Guanjian withdrew his hand and placed it behind his back. His hand was trembling, and the muscles and bones in his hand were still in pain. Lin Tian did not use internal strength to hurt him, but his hand was strong, so Lu Guanjian had to take a while to recover from the handshake. Mr. Luo, where is the bathroom? I need to use the bathroom first. Lu Guanjian said. Go out and turn left at the end. Lu Xiao, your face looks a little off. Do you have a stomachache? We can wait for you a little longer. Okay. Lu Guanjian quickly left the office. Puff. Lu Bingning laughed out loud. Lin Tian, I guess Lu Guanjian doesn't want to shake your hand anymore. Lin Tian smiled and said, if he comes to see you again, call me. I'm half the host, so I have to be more welcoming. In the bathroom, Lu Guanjian carefully examined his hand. His bones were not broken, but his hand still hurt a little. He never expected Lin Tian's hand strength to be so terrifying. Son of a bitch, I'll drink you to death later. Lu Guanjian gritted his teeth. He was a talented businessman and could also withstand alcohol. He could drink half a gin of white wine without a change in expression, and he could drink a gin of white wine without any problems. At most, he had drunk 1.5 gin of liquor and was not completely drunk. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, let's go. After a 5-minute break, Lu Guanjian's hand finally stopped hurting. If it still hurt, he would have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Okay. Lin Tian smiled and said. Soon the three of them went downstairs. Luo Bingning and Lu Guanjian both got into Lin Tian's car, and Luo Bingning sat in the passenger seat. Lu, you don't feel well, so you shouldn't drink today. Alcohol is not good for your health. Luo Bingning persuaded. Lu Guanjian smiled and said, it's fine to drink a little bit. Lu, you don't have to drink. You're going to be driving later. Bingning, we'll drink 1 bottle of wine later, 2 people each half a gin. My drinking capacity is still fine at half a gin. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Lu Bingning said coquettishly, you should drink less anyway. Not long after, Lin Tian and the others arrived at a high-end restaurant. Lin Tian ordered a bottle of Flying Sky Mount High. Lu Xiao, I can drink a lot, but Bingning only lets me drink half a gin. We'll each drink half of this bottle today. I told Bingning that in the future, whenever you come over, I will entertain her together, and there will be opportunities to drink. Lin Tian said with a smile. Lu Guanjian sneered in his heart. In his view, Lin Tian was giving him a sweet treat while beating him up, and he was telling him not to come back again. The food was served soon. The two of them worked together, and in just 10 minutes, the bottle of wine was almost finished. Luo Bingning got up in time to go to the bathroom. Lin Xiao, it's rare to drink together, let's have some more. I don't know when we'll be able to drink together again. Lu Guanjian said. Lin Tian hesitated. Is that a problem? We agreed to drink a bottle. Lu Guanjian said, Mr. Lin, you're too strong. My hands are almost crushed. Half a bottle of wine is not enough. Okay, then let's drink a little more. Lu Guanjian nodded, I'll go out and tell the waiter. Before long, the waiter brought 2 bottles of white wine. When Luo Bingning returned, one of the bottles of liquor had already been finished by Lin Tian and his friends, and they had each drunk a caddy. Lin Tian, why did you drink so much? Lu Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian said with a hint of drunkenness, Binging, I didn't order the wine. Don't worry, I can still drink. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian helplessly. Don't drink like this in the future. Lin Tian nodded, Brother Lu, let's continue. You rarely come here, so I must accompany you to the end. Not long after, Luo Bingning went out to make a phone call. When she returned to the room, Lin Tian and the others were already drinking the 4th bottle, and they had already finished more than half of it. Lin Xiao, I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Guanjian stood up unsteadily. Bang! He opened the door to the door, but his head hit the doorframe directly. Brother Lu, are you okay? No. I'm not drunk. Lu Guanjian forced himself to walk out of the room. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a little concern. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, Bingning, don't worry. Even if I drink, it won't affect our having a baby. Lu Bingning gave Lin Tian a white look. Lin Tian looked drunk, but it turned out to be pure acting. Lin Tian, is there going to be a problem with Lu Guanjian? He drank so much, if something happens, we will be in trouble too. Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm just giving him a long memory, not letting him hang up. He also called someone to come and pick him up. Lu Bingning nodded slightly. In the bathroom, Lu Guanjian vomited until he was dizzy. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian and the others came out of the restaurant. Lu Guanjian got into the car and left. The person who picked him up was Guo Liang. Lu Xiao, how can you drink with Lin Tian? This guy's tolerance for alcohol is abnormal. Even the CEO of Tianmu Group, Xiao, can't drink as much as him. Guo Liang smiled bitterly. Mr. Qiao. Mr. Qiao can't drink with him? Damn. After Lu Guanjian finished vomiting, he became a little sober. When he heard Guo Liang say that, he knew that he had been tricked. The drinking capacity of General Manager Qiao of Tianmu Group is well known in the industry. According to Xiao Qiao, Lin Tian drank 3 jin of wine that time, and after drinking 3 jin, he was fine. Guo Liang said. Lu Guanjian. He completely broke his defenses. He now feels like a fool. Chapter 90, Dad, Lin Tian is doing well. Bingning, didn't I say yesterday that I would take you somewhere today? When you get there, you'll see how I make my money. But you'll have fewer surprises in the future. Do you want to go now, or do you want more surprises? Lu Bingning started the car and Lin Tian sat in the passenger seat. Luo Bingning said in surprise, is it really possible to earn 30 million? Lin Tian smiled and said, it's possible. If you want to know, I'll set up a navigation system for you. Lu Bingning thought for a moment and said, your parents don't know yet, do they? Lin Tian shook his head. They don't know. Lu Bingning, last night I really wanted to know, but after so long, I don't feel so eager to know anymore. My uncle and aunt don't know yet, and I'm not in a hurry. Compared to one big surprise, a lot of little surprises may make life more interesting. Lin Tian smiled and said, you really don't want to know? Don't worry, I definitely won't take you somewhere and sell you. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. You still want to sell me? I would at least sell you 3 times. It's getting late, so let's go home. Don't be too anxious to make money. I will save money, maybe 20 million will be enough. Lin Tian nodded. Since Luo Bingning had chosen not to know for the time being, he would continue to hide his identity as masked hero. It is actually much better for him to continue to hide it. Guqin, Arrow, martial arts master, and even more in the future, these could have been divided into multiple surprises. Using these, he could have gotten multiple treasure chests. If Luo Bingning knew directly, the surprise would only be this time. Even if the surprise was bigger, could she directly get the golden treasure chest? Drip. On the way home, Luo Bingning's phone rang. She glanced at the phone, and it was her mother calling. Ji. Lu Bingying pulled over to the side of the road. She gave Lin Tian a silent gesture, and then Lu Bingying answered the phone. Mom, do you miss me? Lu Bingning's mother, your father is angry at home. The Lu family is acting crazy. They suddenly changed their minds about several deals that we had negotiated. Your father loves you the most. Comfort him. Luo Bingning was stunned. The Lu family's business suddenly changed? She looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was a little dumbfounded. Lu Guanjian, don't be so unplayful, okay? You lost a little bit of money here, so you let your family come out and fight back? Mom, when did this happen? Lu Bingning asked. When Luo Bingning's mother said the time, Luo Bingning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The incident happened in the afternoon, before Lin Tian met Lu Guanjian. Because of this incident, your father just got back from a busy trip, and the Lu family made him very unhappy this time. Lu Bingning said, today, Lu Guanjian came to my company and I refused to let him invest in the company. Is that why? Is that true? If this is the reason, the Lu family is being a bit too much. They are putting pressure on us like this, thinking that our Lu family is easy to bully? Lu Bingning's mother said angrily. Mom, you talk to Dad first. I'll call him when I get home. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bingning told Lin Tian about the situation. Bingying, isn't this a bit strange? Doing this should also be a big loss for the Lu family, right? Lin Tian said with a puzzled look. Would the Lu family do such a thing for Lu Guanjian? It is a bit strange. Lu Bingning nodded. If the Lu family is much stronger than the Luo family, then this kind of pressure makes sense. The problem is that the Luo family is not as strong as the Luo family. The Lu family has tens of billions of domestic assets, while the Lu family has only tens of billions. The difference between the two is still quite large. A wild ox is demonstrating to an elephant? Lin Tian, don't think too much. This happened before you met Lu Guanjian, and it has nothing to do with Lu Guanjian losing to you. My father will handle it. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Luo Yongqian has already retired from the scene, and Luo Bingning's father controls the vast Luo family. His ability and skill are definitely not to be doubted. It didn't take long for Lin Tian and the others to return home. Dad. Luo Bingning dialed her father's phone. Humph. Lu Hongchuan, Bingning's father, snorted. Bingning, you haven't called home in 4 or 5 days. Is it because your credit card has been frozen and you don't have enough money for living expenses? Luo Yongqian did not live with Luo Hongchuan and his family, so they did not know that Lin Tian had cured Luo Yongqian. Nor did Luo Hongchuan know the rest of Lin Tian's situation. In his opinion, out of sight is out of mind. Dad, I have enough money to spend. Luo Hongchuan said with deep concern, Mom and Dad oppose you being with Lin Tian for your own good. It's good that you care about your grandfather, but you shouldn't sacrifice your own happiness for that. You have lived with Lin Tian for so long. Do you regret it? If you regret it, you can tell me at any time. If you are too embarrassed to tell Lin Tian, I will tell him for you. Dad won't treat him badly, and will give him a lot of compensation. Lu Bingning is on the balcony right now. She glanced at Lin Tian, who was lying on the sofa. She said, I feel good about marrying Lin Tian. He's much better than I expected. Maybe we'll go all the way. Lu Hongchuan. He instantly felt that the Lu family's nagging was nothing. In his opinion, his daughter's happiness is very important. The Lu family, which has worked so hard, will have to be passed on to Bingning in the future. If Bingning is not happy, then nothing else will be of much significance. Bingning, don't say such angry things. Don't do anything stupid. Dad can unfreeze your credit card, can't he? Luo Hongchuan took a deep breath and said. He was afraid that Luo Bingning would sleep with Lin Tian directly if she got angry. Dad, I wasn't talking nonsense. Lin Tian is really good. He is actually very good, said Luo Bingning. Luo Hongchuan said in a deep voice, Bingning, don't do anything stupid, otherwise Dad will never forgive you or Lin Tian. Dad will unfreeze your credit card now. But your credit card limit will be 150,000 yuan, so be careful with your spending. After that, Luo Hongchuan hung up the phone. Lu Bingning entered the living room. Lin Tian, Grandpa doesn't seem to have told your parents about you. Should I say something? If they knew your real situation, they might not object. Lin Tian shook his head. I think it's better not to take any risks. Now he only agreed to let us live together because he thinks we can't be together. If he thinks we have a good chance of being together, will he still agree to let us live together? Lu Bingning muttered, maybe he would have accepted you directly. Lin Tian chuckled, Bingning, just let things take their course. There's no need to say anything. They'll find out about it later. Besides, if your father finds out, what if he hands me a check for $1 billion and I can't resist the temptation? Luo Bingning pouts, you're just dreaming. Although our family has tens of billions of assets, it's not easy to come up with $1 billion in cash. The Luo family. What's wrong? You haven't talked to your daughter in a few days. You just talked to her, but why is your face even longer? Lu Bingning's mother asked with a puzzled look. Lu Hongchuan frowned. Bingning said that Lin Tian is very good, and maybe she will go all the way with him. Is this just an angry remark? I just unblocked her bank card. Luo Bingning's mother said, Lin Tian is ordinary. She said that Lin Tian is very good, which is obviously an angry remark. Honey, let's not always tell her to divorce. She's prone to rebellious behavior, and it's not easy to divorce. Lu Hongchuan took a deep breath. You make sense. Chapter 91 How long can I live? Lin Tian sat in front of the computer in the bedroom. This computer was already in the room, and it was quite high-end. I want to see what the Lu family is up to. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and after turning on the computer, he turned on the music and quickly began to type on the keyboard to look for clues on the internet. Soon, Lin Tian found out that Lu Guanjian's father, Lu Kunhu, had a mistress. The Lu family has tens of billions of assets, and Lu Kunhu has a mistress. This is normal. Rich people may have mistresses, 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 mistresses. Isn't it a bit too generous for Lu Kunhu to send money to his mistress? Lin Tian was a little confused. He found that Lu Kunhu had transferred nearly 30 million yuan to his mistress. It is unlikely that a mistress would receive such treatment. If he gives her too much money, she might run away after eating too much. Could it be that she is pregnant? Lin Tian quickly checked the hospital information. He didn't find anything in the regular hospitals, but Lin Tian found out from the whereabouts of the mistress that she had a son in a private hospital. Lu Kunhu and his mistress really had a son, and the child was already 7 years old. The child is actually in Dongying. This is interesting. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he quickly hacked into the Dongying Kingdom network. Soon he found out that Lu Kunhu and his mistress Zhang Wan's son was now being raised by an elderly couple in Dongying Kingdom. They are Zhang Wan's biological parents. It turns out to be a whopping 500,000. Lin Tian sneered. Zhang Wan clearly had biological parents, and she knew it, but she had been an orphan since she was a child and had taken Chinese nationality. Zhang Wan's parents were also ruthless. They sent her to China when she was very young, and she never saw her parents again for the rest of her life. Lu Kunhu's mistress was actually a spy from the East Cherry Kingdom, so perhaps there was a reason for the Lu family's actions this time. Lin Tian continued to investigate online. After half an hour, he really found it. Damn it! Lin Tian slapped his forehead and looked helpless. After checking to the end, it turned out that this matter was still related to him. The kingdom of Dongying had recently suffered a serious hacker attack. All the money he transferred was taken away, and the hacker group he attacked, Hellfire, was eager to make a few more scores in Dongying. Due to the relationship between Dongying and China, Dongying directly suspected China, and they stepped up their actions against China. The primary target was the Dragon Squad. They suspect Luo Yongqian of being a member of the Dragon Group. This action is just the beginning of a series of actions. The Lu family and other forces will take action against the Lu family next. The old man-in-law is not going to have an easy time from now on. Lin Tian thought to himself. The kingdom of Dongying is not sure that Luo Yongqian is a member of the dragon group. If the Lu family reacts normally, the suspicion may be lifted. If the Lu family reacts abnormally, they will be more suspicious. You bastards, you're targeting the East Cherry Kingdom, but you're not deliberately framing us, the Chinese kingdom? Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He quickly re-entered the encrypted chat group of the Hellfire organization. This chat group was newly created. They used all their technology. However, in the face of Lin Tian, who has top-notch grandmaster hacker skills, this chat group is not very defensive. Fuck. One of them suddenly noticed that there was another person in the chat group. It was still using the avatar of Emperor Pu. Ding. He received a text message from the bank. All $3 million in his bank account had been transferred. Why? We earned that money in the East Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He immediately sent a message in the chat group, and the others soon discovered that the money in their bank accounts was gone again. You must use your own flag, at least let them know that you are from the United States, not from China. 3 of you withdrew $1 million, trying to avoid my attack? Hurry up and deposit the money. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Lin Tianfan sent a message to them in Russian. He had to hedge his bets and not get his country into trouble. You're a hacker from the Soviet Union, why can't we pretend to be hackers from China? The leader of the Hellfire group asked, somewhat irritated. China is our friend now, and I like Chinese culture. You can't attack China or pretend to be Chinese. If you want to make money, then do it openly. I will never transfer any money you make this way. The leader of the Hellfire was annoyed, but he could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. Okay, we will reveal our identity in the future. They had no choice but to admit defeat. The 3 who had managed to withdraw their money found a way to quietly deposit it back into their bank accounts. Ding! They received a notification shortly after. The money they just deposited was gone. These guys are probably eager to continue targeting Dongqing, and it will be easier for the old man if they do it. Lin Tian muttered. He opened his secret account, which contained $480 million, which was equivalent to nearly 3.5 billion yuan. These guys are ruthless. They managed to get $50 million from Dongying so quickly. No wonder they were so angry. Lin Tian thought to himself. Before that, he only had $430 million. It is no wonder that some forces in Dongying are angry after being robbed of $50 million. Although there will be a lot of trouble, it is not a bad thing in the long run for the Luo family to sever ties with some problematic companies. Lin Tian thought to himself. He did not remind his father-in-law Luo Hongchuan. If Luo Hongchuan knew, some of his reactions would be abnormal. The East Cherry Kingdom will be even more certain that the Luo family is related to the Dragon Group. They might even go after the Luo family and Luo Yongqian. After practicing for 3 cycles, Lin Tian was preparing to go to bed when he suddenly heard a painful moan coming from Luo Bingning's room. It hurts again. Lin Tian frowned. The pain this time was almost half a month shorter than the last time. This is not a good thing. Bingying, open the door. Lin Tian went out and knocked on Luo Bingning's door. Luo Bingning quickly opened the door to the master bedroom. She was pale and her forehead was sweating. She had been in pain for several minutes. She had been holding back, but she couldn't hold back anymore. Bingying, lie down. I'll give you a massage. It should feel better. Lin Tian quickly said. Luo Bingning lay down on the bed. She rolled up her pajamas, and her flat, smooth tummy was exposed again. It felt very cold to the touch. Lin Tian used his inner strength to probe into her body, guiding the cold air that was overflowing into his own body. He was a master-level martial artist, and his tolerance was much stronger than Luo Bingning's. Lu Bingning gradually recovered. She felt Lin Tian's hand was warm. Bingying, in the future, don't set the temperature of your air conditioner below 27 degrees. The lower the temperature, the more serious your illness will be. Lin Tian said. Lu Bingning nodded and sat up. It didn't hurt so much before, but this time it hurts even more than last time. Lin Tian, are you lying? How long can I live? Chapter 92. Lin Tian, are you the Grandmaster Lin? Lin Tian said seriously, I think you can live for another 1,000 years. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood, good people don't live long, and bad guys live for 1,000 years? You know how to annoy me every day. Lin Tian smiled and said, then think about it. If you're not going to live long, do you think I'd treat you like this? Lu Bingning tilted her head and thought about it. It seems that this is true. Bingning, if you are really worried about this, I think you should do one thing first, so that you won't have any regrets when you really go to heaven. What is it? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. Lin Tian laughed and said, let's roll the bedsheets. If you're worried that you won't live long, I'll help you with this first. Luo Bingning glared at Lin Tian in embarrassment. No need. You're just trying to take advantage of me, that's all. Luo Bingning said in a bad mood. After Lin Tian's nonsense, her worries were alleviated. Bingying, I'll tell you my secret tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow Saturday? I'll take you to the place I was going to go today. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Now he could have taken out his phone and logged in to tell Luo Bingning that he was the masked hero, but in the store, he could play the Guqin and the Eru. The latter would have a greater impact on Luo Bingning. The possibility of Luo Bingning producing a treasure chest is much greater. Why are you going to tell me right away? Am I really going to die? Lu Bingying's face changed slightly. Lin Tian reached out and covered Luo Bingning's mouth. Stop, I'm going to tell you because I want you to know that your husband is a genius. To give you more confidence. Luo Bingning's face turned red, and her lips touched Lin Tian's hand. A bronze treasure chest slowly appeared above her head. Lin Tian was delighted. If the bronze treasure chest that appeared now had a big impact on Luo Bingning tomorrow, it might be upgraded to a gold treasure chest. The first golden treasure chest to open turned out to be cooking, which made Lin Tian a little upset. He didn't really want to cook. It's just enough to eat. Besides, Luo Bingning's cooking is quite delicious, it's not just something to get by on. Lin Tian, you should go to bed quickly. I'm fine. Lu Bingning retreated a little. If you don't feel comfortable sleeping alone, you can call me anytime. I provide 24-hour sleeping company. Lin Tian said with a smile. Go to hell. Luo Bingning threw a pillow at Lin Tian. You're giving me a pillow? Then I won't be polite. You smell good, and the pillow you slept on must smell even better than mine. Lin Tian left the room with a smile on his face, holding the pillow. You're a bad guy. Luo Bingning looked angry. Thinking about Lin Tian sleeping on her pillow, with her body odor still lingering on it, Luo Bingning's heartbeat quickened considerably. Time passed quickly and it was the next morning. Lin Tian came out of the room. He was surprised to see Luo Bingning. What happened? The treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head had turned silver. He slept quietly, but the treasure chest had upgraded? Lin Tian was a little confused. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand it. This is a good thing. Now it's a silver treasure chest, and today it will probably turn into a gold treasure chest. Soon, the two finished breakfast. Lin Tian, wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Luo Bingning entered the room. After a dozen minutes, she came out, and Lin Tian's eyes were filled with amazement. Luo Bingning was wearing a snow-white dress. Some women don't have very good skin, and it's hard to wear a snow-white dress because it will make their skin look even worse in comparison. But Luo Bingning didn't have any such problems at all. Usually, she looks good in ordinary clothes or professional clothes, but now she looks like a fairy in this dress. My wife, you are so beautiful. Lin Tian exclaimed in admiration. Luo Bingning blushed slightly. Lin Tian had called her his wife before, but this time it felt different. Lin Tian, let's go quickly. I can't wait to find out what the secret is, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning set off quickly. In less than half an hour, he drove to the outside of the shop he bought. Luo Bingning was puzzled. Why did Lin Tian bring her to the tea house? Lin Tian didn't even change the sign outside the store. There was no need to. Bingying, wait outside for a moment. Lin Tian opened the door and went inside. Luo Bingning waited outside, and Lin Tian quickly changed into his costume, but he didn't put on the mask for the time being. Bingying, come in. Lin Tian's voice came from inside the store. Luo Bingning entered the store and was stunned when she saw Lin Tian. Lin Tian sat there, with a guqin in front of him. Bingying, close the door. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning closed the door. Lin Tian, what are you? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. She knew that Lin Tian had a professional level 10 in guqin, and she liked guqin very much. Could it be that Lin Tian was going to give her a private guqin performance? Luo Bingning had seen the video of the masked hero and even the live broadcast, but she didn't immediately recognize the house. When she watched the video and live broadcast, she mainly focused on the music. Bingying, have you ever seen a professional guqin performance? Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning nodded, yes, I have. I love the guqin, and I've seen several master performances. I'll play a song for you. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning sat down next to Lin Tian. She looked at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Tian looked quite handsome in his ancient costume. Soon, melodious sounds of the zither began to play. Lin Tian was playing High Mountains in Flowing Water. Luo Bingying looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. She is not very good at playing the guqin, but she has heard a lot of it and has a good eye for it. Lin Tian is definitely a master. She had heard 3 guqin masters perform live, and she was sure that 2 of them were definitely lower than Lin Tian. After the song was over, Luo Bingning said in shock, Lin Tian, your guqin has reached the level of a master? You are not a professional level 10. There is a huge difference between a professional level 10 and a guqin master. Listen to another piece. Lin Tian did not answer directly. He played another piece, which was no weaker than the previous one. You have definitely reached the master level. Lu Bingning took a deep breath and said. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, yes, I am indeed a master of the guqin. Let me play the eru for you. Luo Bingning was stunned. Why does it sound so familiar? He plays the guqin and the eru. A figure wearing a mask appeared in Luo Bingning's mind. Lin Tian, you. Are you Master Lin? Luo Bingning said in a shocked voice. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, Bingying, you finally know. I thought you would know when you got here. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. Everyone on the internet said that Grandmaster Lin was in his 40s. Lin Tian is only 23 years old. You are a master of the guqin, a master of the eru, and a master of martial arts? Luo Bingning said blankly. Lin Tian smiled lightly, can't believe this is true? You let me slowly. On Luo Bingning's head, the silver treasure chest was changing. Soon the silver treasure chest turned into a golden treasure chest. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he got up and walked towards Luo Bingning. Chapter 93 Bingning, you're going to strip me naked. The golden treasure chest was on Luo Bingning's head. If she waited a little longer, she might be able to turn it into a higher level treasure chest. But what Lin Tian needs now is not a higher level treasure chest. Between a higher level treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests, he would definitely prefer the 2 gold treasure chests. The reason is simple. He needs to upgrade his ancient medical skills or martial arts, so that Luo Bingning can at least survive the winter. Getting a stronger treasure chest would be best if it could guarantee an upgrade in ancient medical techniques or martial arts, but that cannot be guaranteed. With 1 more golden treasure chest, Luo Bingning has 1 more hope. If he can survive the winter, he will have 1 more year, and he will have enough time to slowly improve his skills. It is worth mentioning that even if he goes to Hainan or even the southern hemisphere, winter will still be difficult for Luo Bingning. People are affected by their biological clocks. The ice spirit in her body will be affected by the changing seasons. In winter, when it is very hot around her, Luo Bingning's condition will also worsen. Going to Hainan or the southern hemisphere won't solve the fundamental problem. Lin Tian, you. Lu Bingying's heart was pounding. Lin Tian walked towards her at this moment. Was he going to kiss her? Do you have a lot of questions? Lin Tian smiled lightly. He reached out to Luo Bingning and stretched, and his hand touched the golden treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. The golden treasure chest disappeared in an instant. I will answer any questions you have. Lin Tian said. Ding, the golden treasure chest is open. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine calligraphy skill. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind, and Lin Tian sighed in his heart. It wasn't the skill he really wanted. Being able to write good handwriting and beautiful calligraphy is not bad, but calligraphy cannot cure Luo Bingning's illness. Bingying, think about it first. I'm going to the bathroom. The God-level calligraphy contains a huge amount of information. At first, it was okay, but soon his head would start to hurt. Luo Bingning nodded. She really needed to take a break. Her previous information on Lin Tianpu was mediocre, but she never expected Lin Tian to surprise her so much time and time again. It turns out that Lin Tian has shown a strong physical fitness, demonstrated a strong ancient medical skills, and is also a professional level 10 Guqin player. She thought that was already very impressive. She never imagined that Lin Tian had more to hide. Lin Tian was actually the masked hero who had gone viral on the internet, and Guqin was actually a master. Eru is even at the master level. Lin Tian is also a master level martial artist. Lin Tian's medical skills should be at least master level, so he is a master of Eru, and the other three are all master level. Lu Bingning muttered to herself, she couldn't believe it. It is not easy to reach the master level in any field. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian came out of the bathroom. He had already digested the massive amount of information he had received about calligraphy. Lin Tian, why did you hide all this? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. Lin Tian smiled and said, let's make some tea and talk while drinking it. Soon Lin Tian boiled water and made tea. The reason is actually very simple. I am afraid of death and being sliced up. Even people with high IQs have their own worries. Lu Bingning thoughtfully said, according to the information I have, you had a high fever during the college entrance exam. Did you deliberately do poorly on the exam? Because ordinary schools in Peking University and Tsinghua University are no different to you? Lin Tian smiled, Bingning, you're really smart. When we have a child, I think his IQ will definitely be high. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, let's talk about business. What else are you hiding? Don't worry, I will definitely keep your secret. Lin Tian smiled lightly, my Guqin is actually not at the master level, but at the grandmaster level. I'll let you experience it. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. A double master? Lin Tian's words had a great impact on her. A bronze treasure chest suddenly appeared above her head. A bronze treasure chest, this won't do, I have to try harder. Lin Tian thought to himself. It wouldn't be right if I didn't get 2 gold treasure chests after all the exposure today. You are a master of the Guqin, why didn't you show it? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian smiled lightly, there is now a master of the Guqin, and there is no need to expose it and compete with him for prestige. It would be too high profile to have 2 masters of the Guqin in Eru. Luo Bingning blinked, have you recently reached the level of a grandmaster in martial arts? That's why you dared to expose yourself. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. My wife, you are so smart. My martial arts have indeed reached the level of a master recently. It was a breakthrough after we got together. This shows that you are a lucky wife. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. She had only asked him that question because she had no idea that Lin Tian had really reached the level of a martial arts master. Guqin, Arrow, martial arts, you are a master in all of them. If you tell people, you will immediately be on all kinds of hot searches. Luo Bingning was even more shocked. But when this news was announced, the bronze treasure chest did not change for the time being. Lin Tian, what about your medical skills? Lin Tian smiled and said, I'll tell you if you call me husband. Isn't it worth it for me to tell you so much if you call me husband a few times? Luo Bingning's face showed a shy look. Husband, what about your medical skills? Lin Tian smiled and said, you're sick yourself, and you finally asked about this. Naturally, my medical skills have also reached the realm of a master. Luo Bingning. She was completely dumbfounded. With his medical skills, Lin Tian is a master in 4 areas. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning's head, and the bronze treasure chest on her head finally transformed into a silver treasure chest. No wonder you haven't driven much before, you're a good driver, you've only practiced marksmanship for a few hours, and you're also good at it. Luo Bingning muttered. What else can you do? Lin Tian smiled and said, I know a little English, German, French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, Spanish, and Portuguese. Lu Bingning looked strange, I don't believe you know a little bit now. You must have reached the level of a native speaker. Anything else? Lin Tian pouts, do you still have to ask? You're almost stripping me naked. I'd be happy to be stripped naked in another place. Lu Bingning. Lin Tian, don't always drive. Lin Tian chuckled, we are husband and wife. This is a little fun between husband and wife. You just get used to it. Humph, we haven't really been together yet. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows, who would dare to take you away? The monk is a vegetarian, but I, the martial arts master, am not. At this point, Lin Tian exuded a strong aura. Luo Bingning's hair stood on end. She felt as if she had encountered a tiger in the wild, and the tiger was pouncing on her. Bang! Lin Tian slapped the air with a palm. A wall 7 or 8 meters away was directly demolished by Lin Tian's palm. Lin Tian had planned to tear down this wall. Luo Bing swallowed her saliva. She was once again shocked. Martial arts masters are so strong? Ha! Lin Tian's momentum subsided. Huang Tian's hard work has paid off. The silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head has finally turned into a golden treasure chest again. Lin Tian did not immediately take the treasure chest. After all, you can't just get the treasure chest and then run to the bathroom again, right? Chapter 94, Open another golden treasure chest. Lin Tian, don't you think the landlord will give you trouble for this? Luo Bingning looked at the bricks scattered on the ground and asked in confusion. Lin Tian shook his head, no, the landlord is a good person. Luo Bing blinked, you bought the house? I forgot about your identity as the masked hero. Huayin should have given you a lot of signing bonuses. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Yes, I have bought this house. That wall is a bit in the way, so I was planning to tear it down. Luo Bingning said in surprise, the dust doesn't seem to be near us. The wall falling down produced a lot of dust. But none of the dust came near Lin Tian and the others. The release of qi can generate a qi shield. With my current strength, it is not difficult to resist small caliber bullets. Lin Tian said with a smile. No wonder you dared to expose some of it. Lu Bingning was amazed. It was unbelievable that a mortal could withstand a bullet. Today's experience has refreshed Lu Bingning's knowledge. You just said you were about to strip me naked. What else can you do? Lu Bingning asked. Lin Tian pretended to undress. Bingying seems to think that you are going to strip me naked today. Stop, stop, stop. Luo Bingning hurriedly said, I was just asking if you knew anything else. I didn't say you had to tell me. What you told me today is enough to shock me for a long time. Lin Tian stopped, in other areas, I am still a little bit good at it, and you will definitely know in the future. Don't tell anyone about this. I can withstand small caliber weapons, but I can't withstand sniper rifles or bombs. Lu Bingning nodded. It's normal for you to be cautious. You're so evil, if other countries knew about you, you might have already been sent packing. Lin Tian smiled and sipped his tea. Knowing this, you shouldn't worry so much about whether you can survive, right? Although your illness is troublesome, I will definitely solve it. Luo Bingning nodded. With Lin Tian's demonically talented display, if Lin Tian can't solve it, then worrying about it is useless. Lin Tian, I want to hear a master-level Guqin piece. I also want to hear a masterful arrow piece. Lu Bingning smiled. Call me husband. No, I'm wearing ancient costume now, you can call me husband to hear, it's more romantic. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Luo Bingning's face turned red. It was better to call him husband, but calling Lin Tian husband seemed even more intimate. Husband, husband. Luo Bingning said in a low voice. Her ears were flushed. Ding. Lin Tian quickly began to play, and he showed off his top master skills. Luo Bingning quickly became immersed in the music. The music of a master is extremely infectious. A piece of music by a top master can really linger in your ears for days. When the song ended, Luo Bingning was amazed. Lin Tian, let's play this piece today. I'll listen to it later. This piece is enough to keep me thinking about it for days. It would be a waste to listen to too much at once, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled and said, that's fine. I still have a long life ahead of me. It's not easy for others to hear it, but you want to hear it. Luo Bingning's face showed a sweet smile. Lin Tian, I feel that I am not worthy of you. Although our family has some money, money is nothing compared to martial arts masters and martial arts masters. Lu Bingning frowned slightly. The Arrow and Guqin masters are not as good as the martial arts and medical masters. Martial arts masters can kill people without leaving a trace. The master of medicine can pull many people back from the gates of hell. Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, you're still feeling inferior? You're a talented woman from Peking University, and you own a company that's valued at 200 million yuan. You also have a good family background. Your looks are also okay, just a little lower than mine. Lu Bingning giggled and said, Are you that narcissistic? Your appearance can only be described in 2 words, not ugly. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Bingying, when do you think I should meet your parents? Ah. Lu Bingning was a little nervous and flustered. You're going to meet my parents? Let's wait a little longer. We haven't known each other for long, and I'm not sure I want to be with you. Luo Bingning said weakly. My parents are quite traditional, and we haven't known each other for long. It might not be a good idea for you to meet them in such a hurry. Lin Tian thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly, that's true. Your family has billions of assets, and if I rush to meet them, your parents will probably think that I'm greedy for your family's money. Luo Bingying shook her head. If you just tell them something, they won't think that way, but they will worry that our relationship is unstable. Let's see at the end of the year. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Bingning, you said that, it seems that by the end of the year we will be able to completely confirm our relationship? That depends on how you behave. I can't talk to you anymore. Swallow has asked me to go shopping with her today. After saying this, Luo Bingning stood up. Lin Tian gave Luo Bingning the car keys. You drive my car. I have something to do here. Come pick me up after you're done shopping. Okay. Soon Luo Bingning left the house. Before she got into the car, Lin Tian's hand swept over her head. Ding, the golden treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, your martial arts have been upgraded to Grandmaster level. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian was ecstatic. What he most hoped to obtain was the Grandmaster level ancient medical skills, followed by the Grandmaster level martial arts, which could also help Luo Bingning. Even if he can't get the Grandmaster level ancient medical skills this year, the Grandmaster level ancient medical skills, combined with the Grandmaster level martial arts, should be enough to help Luo Bingning survive the winter. I feel so bloated. Lu Bingning drove away, and Lin Tian hurried back to the store. He sat cross-legged and began to quietly practice. A powerful force surged into his body, and his meridians rapidly expanded. The internal strength in his lower abdomen also increased rapidly. Gradually, the meridians expanded to their limit. The internal energy in the meridians and the lower abdomen also reached the limit. Ha! A drop of light golden liquid essence condensed in Lin Tian's lower abdomen, and then the rest of the internal force quickly transformed. In the end, all the internal energy was transformed into a dozen drops of liquid essence. Each of these 10 drops of liquid essence contains a great deal of energy, and Lin Tian can use them as internal energy with a thought. The Grandmaster is complete. So strong. Lin Tian opened his eyes. With a thought, an energy dragon formed from his internal energy appeared around him. The energy dragon looked lifelike. This thing can fly out and blow up a car. Protective Chi. After the energy dragon was absorbed, a spherical aura appeared around Lin Tian. This was different from the aura he had used before. The defense of the Chi shield is mediocre. However, the defense of the protective aura is extremely strong. Lin Tian guessed that his protective aura could easily withstand rifle bullets. As for sniper rifles, it depends on what kind of gun the opponent is using. A light sniper rifle should be fine, but as for the kind of sniper grenade that Huawei is now equipped with, Lin Tian estimates that it will definitely not be able to withstand it. That thing has a caliber of 35 millimeters. Internationally, anything over 20 millimeters is considered a cannon. For those who like it, I'll give you a free little gift. Thanks a lot. Chapter 95, 30 million fans, 2 endorsements. Hey, hey, hey. After receiving the protective chi, Lin Tian was very happy, and a broad smile appeared on his face. This treasure chest was really great. He is much safer now that he has become a grandmaster of martial arts. Although he couldn't resist the heavy sniper, he wouldn't be stupid enough to block it. Martial arts masters have a strong sense of danger and are extremely fast. They can dodge danger in the blink of an eye and move 10 meters away. I can walk on water and cross rivers with a single reed, so I should be able to do it. Unfortunately, there is no spiritual energy in the world, so I can't become an immortal. As a martial arts master, Lin Tian could clearly sense that the only thing that existed in the world was the basic energy that all living things needed. The energy contained in these basic qi is very low. Using such basic energy, it is difficult to achieve good results in martial arts training, and it is impossible to use them to cultivate immortals. Reviving the aura? Lin Tian doesn't dream of such a thing. He is content to be able to fleece Luo Bingning and reach the realm of martial arts at the god level in the future, when he will be basically invincible. Drip! The phone rang at this moment. Lin Tian took out his phone and saw that it was Zhang Han calling. Zhang Gu, what's the matter? Lin Tian asked. Zhang Han smiled and said, Master Lin, congratulations. You have reached 30 million followers. Are you going to take a break? Your fans are waiting for you to return. Lin Tian was a little surprised. It's already reached 30 million? Yes, many of your fans have called on others to recommend you, helping you to increase your number of fans. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Zhang Gu, the fans are so supportive, so I'll make an announcement and broadcast a live show at 2 p.m. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Master Lin, about the advertising. There are many advertisers who have contacted us. Some of them offer very attractive prices. Would you like to take on one or two? Lin Tian thought about it for a while. He had previously promised Zhang Han. Huayan has given him a lot of traffic, but it is estimated that he will still lose money. A business that loses money is definitely not sustainable. Zhang Gu, have any domestic products contacted me? Give me a list and I'll take a look. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Han quickly gave Lin Tian a list. Lin Tian picked two of them. Both were domestic sports brands, one for clothes and one for shoes. Lin Tian would like to endorse the mobile phone that is far ahead, but the spokesperson for the other brand is too good. His influence is nothing compared to theirs. Lin Zongshi, although the two you picked don't have any qualifications, the endorsement fees are low, and they only add up to 20 million a year. After tax deductions, it's even less. Zhang Han called Lin Tian again. Lin Tian smiled and said, Zhang Gu, I don't want to endorse foreign brands. Even if they offer me 100 million a year, I'm not interested. Just these two. I'll promote them during the live broadcast, and they can also do some related promotion. Please communicate with them about the contract, and just sign the electronic contract online. Zhang Han said, Okay, Grandmaster Lin, we will communicate. You'd better change your outfit at the end of the live broadcast. Lin Tian agreed. If a domestic brand can rise, he would be happy to see it. Some domestic brands are generous every time they come to the rescue in times of disaster. And some foreign brands, while making money from Chinese people, are still doing all kinds of things to target them. Grandmaster Lin agreed? That's great. Fang Zhengming told the two brand owners that Lin Tian had agreed to be their spokesperson, and they were both very happy. They both offered 10 million yuan a year, which is a lot for an internet celebrity, but Lin Tian is not just any internet celebrity. In just 20 days, he already had 30 million followers. He is also a martial arts master, a Guqin master, and a master of the Eru. This level of quality is not comparable to that of an ordinary influencer. Director Fang, does Grandmaster Lin have any other conditions? One of the brand representatives asked. Fang Zhengming Dao, he has only one condition, that the contract be signed electronically, and he does not want his identity to be known to more people. He didn't say much about the endorsement fee. He can earn more than 20 million in a single live broadcast, so he probably doesn't care much. Some foreign brands have much higher endorsement fees, but he chose two domestic brands, probably because he wanted to support domestic brands. The person in charge of the brand said, Director Fang, please tell Master Lin that we will give him a bonus if his performance is good. Fang Zhengming chuckled, you guys are thinking the same thing. Okay, I'll tell Master Lin. You should hurry up and get the contract out. It doesn't have to be too complicated. Don't make it a mess with a bunch of clauses that will make Master Lin unhappy. Imperial capital. Shen Wangshan arrived at his father's room excitedly. Dad, Grandmaster Lin is going to broadcast live at 2 o'clock. Lin Tian is going to broadcast live, and Shen Wangshan is even happier than some of Lin Tian's diehard fans. He finally doesn't have to send gold coins to Lin Tian for praise. 10 yuan at a time, it was so tiring to deliver them. He had originally asked someone to get a clicker, but Shen Laoshi saw it and wouldn't let him use it, telling him to continue sending gold manually. He even said it was to temper his character. Finally, the live broadcast was back on. Old Shen's face broke into a smile. He likes Arrow, and he used to be able to listen to others play it, but since he heard Lin Tian's master-level Arrow, he can't listen to anything else. Dad, I'm going to give Master Lin 5 million in rewards this afternoon. Can you stop asking me to send gold coins in the future? My fingers are sore. Shen Wangshan said with a sad face. We'll see how you behave in the future. Shen Lao said in a low voice, You are not young anymore, you don't do anything right, you are over 40 and you don't have a son or daughter. Shen Wancheng smiled bitterly. He was too wild when he was young, and his body was ruined. He finally got married a few years ago, but it turned out that he didn't have a child for several years. The results of the examination showed that the woman was normal, and it was his problem. And it's not a congenital problem. Now, Shen Laoshi told him to forget about everything else and stay at home to exercise and cultivate his character, first to take care of his body. Although Shen Wangshan is only the third son, he will still receive a large share of the family fortune. How can a family with such a large business survive without a son or daughter? Dad, I don't want to either. Shen Wangshan said in a low voice. Shen Lao snorted, It's all your fault from when you were young. Go train, I'm going to take an early nap today. Wake me up before 2 o'clock. Before long, it was 1:30 p.m. Lin Tian returned to the store. The cleaning company he had hired had already cleaned up the store. Bingying, let's find a tea house to watch the live broadcast in peace. Master Lin is rarely live streaming, so you can't miss it. Tang Yan said to Luo Bingning as they walked along the street. Lu Bingning, swallow, you're not falling for Master Lin, are you? Tang Yan shook her head repeatedly, how could that be? Master Lin is probably 40 years old, and he probably looks a bit ugly. In a few days, we will have a martial arts exchange with the young people of the East Cherry Kingdom and the Stick Kingdom. I'll go find a handsome guy to come back with me. Luo Bingning let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yan can like whoever she likes, but she can't like Grandmaster Lin. Chapter 96, A Reward from Her Father-in-Law. Why isn't it on yet? It's already 1:50. It's rare for Grandmaster Lin to broadcast live during his vacation. Arrow Master, Guqin Martial Arts Master, I'm new here, do I have to kneel down to watch the live broadcast? The live broadcast hasn't started yet, and many people are chatting in the comments section. The popularity of the other Arrow anchors, Guqin anchors, martial arts anchors, and even many outdoor anchors and fitness anchors has dropped significantly. Lin Tian now has 30 million followers, and he only broadcasts a few times a year, but each broadcast is very attractive. Dad, it's only 5 minutes to 2 o'clock. Shen Wangshan woke up his father. If he forgets this, he estimates that even if he gives away 5 million gifts today, his father won't give him a good face. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Shen Lao complained and got up quickly. Lin Tian started the live broadcast. As soon as it started, a large number of fans who were waiting to watch the broadcast flooded into the live broadcast room, and many of them started sending gifts without saying a word. If you give gifts early, you can still grab a front row seat. If you give it late, you will probably be overwhelmed by the sea of gifts. I'm jealous. Master Lin has so many gifts. This is Lin Zongshi's hard power, and it's simply not something to envy. Master Lin has many fans who like Arrow and Guqin, and they are all very strong. The quality of his fans is very high. The boss of an e-commerce company is a fan of the masked hero, and the company's anchors have all suspended live broadcasts to learn from his experience. Fanshin Jia Sanyi sent out a spaceship *200. Shen Wanshan quickly sent out the gift. 2,888 for one spaceship, and 200 spaceships is close to 5,800,000, which is more than the 5 million he said. For Shen Wanshan, as long as his father doesn't make him give away gold coins again, he's happy to give away these spaceships. As the third son of the Shen family, even if he doesn't get a large share, he will definitely have no problem getting billions in the future. He has no children, so giving away 5 million won't hurt him. If he makes his father happy, he might get 500 million more when the family property is divided up. Oh, Grandmaster Lin hasn't spoken yet. Is it a brush? Don't be funny upstairs. Master Shin can afford to brush for a whole month. Who can afford to hire Master Shin as a brush? The barrage of comments went crazy in an instant. It's only been a minute since the broadcast started, and Lin Tian is still adjusting the equipment, but the reward amount has already exceeded 6 million. Can Master Lin connect to the internet? My father loves the arrow very much. Shen Wancheng sent a barrage of comments. Lin Tian happened to look up and saw this floating barrage. Master Shin, why did you give so much? You can connect to the internet without any problem, there is no need to give so much. Lin Tian said, is the super manager there? Can you connect me to Master Shin? Yes, I can. The super manager quickly replied. Some of the hosts hiding in the live broadcast room said a word in their hearts, 6. The super manager is the role of a waiter in Lin Tian's live broadcast room. Lin Tian soon saw Shen Wancheng. Master Shen, you're sick. Shen Wancheng. He's confused, and so are the 2 to 3 million viewers in the live broadcast. Master Lin treats Big Brother Bang in a very unique way. Master Shen, don't misunderstand me. You are sick, and I can tell that you are not a doctor. Lin Tian explained. Shen Wanchuan's eyes lit up, I really am sick. You can tell just by watching the live broadcast. That's amazing. At this time, Shen Lao also appeared in the camera. Master Lin, do you have any idea how to cure Lao San's illness? He's been to many hospitals, but nothing works. If you can cure him, the Shen family will reward you generously. Shen Lao asked. No need for a big reward, you have already rewarded me a lot. I will add you as a friend and tell you how to deal with it later. Lin Tian finished the connection with Shen Sanyi. Dad, do you think my problem can really be solved? Shen Wancheng said with some excitement. His wife is 10 years younger than him, but she is also 35. If she doesn't get pregnant, they won't be able to have children. Would Grandmaster Lin say something like that in front of 2 or 3 million people? Shen Lao said calmly. He had great confidence in Lin Tian. Then I'll give you some more. Shen Wancheng said. Shen Lao's waved his hand, no need, you have given a lot of rewards this time. Are you going to take my first place as well? Master Lin has solved it for you, so you can prepare a gift of thanks. Shen Wancheng nodded. Soon, Lin Tian added Shen Lao's friends. They all set up a ban on adding friends, and they usually can't add each other. Everyone, a little episode. Let's begin. First, the arrow, then the guqin, and finally I will talk about some insights into martial arts. Lin Tian picked up the arrow. Soon, the sound of a master-level arrow performance began to play. Lin Tian's performance was slightly stronger than the last time. However, this difference is not noticeable to the average person, and even half of the arrow masters cannot hear the difference. Amazing! On the top floor of a building in the imperial capital, Luo Hongchuan exclaimed in amazement. 5 minutes ago, Luo Bingning sent him a message containing a link. Lu Hongchuan is against live broadcasts and internet celebrities, but Lu Bingning said that the other party is a master of arrow and guqin. Traditional culture is still something that Luo Hongchuan likes. He entered the live broadcast room because he had nothing better to do. At first he saw an acquaintance. The Shen family's wealth in China is even stronger than the Luo family. Lin Tian saw that Shen Wancheng was sick, and Luo Hongchuan was skeptical, but Lin Tian's arrow level was really strong. Fan Haina Baichuan sends out a spaceship. Half an hour later, Luo Hongchuan also sent a spaceship, which cost more than 20,000 yuan, which was nothing to him. Lin Tian saw this message. But he never imagined that this was a reward from his father-in-law. He. Luo Bingning's face broke into a smile. Lin Tian didn't know that this was Luo Hongchuan's account number, but Luo Bingning guessed it right away. Luo Hongchuan's office had a calligraphy hanging on the wall, which read Hai Na Bai Chuan, lit. The sea embraces 100 rivers. Traditional things, Luo Hongchuan's favorite is not music but calligraphy, and he has a good command of calligraphy. After another half hour, Lin Tian put down the arrow. Everyone, next is the guqin. I'm not that good at the Guqin, so please don't blame me. Lin Tian quickly picked up the Guqin. Strange. The master of the Guqin, Dong Huairan, is quite old. He is also watching Lin Tian's live broadcast at this moment, and a look of confusion appears in his eyes. Teacher, what's wrong? Zhao Xianting, a master of the Guqin, said next to Dong Huairan. Zhao Xianting has a good talent and is also very good at playing the Guqin. At the age of 50, he has already reached the level of a top master. He has a little hope of becoming a master. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel that Master Lin may have hidden some secrets, and his Guqin may be at the level of a master. Dong Huairan said. Zhao Xianting was surprised. Teacher, that's unlikely, isn't it? Master Lin is already a master of the Eru. He should be under 40 years old. A double master? Dong Huairan also thought it was too incredible. Xianting, please do something. I want to meet him. It is enough to have a bosom friend in life. If he really becomes a Guqin master, I want to exchange ideas with him. Dong Huairan said with some excitement. He has only 3 disciples in total, and Yang Zanting is a very special one. Chapter 97 Bingning, you are a henpecked husband. Yang Xianting nodded. Teacher, I will try to find a way. Hua Yin should give me some face and give me the contact information of Master Lin. Dong Huairan thought for a moment and said, don't ask Hua Yin for it. It may be uncomfortable to ask for contact information behind the scenes. You help me add him as a friend in the live broadcast room. Yang Xianting hesitated a little. Teacher, it might not be a good idea for you to add him. Dong Huairan said with a carefree tone, I'm half buried in the ground, so I don't care about this. Oh, right, I should give Grandmaster Lin a reward first, otherwise he won't be able to see the message with all the barrage. Yang Xianting nodded and used Dong Huairan's phone to make a reward. Fan Dong Huairan sends a spaceship. Many people's eyes widened when they saw this. There are many Guqin fans in Lin Tian's live broadcast room, and most of them know Dong Huairan, who is a master of the Guqin. I can't believe that Master Dong has given him a spaceship. Master Dong should think that Master Lin can also become a master in the field of Guqin. Then he would be a double master? Dong Huairan's reward immediately increased the number of comments. Lin Qinyu, can you add me? Yang Xianting sent a message. Seeing this, many people watching the live broadcast became even more agitated. Lin Tianyi's song was not over yet, but he saw the barrage of comments from Yang Xianting. He smiled and said, Master Dong, I'll add you right away. He didn't expect Dong Huairan to add him. And in front of millions of people. Some people may not be able to do such a thing because of their self-esteem. After the song was over, Lin Tian quickly added Dong Lao. Master Lin, has your Guqin also reached the level of a master? If it has, you don't have to worry about the impact on me. Traditional culture needs to be carried forward by all of us. Dong Huairan asked Yang Xianting to send 2 messages to Lin Tian. Lin Tian saw the message. He secretly admired him. He admired Dong Huairan's discerning eye and his broad mind. If he showed his masterful skills on the Guqin, Dong Huairan's influence would be reduced, and he would become a double master. Everyone, I just read the message sent by Master Dong. Master Dong said that if my Guqin is at the level of a master, I should not hide it. He hopes that the culture of the Guqin can be better promoted. Lin Tian smiled and said. Since Dong Huairan doesn't mind, then let's expose it. He is already a grandmaster of martial arts. Many people in front of the live broadcast room looked at Lin Tian blankly. If Lin Tian said so, does that mean he is a master of the Guqin? Everyone, you have to thank Dong Lao. At this point, Lin Tian played the zither again. He played the same piece he had just played, but the feeling it gave was very different. My goodness, this is obviously better. If it was top master level before, then this must be master level. It's definitely master level, and Master Lin is a double master. Countless barrage of sound waves took off. Dong Huairan listened quietly. When the song ended, he was pleasantly surprised. Master Lin's Guqin had indeed reached the level of a master. Xianting, you should reward him with another spaceship, and send a message to congratulate Master Lin. Yang Xianting nodded. Soon he sent another spaceship using Dong Huairan's account. As a grandmaster, tens of thousands of dollars were nothing to Dong Huairan. Congratulations to Grandmaster Lin for becoming a double grandmaster. Seeing Dong Huirun's reward in barrage of comments, the countless people watching the live broadcast were thrilled. They can be considered witnesses to history. It is very difficult to become a grandmaster in any field, and double grandmasters are rare in the entire history of the world. Fan old Playboy sends out spaceship asterisk 300. Shin, who had not given any rewards in the courtyard of the imperial capital, smiled and moved. Shin Wanchuan's top ranking was taken away. But he didn't lose his temper. Congratulations, Grandmaster Lin. Shen Wanchun congratulated him. Many others quickly rewarded him. They could sense that Grandmaster Lin's future was boundless. A dual master at the age of less than 40. What kind of concept is this? Who will remember a billionaire worth billions of dollars after 100 years? But a double grandmaster will probably be mentioned in history books 1,000 years from now. Let's not talk about the future, but the present. A person worth 10 billion is nothing in front of the powerful, but a double master, even the most powerful person has to give him a little face. Culture is a strange thing. When one's level is not high enough, money means nothing, but the top cultural figures have a transcendent status. Especially now that the country is strong and needs to export culture. Goodness, the total amount of rewards is almost 30 million. It's normal. The total of the first and second lists is already approaching 15 million. The first old kid is still the father of the second list. Every time I watch Lin Zhongshi's live broadcast, I'm full of energy. Then I keep broadcasting, and I can't even make back the electricity bill. Countless people are frantically swiping the barrage. Lu Bingying was secretly amazed. Her husband was so good at making money. He had received so many rewards for just one live broadcast. Master Lin is amazing. I'm afraid my allowance won't be enough. Tang Yan also gave a reward of a spaceship. She had about 300,000 yuan in her allowance, and she gave away almost 10% of it. Bingying, you rich woman, aren't you going to give my idol a reward? Tang Yan looked at Luo Bingning and said. No. Luo Bingning shook her head repeatedly. Wouldn't it be a waste if she gave a reward? By the time it reached Lin Tian, only half of it would be there, and half of the reward would be lost. Tang Yan pouted, you have a husband now, so you won't spend money on other men? Bingning, you can't be so submissive to your husband. Lu Bingning looked at Tang Yan and said, when you have a boyfriend in the future, you may not give Master Lin a reward anymore. Tang Yan will find out about Lin Tian's identity sooner or later. Definitely not. Master Lin is my idol. If my boyfriend ever says anything about it, I'll kick him out. Luo Bingning giggled, that's fine, then you can spend more in the future. I'll give him a double reward. Grandmaster Lin is a double grandmaster, so I'll give him a double spaceship. Tang Yan said and gave another reward. Luo Bingning. Good boy. Zhang Han and Fang Zhengming are watching the live broadcast together. Lin Tian has revealed the Guqin master, and they are shocked. A double master, we have signed a supreme god. With Master Lin here, our bonuses this year will definitely not be lacking. Fang Zhengming said with emotion. Director, should we report this to the higher-ups for more traffic support? Zhang Han reminded him. You're right. Fang Zhengming immediately reported it to the higher-ups. Huayin quickly gave greater traffic support, and the relevant news quickly appeared on the Huayin hot list, and the ranking quickly climbed. For the first time, I found that the Guqin is very beautiful. Traditional instruments seem no worse than Western instruments. This is a gem. Treasure Anchor, already a fan. Many people were not originally interested in the Guqin, but they were quickly captivated by the enchanting sound of the instrument when they entered the live broadcast room. With the level of the Grandmaster Lin Tian's Guqin, his sound is poisonous. Chapter 98 Lin Tian, what are you, what do you want? It costs money to watch a beautiful woman, and it costs money to watch Grandmaster Lin's live broadcast. Indeed, I am a 30-year-old iron cock, usually spending a penny and a half, but I actually gave a gift to Master Lin. Master Lin's music is poisonous. Countless people sent barrage after barrage of gifts, and there was no shortage of all kinds of gifts, including spaceships. Arrow for an hour, Guqin for an hour, and in just 2 hours, Lin Tian's fan base had increased by 3 to 4 million. The number of people in his live broadcast room is approaching 10 million. This is different from the fake data of some anchors. This is all real data, and there is no need for him to falsify it. Everyone, the host is leaving for 5 minutes. I see that many of you want to see the sound attack. I will show you later, and you can discuss what else you want to see. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he left the camera. He changed into the clothes and shoes he bought at noon, which were of course the 2 national brands he endorsed. Finally, I got to the part one wanted to see the most. Come on, everyone, think about it. Besides sound attacks, what else do you want to see? Shall we ask Master Lin to demonstrate some light martial arts? That's fine, but I don't know if Master Lin can do it. Countless people spoke in the live broadcast room, and Lin Tian temporarily left, but the number of people watching the live broadcast actually increased quite a bit. There are many people who are really interested in martial arts. There are still people who broadcast this kind of live stream, but many people know that many of them are just showpieces. Lin Tian is different. He is a master of both the arrow and the guqin. Who would be foolish enough to make up a fake and ruin his reputation? Soon, Lin Tian returned, dressed and shod. Is Grandmaster Lin taking on endorsements? It must be, but it's for domestic products. It's unexpected. With Grandmaster Lin's strength, he should have been approached by international brands. Lin Tian came in front of the camera and smiled. You must have noticed that I have taken on 2 endorsements. I promised Hua Yin that I would take on an advertisement if I had 30 million fans, otherwise Hua Yin wouldn't give me any traffic. Someone in the live broadcast room gave him 10 spaceships. Master Lin, if you ever want to leave Hua Yin, we at Hua Yin will always welcome you. We will definitely support you with all our might. The barrage of comments came out. Many people were stunned, and there are still people like this. I have no intention of leaving Hua Yin for the time being, and those who want to recruit me don't need to reward me. Don't waste your money. Let's get back to the topic. Many people want to see the sound attack, so let's show it first. The wooden board is too cumbersome to clean, so let's use this instead. Lin Tian took out a thick iron pot. I'll give you a try to see if this is a real iron pot. Lin Tian said, picking up a hammer. Bang! Lin Tian slammed the hammer down on the iron pot, causing the iron pot to dent a little, but not seriously. Bang, bang. Soon, Lin Tian hammered the rest of the iron pot twice. This is not a prop, everyone. Lin Tian chuckled. Soon he hung the iron pot on the wall 7 or 8 meters away. He sat down in front of the guqin. Millions of people in the live broadcast room watched intently. Ding! Lin Tian plucked the strings of the zither. Bang! A huge sound rang out, and nothing hit the iron pot, but one of the pieces of the iron pot sank deeply. Lin Tian waved his hand, and several strings were plucked at the same time, and a knife-shaped sound attack instantly struck the iron pot 7 or 8 meters away. A long cut appeared on the iron pot. That's amazing! Tang Yan exclaimed in amazement. Lu Obingning's face turned red. She didn't even have the strength of a beginner, and yet she had thought that she was definitely stronger than Lin Tian in combat. Everyone, that's enough of the sound attack. After half a minute, Lin Tian smiled. There were already more than 10 scratches on the iron pot. He took the iron pot back, and the people in the live broadcast room could see it more clearly. Let me see what else you want me to show you. Light skills? My place is small, it doesn't seem like a very good place to show off. Let me think. He brought a box of mineral water and, in front of millions of netizens, casually placed 12 bottles of mineral water on the ground. Everyone, watch carefully. Lin Tian floated down onto one of the bottles of mineral water, and then landed on another bottle with a light touch. He moved his body quickly, never touching the ground with his feet, and the bottles he stepped on only shook slightly. Wow, this is real lightness. Newton, help me up and take a look at this show. Is Grandmaster Lin taking on disciples? Countless people in the live broadcast room went crazy. In less than half a minute, Lin Tian fell to the ground. He smiled lightly and said, "Family, I don't recommend you learn this either. It's easy to twist your ankle." Countless people in the live broadcast room. Master Lin is being naughty again. Master Lin, we thank you, we really can't learn this. Countless barrage of comments. Lin Tiandao said, Guqin and Arrow have had special live broadcasts, and next time I'll give you a special outdoor live broadcast of martial arts. That's all for today. After that, Lin Tian speedily went off the air. The live broadcast screen went black, but countless people did not leave the live broadcast room immediately, and various gifts in the live broadcast room continued to take off. The total amount of rewards is gradually approaching 40 million. Let's show Grandmaster Lin our strength. If we give him more, he won't be able to refuse. That's right. Before the live broadcast was closed, the total amount of rewards successfully broke through 40 million, and Lin Tian could get 28 million of it. But of these 28 million, he still has to pay taxes of about 6 million, so he will actually earn 22 million. Add that to the endorsement fees, and he won't have any problems taking out 50 million next month, let alone 30 million. Old Shin, here is my phone number. If you have time, please come to Shang City as soon as possible. Lin Tian sent Shenlao a private message. Master Lin, will be there tomorrow. Shenlaoshi replied quickly, and he also left his mobile phone number. He couldn't wait to go to S City today. Half an hour later, Luo Bingning arrived at Lin Tian's place. She looked at Lin Tian as if she were looking at an alien. Bingying, what are you looking at? Don't you already know? Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning had a bronze treasure chest on her head. Even though she knew it already, she was still surprised to see Lin Tian's live broadcast. I didn't know you could do light work, and I didn't know your live broadcast could attract so many people to watch. And so many people gave you rewards. Swallows have given you 2 spaceships. She said you were her idol, but she also said you must look terrible. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian moved closer to Luo Bingning, and Luo Bingning's heart began to race. Bingning, give me a hug. Lin Tian said, and reached out to hug Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's face turned red, and her heartbeat quickly sped up to 140. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Lu Bingning said in a flustered voice. The bronze treasure chest on her head quickly turned into a silver treasure chest. Chapter 99. I know a little bit. Lin Tian looked down at Luo Bingning with a smile. If he kissed her now, she wouldn't resist. And if he kissed her, it was very likely that the silver treasure chest would turn into a gold treasure chest. But if the relationship gets any closer, with hugs and kisses and holding hands, Luo Bingning probably won't react much. Perhaps the difficulty of obtaining the treasure chest will increase dramatically. Bingning, I already said it, give me a hug. Do you want me to do something else? Then I won't be polite. Lin Tian laughed. Luo Bingning hurriedly said, no, I didn't think that way. Really? Yes. Lu Bingning nodded repeatedly. Her thoughts were complex, with a third of trepidation and a third of anticipation, and a little bit of something else that she didn't understand at the moment. I'll let you off for now, you can't run away anyway. Lin Tian said with a smile. His head touched the silver treasure chest a little bit, and he didn't wait for it to continue to be upgraded to a gold treasure chest. Having become a Grand Master of martial arts, he no longer had such a strong desire for a gold treasure chest. The skills of the silver treasure chest were already very good. Ding, the silver treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Grandmaster level Swana skill. The system voice rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian. I got the arrow skill earlier, and now I've got the Swana skill, which is also at the Grandmaster level. What is the system trying to do? A flood of information rushed into Lin Tian's mind. He was already a Grandmaster of martial arts, and the silver treasure chest could barely withstand it, so he didn't have to hide in the bathroom. I'm going, the Grandmaster level Swana skill is awesome. Lin Tian thought to himself. Master level music already has the power to influence the mind, and Grandmaster level music can resonate deeply with the soul. It is no exaggeration to say that even if a person has just won 5 million in the lottery, his Swana can make the other person cry very quickly. But he can't use this. Is he going to a funeral? If he had known that the skill he would get was like this, he would have waited a little longer. But if he had gotten the golden level Swana skill, it would have been even more sad. Lin Tian is not sure whether the contents of the treasure chest will change during the upgrade process. He estimates that it is unlikely. Lin Tian, you, let go of me. Luo Bingning said weakly. Cough. Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning with a light cough. If Luo Bingning didn't say it, he would have to let go of her, otherwise the spear would stab someone. Lin Tian, today a person named Haina Baichuan rewarded you with a spaceship. Do you remember? Lu Bingning changed the subject. Her heart was still beating fast. Lin Tian nodded. I remember, my memory is still good. He had acquired a number of skills, especially after becoming a martial arts master and a grandmaster of martial arts, and he found that his memory had improved a lot. Now he has almost reached the point of never forgetting a thing. That should be my father's number. I recommended your live broadcast to him. There is a calligraphy work hanging in his office, which reads Hai Na Bai Chuan, lit. Hai Nai Bai Chuan. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian was stunned. His father-in-law had actually watched his live broadcast. And he gave him a reward in the form of a spaceship. It seems that Luo Bingning's father is not averse to internet celebrities like Masked Hero. Bingying, you're hoping that your father will accept me sooner. Lin Tian said with a smile. Not at all. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian said thoughtfully, you said your dad likes calligraphy? Calligraphy, isn't that a coincidence? His Guqin and Eru are only at the master level, but his calligraphy is at the god level, and his calligraphy is much better than his Guqin and Eru. Lu Bingning nodded. My dad may only like the Eru and Guqin, but he is very fond of calligraphy. Do you know how to write calligraphy? Lin Tian smiled slightly. I know a little. Luo Bingning. She knew very well that Lin Tian's a little meant a lot, and that he was probably at the master level. Lu Bingning thought that way, which was a serious underestimation of Lin Tian. Lin Tian is more than just a little bit this time. Calligraphy at the level of a god has reached a transcendent realm. Calligraphy of this level already possesses incredible and peculiar abilities. Lin Tian, let's go quickly. Uncle Tang is treating us to dinner. Let's not be too late. East Cherry Country, Yamaguchi Gumi. Godfather, this is the information we have collected on the masked hero. A woman handed a file to a 60-year-old man, who was the current head of the Yamaguchi Gumi, Yamaguchi Fujiwara. Yamaguchi Fujiwara frowned as he looked at the information. Is that it? He wasn't very satisfied. The information only contained some public information, such as the fact that the masked hero was a double grandmaster and a martial arts master. Godfather, his information was encrypted by the Chinese. We didn't use any special methods and only got this information. Women's martial arts. Yamaguchi Fujiwara narrowed his eyes. China has encrypted it? Then he should die even more. A martial arts master under the age of 40. If he doesn't die, he may become a threat to the empire in the future. Use some special means to find out his identity. The woman nodded. Yes, father. I will arrange for a hacker to find out his identity. I believe it won't take long to get results. Yamaguchi Fujiwara nodded slightly. He pondered for a moment and said, doesn't the empire have youth martial arts exchanges with China and Korea? Let our people pay attention to it. Yes, Godfather. The woman respectfully said. Youth martial arts exchange? Lin Tian asked in confusion, is there such an exchange meeting? He was eating with Tang Pengyuan, Tang Yin, and Tang Yan's aunt, Lu Qin. Of course, Luo Bingning was definitely with him. Tang Pengyuan nodded. There have always been, but this kind of thing is generally only known to people in the martial arts circle, and the outside world knows very little about it. This time, the youth martial arts exchange will be held in our city. Lin Tian said, Uncle Tang, you're telling me this is. Tang Pengyuan said a little embarrassed, can you go and take a look? Every year, there are injuries at the exchange. In recent years, people in our country have been seriously injured. As he said this, Tang Pengyuan's expression became solemn. So dangerous? Lin Tian was surprised. Tang Pengyuan nodded. It was better in previous years. In the past, our relations with the United States and Japan were quite good. In recent years, our relations with the countries of the East Cherry have been tense. They are much more ruthless in their duels. Lu Bingning said in a puzzled tone, if that's the case, why not stop it? It's getting more and more fierce, and it might even cause a death. Tang Yin said, Bingning, I know this. Who will propose an end to it? Who will submit to whom? Whoever proposes an end to it will be seen as a coward. Other aspects are better. Martial artists can't be so cowardly. If they are, they won't be able to hold their heads up in the martial arts circle in the future. Tang Pengyuan sighed, this is the situation. Swallows all want to participate. I just want to know if you can go and see. With you there, the chances of a big problem are much lower. Chapter 100, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Uncle Tang, I'll go take a look. Of course, there's no problem. Lin Tian smiled. Knowing that there is such a thing, even if Tang Pengyuan doesn't say it, he will go. His good friend Ouyang Fei is very likely to participate. Ouyang Fei is close to the middle of the dark power stage and is likely to be the main force. If something goes wrong in the duel, it would be terrible. He just got the Suona skill and doesn't want to use it on Ouyang Fei. Uncle Tang, which of the three countries has the advantage? We Chinese are more numerous, so we should have some advantage in this regard, right? Lin Tian asked. Tang Pengyuan's side, no. In the past, many of our country's martial artists died in battle, and many traditions were broken. Then there was the turbulent decade. Of course, we still have some advantages, but in recent years, they have been working together against us. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. The martial arts of the Chinese nation must be revitalized. This kind of thing originally had nothing to do with him, but now that he has become a martial arts grandmaster, it does have something to do with him. Tang Yen frowned slightly. Uncle. There was a rumor that a martial arts master had appeared in the East Cherry Kingdom. Do you think it's true? I hope it's not. Tang Pengyuan said in a low voice. Whether there are masters hiding in Huagui is unclear, but on the surface, there are no martial arts masters in Huagua. It would not be good if there were martial arts masters in Dongying. With a martial arts master, they can train more martial arts masters, and their martial arts masters can teach more disciples. It's the age of firearms, but martial arts are still useful. You don't need to say any more. Kobayashi is not a martial artist like you, so why do you make him worry about this? Kobayashi, come, try this. Lu Qin served Lin Tian some food. Lu Benjiang looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not only a martial artist, but also a master. He might be the only master in China today. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. A Gulfstream G500 landed at the airport in S City. Inside the airport, a stretched-out Rolls-Royce was waiting next to the plane. Not long after, the plane's cabin door opened. Shen Lao and Shen Wanchun came out of the plane. Shen Wanchun had dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept well the night before. He had been a playboy until he was 40, but then he got married. He found out that his wife couldn't get pregnant, and that it was his body that was the problem. In recent years, he has visited no less than 30 hospitals. He has taken a lot of medicine, but it has not worked at all. Dad, do you think it will work? Shen Wanchun asked anxiously. Shen Lao said impatiently, you've asked me this question several times already. Even if it doesn't work, it's your own fault. I can tell you, if it doesn't work, you won't have to divide the estate too much, you won't be able to spend it anyway. Shen Wanchun. Even if that happens, he won't blame his father for being unfair, but he will be a little depressed because he will probably get less than 100 billion. An hour and a half has passed. Drip. Lin Tian received a call from Shen Lao. Grandmaster Lin, we're almost there. Is it convenient for you now? If it's convenient, we'll enter your community. Shen Lao called Lin Tian. Lin Tian had given him the phone number and address in a private message, but before arriving here, Shen Lao did not call Lin Tian in advance. If they arrive first, they should wait for Lin Tian. It is not good for them to ask Lin Tian to wait for them. Old Shen, I'm here. You can come in directly. Building 8. Lin Tian said with a smile. Shen Lozhen was stunned. Lin Tian's voice sounded very young. Good, Grandmaster Lin. After hanging up the phone, Shen felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Could it be that Grandmaster Lin is not even 30 years old? If so, the news would be even more shocking. Soon, Mr. Shen and his party entered the residential area. The security guards did not stop them, because they could not afford to offend people who rode in such cars. Mr. Shen, you didn't drive? Lin Tian opened the door and said in surprise. Mr. Shen and his entourage had the driver park in the public parking area, so that the driver would not see Lin Tian as they walked over. Grandmaster Lin? Shen Lao was also very surprised. Shen Wancheng looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Old Shen, it's me. Let's talk inside." Soon, Shen Laosher and the others arrived at the villa. "Old Shen, I don't usually live here. It's a bit quiet here. You can sit anywhere you like. I'll make you a cup of tea." Shen La hurriedly said, "No need to trouble yourself. Master Lin, everyone thinks you're at least 35 years old. You're probably not even 25, right?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "I'm 23. Shen Laosher, you can relax. You are my number 1 and number 2 brothers." Shen Laosher and the others relaxed a little. With their status and wealth, they would not normally be nervous, but Lin Tian is a double master and they have a request for Lin Tian. "Master Lin, I have really broadened my horizons today. You are so young and yet you are already a double master. I am truly impressed." Shen Wanchun exclaimed in amazement. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Master Shen, let me take your pulse first. From the look of you, I'm afraid you didn't sleep well last night." Shen Wanchun smiled bitterly, "I really didn't sleep well. I'm a sickly person, and I've traveled to many places to cure my illness." Shen Wanchun said, and then held out his hand. Lin Tian placed his finger on Shen Wanchun's pulse point. Less than half a minute later, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Master Shen, it's not difficult to solve your problem. I'll give you an acupuncture treatment and prescribe some medicine. You'll be fine in about a week." "Really?" Shen Wanchun said in surprise. Shen Lao said with a hint of annoyance, "Although Master Lin is young, he is a dual master. Does he need to lie to you?" Lin Tian said seriously, "It's true. It's not difficult for me to treat this. But Shen Lao, Shen San, I have a small request." "Master Lin, you speak." Shen La hurriedly said. "Lin Tian, don't give me such large rewards in the future. If you give me such rewards, I will feel that I owe you a favor. I don't like to owe people favors." Shen Laosher and the others. Everyone else thinks the reward is too little, but here at Lin Tian's place, they think it's too much. "Master Lin, please let us give you a large reward. Otherwise, my dad will make me give you gold coins, and my fingers will go numb." Shen Wanchun said helplessly. "Shen Laoda, Grandmaster Lin, don't think you owe us a favor. I like the Yaru, so it's only right to support you. I'm also promoting traditional culture." Shen Wanchun smiled and said, "Master Lin, even if you don't treat me, we will still reward you in the future when it's time to reward you." "You guys." Lin Tian looked helpless. At this moment, Lin Tian's phone rang. It was Zhao Shanglin calling. "Zhao Don, what's the matter?" Lin Tian answered the phone and asked. Zhao Shanglin said, "Dr. Lin, a man knows that my illness has been cured and he is willing to spend 30 million to cure it. What do you think?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. "Are you going to use up the opportunity you gave to someone else that time?" Zhao Shanglin hurriedly said, "No, I don't want to waste the opportunity. I think his offer is okay, so I'm just asking if you're willing to make the money." "No." Lin Tian hung up the phone after saying that. Next to him, Shen Wancheng was shocked. Zhao Shanglin's voice was not small, and he heard it. Chapter 101, A 30 million yuan pit. Shen Wancheng said with some surprise, "Master Lin, were you just talking to Zhao Shanglin, the chairman of the board?" It sounded like his voice. Lin Tian nodded. "Zhao Don's voice is a bit loud. I accidentally heard it. Why wouldn't someone be willing to treat someone for 30 million yuan?" Shen Wanchun was somewhat puzzled. "That's 30 million yuan. It would take a long time to burn as much wood as that, and you could buy a supercar with that money." Lin Tian coughed lightly. "Master Shen, I have to explain to you that I can help you with the treatment, but I don't have a medical license. If I needed money like this urgently, I would do it. But I don't need money now, so I won't earn the 30 million. Shen Wancheng was stunned. "I see. Without a medical license, you can casually earn such a large amount of money, and if you're not careful, you'll get yourself into trouble. Master Lin, if you don't have a medical license, it's really best not to earn this kind of money. You have a very bright future." Shen Yan nodded. Lin Tian smiled. "Actually, I don't want a medical license either. Without this thing, I can refuse people with justification. Master Shen, do you still want to be cured?" Shin Wanchun nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. But Master Lin, I will still reward you when the time comes. Lie down. Shin Wanchun lay down on the sofa. Lin Tian pretended to go to the room to get the silver needles, but actually took them out of the system space. In less than half a minute, more than 10 silver needles fell on Shin Wanchun. Lin Tian pinched each needle, sending a trace of internal energy into Shin Wanchun's body, gradually unblocking some of the blocked meridians. It was these blocked meridians that affected Shin Wanchun. After the meridians are unblocked and some medicine is taken to regulate the body, Shin Wanchun's problem will be solved, and he will definitely have no problem having children in the future. It's done. Lin Tian quickly withdrew the silver needles. Master Shin, you can choose to take the medicine or not. If you take it, you will recover in a week. If you don't, it will take 2 or 3 months. Take it. Shin Wanchun hurriedly said. He was already in his 40s, and his wife was 35. The sooner he had a child, the safer it would be for his wife. Do. At this moment, the car horn sounded. A car had arrived outside the villa. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and Shin Wanchun quickly said, "It's not one of ours. We asked the driver to park in the public parking area. He doesn't even know which villa you're in." Lin Tian nodded slightly. He thought of Zhao Shanglin's phone call just now. The other party might know that Zhao Shanglin had given him this villa. The property management has the information. As long as the other party wants to check, it is not difficult to find out that the villa has changed owners and that he came today. Old Shin, Master Shin, it seems that I have an uninvited guest. The other party probably doesn't know my identity on the internet. Lin Tian said in a low voice. Shin Lao, Grandmaster Lin, let's go upstairs and hide for a while. If you need our help, we'll come downstairs to help you. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Old Shen and Shin Wanchun went upstairs. The doorbell rang shortly after. Lin Tian opened the door and saw 2 people standing outside, a woman, a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch, and a bodyguard. Dr. Lin, please forgive me for coming unannounced. The woman said. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Come in and talk. If the other party is very sincere, he might still be willing to help. If they are not, he won't treat them even if they pay him a lot of money. Xiao Wu, wait for us in the car. The woman said, and she and the middle-aged man went inside the villa. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Lin Tian, my name is Luo Hui, this is my wife Guoxiuli, and our Luo family's assets exceed 10 billion. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Guoxiuli called him Dr. Lin, and Luo Hui called him by his first name. What do you want? Lin Tian said indifferently. Luo Hui frowned. Lin Tian, I contacted you through Zhao Dong to ask you to cure my wife. You refused to accept the 30 million, do you think the money we gave you is too little? As far as I know, Chairman Zhao initially offered you 5 million yuan in consultation fees, and later a villa and a car. Was there another agreement? Lin Tian said calmly, it doesn't matter if there was another agreement or not. Zhao Dong's illness wasn't serious, and I was just able to treat it. I can't treat anything else. Luo Hui said in a low voice, Lin Tian, you are not being honest. I found out that you cured many children at the Welfare Institute. Guoxiuli said, Dr. Lin, this villa is worth hundreds of millions, but it's not cash. Isn't it good to earn 30 million comfortably? If 30 million is not enough, we are willing to pay 50 million. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. There are some problems. The Luo family has assets worth 10 billion, but 50 million in cash is not something that can be taken out at will. Guoxiuli actually raised the price to 50 million. Lin Tian, as long as you cure my wife, money is not a problem. If you agree to 50 million, it will be transferred to you very quickly. If you have money, you will have more confidence in being with Luo Bingning. Luo Hui said. Lin Tian's heart sounded an alarm. Luo Hui also knew Luo Bingning's identity, so it was questionable whether they were willing to give 50 million. Could this be a trap? He charged 50 million for the consultation, and Luo Hui and the others would sue him for practicing medicine illegally and charging exorbitant fees. Mr. Luo, I am not a doctor. You've come to the wrong person for treatment. I just said that Zhao Dong's problem is not a disease, but something else, and I happen to be able to handle it. As for the children in the welfare institution, I just tried some folk remedies on them, and their recovery may be a blessing from heaven. Although 35 million is tempting, I don't have the ability to earn it. You'd better find someone else. Lin Tian shook his head and said. Guo sighed, in that case, it seems that this is my fate. I have this disaster in my life. Honey, let's go. Lin Tian, think about it carefully. Luo Hui stood up. They left soon after, and Lin Tian closed the door. Luo Hui and the others got into the car. Honey, why are we going back so soon? Guo Xiuli frowned. Lin Tian seemed to be on his guard. It might not be easy to dig a hole to pin him down. Luo Hui sighed, it's a pity. If he takes the money, we'll have a hold on him. If he doesn't want to go to court or go to jail, or if he doesn't want to break up with Luo Bingning, he'll have to listen to us in the future. Gui Xiuli said, let's wait for another opportunity. As long as he is short of money, he might think of us. The car drove off. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. Luo Hui and the others thought that the car was soundproof and that they would definitely not be heard if they spoke in the car, but he was a grandmaster of martial arts. He had heard every word of Luo Hui's conversation. That bastard actually wants to control my profits. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. If he is greedy, he will definitely fall into the trap. No matter how effective his treatment is, Guo Xiuli will definitely have an accident next. He is practicing medicine without a license and charging tens of millions of yuan in consultation fees. If this thing gets out of hand, not to mention whether he will go to jail or not, how will the Luo family look at it? Chapter 102, Lin Tian's counterattack is coming. Master Lin, what's the situation? Shen Lao and Shen Wanshun have gone downstairs. Shen Wanshun asked. They just didn't eavesdrop in the room upstairs. Lin Tian briefly explained the situation. Shen frowns. Luo Hui seems to be a dog that can't stop eating shit. He used to be a gangster, and then gradually became white. I didn't expect him to try to use his methods on Grandmaster Lin. Master Lin, why don't you get a medical license? If you need help, we can help you. Shen Wanshun said. It is not difficult for the Shen family to help Lin Tian get a medical license. The Shen family also has strong connections in the medical industry. Lin Tian frowned. This matter is a bit difficult on both sides. If he doesn't get a medical license, there will be problems. If he does, he will definitely be at a disadvantage if there is a big lawsuit. If he gets a medical license, the world is not an impenetrable wall, and in the future, many people will definitely know that he is a skilled doctor. If someone comes to him for treatment, will he treat them? How much will he charge? Even if he charges $100 per person, it is estimated that many people will complain about him, saying that he has no medical ethics and is making money by unscrupulous means. He works hard every day, but he still has to be scolded, and he also risks being blackmailed by some people. Is he crazy? Let's not do it yet. I will only treat people I trust, and even if they pay me, I won't treat them. Lin Tian thought about it for a long time. Shen Wanqing sighed, it's a pity that even a doctor with such high skills has such worries. Fortunately, I only have the worry of having too much money to spend. Lin Tian. Shen gave Shen Wanqing a glare, in that case, I'll help you alleviate your worries when the time comes, and you won't have to divide your inheritance. Shen Wanqing said sheepishly, Dad, I was joking. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Master Lin, shall we help you vent your anger against the Luo family? Lin Tian shook his head. Although the Shen family is strong, the Luo family is not simple either. A business confrontation will inevitably result in some losses. If you help me, my identity will be exposed. I still hope to keep the identity of the masked hero hidden for a while longer. Shen Laoshi and Shen Wanqing nodded. Wanqing, show Grandmaster Lin the items. Shen Laoshi ordered. Shen Wanqing brought a bag. He took out a contract from the bag. Grandmaster Lin, I own 3% of the Shen Group, and I am transferring 1/5 of my shares to you. This is the share transfer agreement. Shen Wanqing said. Stop. Lin Tian hurriedly said, I saw someone in the comments section message that the total assets of the Shen Group should be 200 billion. 3% is 6 billion, and 1/5 of that is 1.2 billion. Shen Wanqing smiled, the Shen Group has something that outsiders don't know about, and the total value should be around 300 billion. My 3% is worth 9 billion. Lin Tian shook his head, then I can't accept it. I trust you, but I can't take advantage of this. Shin Wanchen said in disbelief, Master Lin, you really won't take it? These shares are worth about 1.8 billion. No. Lin Tian said decisively. With the character of the old man Shin and his people, there will be no after effects if these shares are accepted, but he doesn't need money right now. Old Shin, Master Shin, you know that I don't need money right now, so you can keep this. I'm mainly doing this to repay your kindness. By signing this, I'm further indebted to your family. I don't want to be in debt. Shin Wanchun looked at Shin Laoshi. Shin Laoshi sighed, Wanchun, you can keep it. Grandmaster Lin, we didn't have time to prepare any other gifts. You really don't need to. Lin Tian shook his head. Old Shin, would you like to hear the eru? I didn't bring the guqin, but I did bring the era back to the villa. Shin Laoshi and Shan Wanchuan's eyes lit up. Master Lin, is that okay? Mr. Shin looked forward to it, and he came here just to hear it live. Lin Tian smiled and said, of course, since you've come all the way here, I should play a song for you. There is a relatively large music room on the 3rd floor. The room is furnished with a Steinway grand piano, and the price of this piano alone is over 1 million yuan. Lin Tian and the others arrived at the music room on the 3rd floor. The room is quite large, and it is fine to hold a small party in this room. Grandmaster Lin, you play the piano? Shin Wancheng asked. Lin Tian shook his head, I don't play the piano. Zhao Shanglin bought it for me, but when I asked him to move it, he said he wouldn't. There was an arrow in the room. Lin Tian quickly picked it up and showed off his masterful skills. Old Shin and Shin Wanchen quickly immersed themselves in it. After the song was over, they were speechless for a long time. They were still immersed in the mood brought by the music. 5 minutes later, Shin Laoren and Shin Wanchun finally came back to their senses. They both looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Master Lin, the live performance seems to be much better than listening to your live broadcast. Were you hiding something when you were broadcasting? Shin Lao asked doubtfully. Lin Tian smiled slightly, I did hide a little during the live broadcast. I am a top-notch master of the eru. At present, it is enough to show that level of skill in a live broadcast. Shin Laoshi and Shin Wanchang were stunned. Lin Tian had already reached the level of a top master in the eru. And he is still so young. In the next 10 years, he will probably become a grandmaster. Soon, Lin Tian played another song. After listening to the 2 songs, Shin Laoyu and the others left contentedly. Lin Tian did not play again, and they did not ask for more. It was already very good to hear 2 songs live. Luo Hui? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. He went to the study, which of course had a computer, and it was very well equipped. Soon Lin Tian hacked into Luo Hui's phone. Luo Hui started out as a black marketeer, and now his ass is dirty. He has dirty hands and has done a lot of unsavory things behind the scenes. Ha! After checking on Luo Hui, Lin Tian started checking on Gui Xioli. A strange look appeared on his face. Gui Xioli had actually had several secret boyfriends without telling Luo Hui, and she had even taken a lot of lovey-dovey videos. Gee, she's got some strange hobbies. You want to mess with me? Don't blame me for being rude. Lin Tian thought to himself. He was a grandmaster of martial arts, capable of killing people without leaving a trace, but in this case, killing Luo Hui and the others was not worth it. He had never killed a chicken, so why would he kill someone? But that doesn't mean he's going to let it go. Luo Hui and the others wanted to trick him, so he definitely has to repay Luo Hui in kind. Honey, I'm going to take a nap. Gui Xioli said, and after she finished, she closed her eyes to rest and began to sleep. They were going to the airport to catch a plane to another city. Okay, my phone is almost out of battery. Use your phone. Okay. Luo Hui picked up Gui Xioli's phone. Gui Xioli was not worried at all. She had hidden those loving videos, and they could only be viewed with a password. And she clears the background every time she watches it. Luo Hui was playing with Gui Xioli's phone, so I'll give you a surprise. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and he opened a folder in the background. Then he quickly left some search records in the browser. How to get more of the family assets in a divorce. How much sleeping pills can kill you. What to do if you suspect your son is not your biological child. Not long after, Luo Hui opened the mobile browser to look something up. Luo Hui's face fell. He saw the browsing history, and several of these browsing histories were very, very heartbreaking. Luo Hui glanced at Guo Xiuli next to him. He didn't wake up Guo Xiuli, but carefully checked it. Soon he opened the phone background. There were many programs in the background of the phone that had not been cleaned up. What is this? Luo Hui clicked on the folder that Lin Tian wanted him to see. There were several subfolders in the folder. These subfolders are all named after people. Chapter 103, The Green. Grassland Above. Luo Hui took a deep breath and clicked on one of the folders. Immediately, videos appeared in the folder. There were more than a dozen videos in this folder. The earliest video was from a year ago, and the latest was from last week. Luo Hui turned on the latest video on his phone. He gritted his teeth when he saw the content of the video. After 5 minutes, Luo Hui checked the rest of the folders and found that the male lead was different in each folder. The female lead was naturally his wife, Wei Xiuli. Stop! Luo Hui said in a low voice. The driver and bodyguard pulled over. Luo Hui said, Xiao Wu, get out of the car first. I have something to talk to Xiuli about. Okay, boss. The driver got out of the car and walked away. Honey, what's wrong? Guo Xiuli opened her eyes dazedly. She was sleepy and had almost fallen asleep when the car suddenly stopped. Pop! Luo Hui slapped Guo Xiuli's face hard. Guo Xiuli, I treated you well, and this is how you repay me? Luo Hui roared, and he threw his cell phone at Guo Xiuli. Guo Xiuli was dumbfounded. She remembered that she had cleared the background last time, so how did the folder get found? And the folder is not a fingerprint solution that requires a password. Honey, Guo Xiuli wanted to say a few words in her defense, but she was speechless. In the face of those videos, any words were powerless. At this point, it didn't matter how Luo Hui found the folder or how he opened it. Go back and get a divorce. You'll get nothing. Luo Hui said coldly. Guo Xiuli was instantly furious. Luo Hui, don't go too far. We have worked hard together for so many years, and we have a family fortune of 10 billion yuan. You think it's easy for me to leave with nothing? Luo Hui's face revealed a cruel smile. Is that so? You may have forgotten how I made my fortune. If you don't behave, I'll buy you a high-value insurance policy when we get back. Luo Hui sneered. Guo Xiuli's face turned pale. If he bought her a high-value insurance policy, God knows when she would die in an unclear manner. Luo Hui can also get her death compensation. Husband, after all, we were husband and wife. If you give me 100 million, I will divorce you obediently for 100 million. Guo Xiuli said in a trembling voice. With 100 million, she can still live a very carefree life. Luo Hui sneered, you want me to give you 100 million? You have millions in your account. Take that money and go as far away from me as you can. You've given your family a lot over the years, but if you don't know how to behave, your parents will have to cough it up. Otherwise, humph. Guo Xiuli was scared. She knew how ruthless Luo Hui was. If she didn't do as he said, her parents would be in trouble. Fine, I'll divorce you when I go back. I'll leave everything behind. Guo Xiuli said in a trembling voice. Luo Hui said coldly, I will do a paternity test when I go back. The son is definitely yours. Guo Xiuli hurriedly said. Thinking about the search history she just saw, Luo Hui sneered, really? Then how about we make a bet? If it's me, I'll give you an extra 50 million. If not, you go back and tell your parents to sell the house, and your family will compensate me with 30 million. Guo Xiuli's face turned red and then white. She was not sure if her son was really Luo Hui. If her family sold the house and had to pay 30 million, they would have to live on the wind. Humph. Luo Hui snorted in disgust. Guo Xiuli's reaction already said it all. Ha! Lin Tian smiled faintly. When they divorce, he will throw out the black materials he has found, and Luo Hui will have to eat in prison for at least 10 years. In this situation, Luo Hui's first suspicion would definitely be Guo Xiuli, who naturally knew a lot of black material. He would think that Guo Xiuli was angry and wanted to take revenge. The two will tear each other apart even more. In this way, Guo Xiuli will probably end up in jail. By then, the husband and wife will be in the same cell, neat and tidy. Losing their money, freedom and dignity will be more painful for them than killing them directly. Brother Lu, it's been a long time. Last time we had a draw, so let's find a good place to settle this. Lin Tian arrived at Luo Bingning's company. He saw Lu Guanjian again. It's Sunday, but there's something going on at the company. Luo Bingning came to the company, and she sent a message to Lin Tian half an hour ago. Lu Guanjian. He didn't know until later that Lin Tian was a heavy drinker and that he had deliberately made him drink that day. Brother Lu, it's a second time for us to meet, and we'll be friends from now on. Lin Tian said, quickly grabbed Lu Guanjian's right hand. Lu Guanjian's face suddenly contorted in pain. Let go of me. Lu Guanjian said with clenched teeth. Lin Tian asked with a smile, Brother Lu, I heard from Bingning that the Lu family and the Luo family have had a misunderstanding recently. Is that why you are here? Yes. Lu Guanjian said with great pain. He wanted to pull his hand away, but he couldn't. And the more he tried, the more Lin Tian's hand grew stronger. Brother Lu, since that is the case, then we must be more intimate. Later, I will have to accompany Brother Lu and drink 2 bottles with you. Lin Tian said, and a trace of internal strength entered Lu Guanjian's hand. He had already warned Lu Guanjian the first time, but Lu Guanjian still came to provoke Luo Bingning, so he would not be polite. This ray of internal energy entered the meridians of Lu Guanjian's hand. With Lin Tian's martial arts master cultivation, it is hidden very deeply. It will only act in the middle of the night, causing Lu Guanjian to wake up in pain. Go to the hospital and check, and nothing can be found. Even if a martial arts master level figure helped him check, it would be difficult to discover the hidden internal force of Lin Tian. Let go, Lingu, I was wrong, I'll leave now. Lu Guanjian said in pain. He felt that the bones in his right hand were about to be crushed by Lin Tian. You were right, I was wrong. I didn't accompany you well last time, but today I'm willing to risk it all, even if I have to drink until I bleed from the stomach. Lin Tian said sincerely. Lu Guanjian. If one of the 2 people drinks until he bleeds from the stomach, it will definitely be him, not Lin Tian. He is much worse than Lin Tian at drinking. Lin, you better let go. I am the 3rd son of the Lu family. What are you? You became Luo Bingning's boyfriend, and you really think you are a big shot, don't you? Lu Guanjian said with clenched teeth. At this time, Luo Bingning entered the office. She said coldly, Lu Guanjian, you'd better know what you're talking about. Your family is powerful, but compared to our family, it is still far inferior. You are not qualified to be so presumptuous with me. Lu Guanjian said coldly, Luo Bingning, you'd better let Lin Tian let go, otherwise I won't let him off. Our Lu family can't do anything to your Lu family, so how can we not do anything to him? His parents are just ordinary farmers. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and silently added 2 more internal qi. Pop. Lu Bingning suddenly struck. She slapped Lu Guanjian hard in the face. She was at the level of the fast melting power, and the slap was stronger than that of an ordinary man. Lu Guanjian was stunned by the slap. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get beaten? Chapter 104, The Strength of a Top Martial Artist. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning in surprise. Lu Bingning is a girl, and this is her office, yet she actually slapped Lu Guanjian hard. Lu Bingning, you dare to hit me. Lu Guanjian roared in anger. Pop. Lin Tian let go of Lu Guanjian's right hand, and then he slapped him hard on the other side of his face. Lu Guanjian fell to the ground. His head was buzzing. He had already been slapped by Luo Bingning, and now he was slapped by Lin Tian. He should have checked the almanac before going out today. Don't yell at my wife, or I'll beat you to death. Lin Tian said calmly. Luo Bingning's face showed a hint of shyness. Lu Guanjian got up with his left hand propped against the ground. His right hand was trembling. This time, shaking hands with Lin Tian was even more painful than the last time. Lin Tian, you wait for me. Lu Guanjian gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of resentment. Lu Guanjian, if your family wants to play with us, then come at us. You will be responsible for the consequences. Luo Bingning's face instantly turned cold. Lu Guanjian said in a gloomy voice, Luo Bingning, our Lu family has assets of at least 10 billion, but your father may not be willing to fight against Lin Tian and our Lu family. Lin Tian, you have caused the Lu family a lot of trouble before you even married Lu Bingning. The Lu family will not agree to you two being together. You will pay for your actions today. Lu Guanjian said this while reaching the door. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly opened the office door and rushed out. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with some concern. Lin Tian, why did you have to do that? He was embarrassed to say anything about me hitting him, and the Lu family wouldn't dare to target us. If you beat him, the Lu family may take action. Although you are strong in martial arts, the Lu family will use other methods to target you. Lin Tian smiled. Honey, do you know the most basic and fundamental rule of the world? What? Lu Bingning asked in confusion. Lin Tian said lightly, the bottom rule is actually the law of the jungle, whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Lu Bingning's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The Lu family is very powerful. The Lu family has tens of billions of assets and is not weak in any aspect of energy. Lin Tian smiled lightly. You don't know the power of a martial arts master. Compared to a martial arts master, the Lu family is nothing. Let me put it this way, even if I kill Lu Guanjian, as long as I don't kill him openly, the state will know but pretend not to know. He is already a martial arts grandmaster, but he hasn't said this yet. He will say it when he wants to open the golden treasure chest in the future. At his age, it is already amazing to be a martial arts master. The country doesn't care if you kill someone? Luo Bingning couldn't believe it. Lin Tian smiled and said, a martial arts master who is well prepared is very difficult to kill, even with heavy firepower like a sniper rifle. Not to mention the police, even if they send an army regiment, it would be very difficult to kill a martial arts master in the city. There are too many places to hide in the city. There are also so many civilians. Luo Bingning was shocked. There are 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers in a regiment in China. How can so many soldiers not kill a martial arts master? Martial arts masters are difficult to kill, and for the country, martial arts masters are actually a strategic force. In the event of war, martial arts masters can easily carry out beheadings. They are both difficult to kill and important. What do you think the country will do? Lin Tian smiled lightly. Luo Bingning muttered, as long as the martial arts master doesn't mess around, the country will turn a blind eye to some things? That's right. Lin Tian said with a smile, so you don't have to worry about me. Also, if you run into trouble, tell me in time. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with a dazed expression. A bronze treasure chest appeared on her head. Lin Tian smiled, not expecting such a reward. Bronze treasure chest. Let's keep it. See if you can raise it to silver level. Lin Tian thought to himself. He had acquired a lot of skills, and now his pursuit of quantity had decreased somewhat, while his pursuit of quality had increased. It is best to open the treasure chest after it reaches the silver level. For the time being, it is not necessary to pursue only opening gold treasure chests. The skills that can be obtained from silver treasure chests are already very powerful. Most of the skills that come out of the gold treasure chests are overpowered. Does he need god-level skills for cooking and calligraphy? Not to mention the god level, the calligraphy he now displays is master level, enough to blow the eyes of countless people. Ice, will the Lu family target my parents? Lin Tian asked. He doesn't know much about such a large family. Lu Bingning shook her head, the possibility is not high. The rule that misfortune does not extend to family members is basically observed by all major forces. Everyone has a family, and if you break this rule, you will be targeted by many other forces, and the outcome will often be tragic. Besides, our country still has laws. Lin Tian nodded slightly. But he was still on high alert. The Lu family had the backing of the kingdom of Dongying, and who knew if the people of Dongying would not cause trouble? And there is also Luo Hui. Luo Hui probably wouldn't suspect that he was behind the plot, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The safety of his parents must be strengthened. Bingying, I'm going to make a call. Go out and talk to your employees. They are talking about it, so don't let any rumors spread. Lin Tian Dao. Luo Bingning nodded and left the office. Lin Tian thought for a moment and then called Yang Jiheng. General Yang, I have a small matter that I would like to trouble you with. On the other end of the phone, Yang Jiheng laughed and said, Master Lin, what else could you possibly need my help with? Yang Jiheng knew that the masked hero was Lin Tian, and he knew that Lin Tian was a martial arts master and had a lot of money. General Yang, I want to find someone to secretly protect my parents, so that they won't be in danger because of me in the future. Lin Tian said. Yang Jihung said, Lin Tian, are you looking for a few retired soldiers? Of course there are such people, and you can have as many as you want. There are many soldiers retiring from the army every year in China. And many of them are very capable. Lin Tian Dao, General Yang, you don't need too many, just 10 or so, and they need to be competent in all aspects. I will pay them 50,000 yuan each month. Yang Jihung said with a puzzled expression, who has offended you? If it is another country that is targeting you, you don't need to worry too much about this. The enemy will definitely come after you, not your parents. Targeting ordinary civilians will affect the country's image. Killing your parents will only anger you, but it won't do anything else. Lin Tiandao, if it's a national level force, 10 or so people protecting you won't be enough. I'm not worried about that. I'm mainly trying to prevent small and medium-sized forces from causing trouble. Big forces have rules, but small and medium-sized forces may not. General Yang pondered, are you sure you need 10 people? It's a waste to deal with some ordinary troubles like this. General Yang, I'm sure. Lin Tiandao said. Okay, I'll find you good people as soon as possible. I'll give you 2 tactical teams to protect you around the clock in shifts. Chapter 105, Lu Guanjin screams in the middle of the night. After returning by plane, Luo Hui and Gui Shili quickly divorced. Gui Shili looked dazed as she held the divorce certificate in her hand. In the morning, she was still a rich wife, but in the afternoon, she was completely out of the house. Gui Shili, if you have any dirt on me, you'd better destroy it. If anything happens to me, your whole family will suffer. Luo Hui looked at Gui Shili and said coldly. He was quite nice to Gui Shili and didn't guard against her, so she could easily collect his dirt. I was also involved in some of the things. If I report you, I might end up going to jail myself. Gui Shili said with a cold face and quickly left. Luo Hui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was betrayed badly, Gui Shili left him with nothing, which was a good thing for him to some extent. Tianyu, I'm now divorced from Luo Hui, we can get a certificate, and we can walk together openly in the future. Gui Shili found a young man she liked, who had often persuaded her to divorce. Sister Gua, is that true? You really divorced Luo Hui? We can get married? Lu Tianyu, the young man, said happily. Gua Shili nodded. Gua, after thinking it over, you are still good to me. Let's live well together in the future. How much of the assets did you get, Sister Gua? After a while, Lu Tianyu asked. Gua Shili's expression was a little unnatural, and Lu Tianyu said gently, Sister Gua, even if you don't get much, I will still be good to you. I will work hard to make money to support you. In Lu Tianyu's opinion, even if Gui Shili only gets a small share of the Luo family's 10 billion assets, she will still get 800 million to 1 billion. Tianyu, you are still good to me. Our affair was discovered by Luo Hui. I begged him for a long time before he agreed not to deal with you, on the condition that I leave everything behind. Sister Gua has nothing but you now. Gui Shili's head rested on Lu Tianyu's arm and she whispered. Lu Tianyu sat up in an instant. Sister Gua, did Luo Hui really let you go empty-handed? Lu Tianyu said with a bad look on his face. Gui Shili looked bitter. Who let him find out about our affair? We'll make up for the money later. Damn it! Lu Tianyu cursed. Gui Shili, you're a fucking idiot. I told you not to make a video when I asked you to do that thing, but you didn't listen. Now something's happened, right? You didn't get your share of the money, and now you're causing trouble for me. Gui Shili was stunned. Lu Tianyu's appearance is completely different from before. Tianyu, I did it for our relationship. Gui Shili still wanted to salvage the situation. Lu Tianyu got out of bed and, while he was getting dressed, he cursed, I'm crazy to have feelings for you. I'm in my 20s and you're in your 40s. If it weren't for Luo Hui's money, I'd be crazy to sleep with an old woman like you. I thought you would get at least 1 billion yuan from the divorce, but you were kicked out of the house. Gui Shili's face was ugly. Tianyu, you used to call me sister all the time, but now you're acting like this. Pop. Lu Tianyu slapped Gui Shili in the face. What's wrong with my attitude? You want to marry me when you don't even have any money? You're dreaming. Lu Tianyu slammed the door and left. Guo Xiuli's face turned pale. She was kicked out of the house, and the lover who wanted to marry her had become so unfamiliar. Half an hour later, she went to a bar to drink. In a depressed mood, she drank a lot of alcohol in no time. Gee, it's a divorce, and it's really fast. Guo Xiuli left the house with nothing, and she still wanted to marry her lover. It was a beautiful thought, but the reality was very harsh. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had put a listening app on Guo Xiuli and Luo Hui's phones, so he knew exactly what was going on. Crackling. Lin Tian tapped on the keyboard. He hacked into the surveillance camera at the bar where Guo Xiuli was, and from the surveillance camera, he could see Guo Xiuli drinking and playing with her phone at the same time. She looked drunk. It's normal for a lover who doesn't want to marry you and has drunk a lot of wine to leak the relevant information. Lin Tian muttered. He first saved the relevant black material evidence to Guo Xiuli's phone, and then used her social account to post it online. Just this black material is enough for Luo Hui to go to jail for a few years. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with Guo? Guo Xiuli is a rich woman, and the Luo family has assets worth 10 billion yuan. Her social media accounts have many followers, and soon someone saw the information. The information was very explosive. The information quickly spread on the internet. Guo Xiuli, I curse your ancestors. Half an hour later, Luo Hui got the news. He saw what Guo Xiuli had exposed and roared in anger. Immediately, Luo Hui called Guo Xiuli's phone. Hello. Guo Xiuli mumbled in a daze in the bar. Guo Xiuli, you're looking for death. Luo Hui roared. Luo Hui, I'm not afraid of you. You have to give me more money, or we'll both die. Guo Xiuli said drunkenly. She was drunk and her courage grew, and she spoke her mind. Lin Tian's face showed a faint smile. Guo Xiuli's words were completely convincing. Luo Hui would never suspect that someone else was behind the plot. You didn't provoke me, but you actually wanted to dig a pit to control me. Are you happy now? Lin Tian thought to himself. Before long, it was late at night. Lin Tian fell asleep after practicing, and Lu Guanjian was still in S-City. He was staying in a 5-star hotel and sleeping with a woman. Ah! Lu Guanjian, who was sleeping, suddenly screamed loudly. It was as if a toothpick had suddenly stabbed into his fingertips. Lu Xiao, what's wrong with you? The woman sleeping next to him woke up. Lu Guanjian woke up in pain, clutching his right hand. Turn on the light. Lu Guanjian said in a stern voice. The woman turned on the light. Lu Guanjian looked at his right hand carefully. The pain was in his right middle finger, but the middle finger looked normal. Turn on the flashlight. Lu Guanjian gritted his teeth, and cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. The woman turned on the flashlight on her cell phone. She looked at it closely and saw more clearly. He still didn't find anything wrong. Take me to the hospital. In less than half an hour, Lu Guanjian arrived at a larger hospital, but before any examination could be done, the severe pain had completely disappeared. What happened? Lu Guanjian was puzzled. After careful consideration, he took a series of X-rays and the results showed that there was nothing wrong with his right hand. At 3 a.m., Lu Guanjian returned to the hotel exhausted. He soon fell asleep. Ah! Less than half an hour later, Lu Guanjian screamed again. He woke up in pain. This time, it was his index finger that hurt. Lin Tian transmitted 3 strands of inner strength into his hand, 2 of which were hidden in the meridians of his index and middle fingers. The other strand was in Lu Guanjian's left hand. Every night, these 3 strands of internal energy would come out to move around. Chapter 106, Grandmaster Lin can also play the Suona? Lu Guanjian rushed to a larger hospital. Hurry, hurry. Don't be afraid of speeding. Lu Guanjian endured the pain and said, their car sped to the hospital, and the fingers miraculously stopped hurting. What's going on? Lu Guanjian stared at his hand carefully. It was completely intact. He pinched it with his left hand, and his right index finger didn't hurt at all. But the pain from the last half hour was definitely not fake. Doctor, here's the situation. Lu Guanjian told the doctor about his situation, and then he had another X-ray examination, which of course showed everything to be normal. Doctor, when I shook hands with someone today, my hand was scratched and it hurt a lot. Asked Lu Guanjian. The doctor asked, when exactly did this happen? It was around noon. Did it hurt in the afternoon? Lu Guanjian shook his head. Everything was normal in the afternoon, and I was fine until I went to bed. The doctor said, in that case, it is unlikely that the handshake caused it, and the x-ray also shows that your hand is normal. Lu Guanjian could only leave helplessly. This time, he didn't go back to his original hotel, and he sent the woman away. He simply stayed near the hospital. It was most likely Lin Tian who had hurt my hand. Lu Guanjian gritted his teeth. At 5 in the morning, he finally fell asleep again, half awake. Ah! With a scream, Lu Guanjian woke up in pain again. He covered his left hand with his right hand, and it was his thumb that he was covering. How could this be? Lu Guanjian was dumbfounded. This time, it was his left hand that hurt. He had originally determined that it must have been Lin Tian who had pinched him, but he had used his right hand at the time, so even if his right hand was injured, his left hand would not hurt. Even if he reported the case to the police or hired a lawyer, Lin Tian would not be in trouble. The police would definitely need evidence. The x-rays showed that he had no problems. The doctor. Lu Guanjian soon went to the hospital again. The doctor who saw him was the same one as before. He came quickly this time and was still in pain when he saw the doctor. But the results of the x-ray of his left hand were still normal. Mr. Lu, you may have a mental illness. Why don't you try another hospital? The doctor suggested. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu Guanjian's face turned black. I'm not mentally ill. I wouldn't have such a disease. Give me some more painkillers. The doctor prescribed another painkiller for Lu Guanjian. He had prescribed painkillers last time, but Lu Guanjian had no effect. When Lu Guanjian left the hospital, it was already dawn. He was very depressed. He had been to the hospital 3 times for the pain, and he was exhausted. He quickly bought a plane ticket to the imperial capital, where he might be able to get treatment. The number of fans is growing a little slowly. Lin Tian muttered. His fans had already reached 36 million, but the growth rate had slowed down significantly. The reason is simple. Even if he is a double master, the audience for Arrow and Guqin combined is only that big. This is also because martial arts has also attracted many fans, otherwise it would be difficult for his fans to break through 20 million. Should he add the Swana? Lin Tian thought to himself. Rumor has it that when the Swana plays, it is either a funeral or a wedding. There are some songs on the Swana that are suitable for live broadcasts. As for uploading videos, sad songs should also be fine. Sad songs are also used at funerals. If I add Swana to my repertoire, I guess many people will use the songs I post when they get married or hold funerals. I can attract a lot of fans. Lin Tian thought to himself. Now that he is a grandmaster of martial arts, Lin Tian wants more fans, but it is not mainly for his own safety. Having acquired the skills of playing the Guqin, Arrow, and Swana, he sincerely wanted to revitalize traditional culture. The more fans he has, the more people will be exposed to traditional culture through him, and many people will definitely like it. First, I'll upload some videos to test the water. Lin Tian thought to himself. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to buy a Swana. This thing is not expensive, and his Swana is at the Grandmaster level, so he doesn't need to buy something too expensive. At the level of Grandmaster, he already had the ability to turn the rotten into a legend, and the influence of the instrument had been greatly reduced. Let's start with a cheerful one, don't send the fans away directly. Lin Tian muttered. He thought about it and recorded a song called 100 Birds Worshipping the Phoenix. Then he recorded a song called A Pot of Old Wine. For the third song, Lin Tian chose Anha Bridge. Lin Tian, who is like a grand funeral, has not chosen it for the time being. Let the fans get used to it first. It's not good to stimulate them too much all at once. What if an old fan like Xin Lao is sent off with a grand funeral? After recording the 3 songs, Lin Tian listened to them all quietly, and he himself was a little drunk listening to them. What a good song! If more people like ethnic instruments like the Swana, there will be more classic pieces. Lin Tian thought to himself. He quickly uploaded the 3 videos to Huayin, and within a short time, many of his fans had seen the videos. Hey, Grandmaster Lin actually used a Swana. My goodness, Grandmaster Lin is a master of the Arrow and Guqin, so is he also very good at the Swana? He must be at least a master. Many people commented first, and many people clicked in to listen first. The phoenix and the birds is so beautiful. A pot of old wine made my tears flow. After listening to Anha Bridge, please cover me with a cloth. Soon, there were many comments below the 3 videos. In recording these 3 pieces, Lin Tiandu showed his top master skills. He is now a master of the Suona, higher than the arrow in Guqin, but he doesn't need to show off so much. In the courtyard of the imperial capital, Shen Lao was reminded by Shen Wanchun, and he quickly clicked on the video. The first song he heard was A Pot of Old Wine. After listening to the song, he was overwhelmed with emotion. This kind of music is more moving to people who are older. Dad, I read the comments from netizens. It would be better to listen to Anha Bridge first and then listen to 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix. Shen Wancheng said. Shen Nai nodded slightly. He listened to the Anha Bridge. Goodness, after listening to the song, Shen Nai had the urge to lie in a coffin. Fortunately, after listening to 100 Birds paying homage to the phoenix, he returned to the world of the living. The 3 songs of Master Lin are all amazing. Shen looked at Shen Wanchun. Shen Wanchun said with a sad face, Dad, you don't need to say it, I'll go reward him right away. How about 1,000 gold coins for a video? Shen Laodan said lightly, our rewards are voluntary. Master Lin doesn't actually owe us a favor, but he still treated you. Master Lin is very particular, but you're not? Shen Wanchun looked miserable. Dad, how about 3,000 gold coins for each video? Or 5,000 gold coins per day for each video? Or you let me use the linker. I'll give 10,000 gold coins for each video. Shen Lao said in a bad mood, don't use the clicker. You just give 10,000 gold coins to one video every day for 3 consecutive days. Shen Wanchun. Hurry up, after I die, maybe you can invite Master Lin to come and play a tune for me. Shen Lao said indifferently. Chapter 107, Are you going to meet your in-laws? Suona Master Chun Yong, Grandmaster Lin is the Suona Master. 3 Suona masterpieces by Grandmaster Lin. Lin Tian has 36 million fans, and many people are forwarding it frantically. The relevant news quickly topped the Weibo search. The 3 material master is amazing. And everyone knows that Lin Tian is a martial arts master. At his age, there is a high possibility that he will become a martial arts master in the future. Won't he be a 4-time grandmaster by then? Many people are stunned at the thought of this. When did it become so easy to become a grandmaster? There are over 1 billion people in the country of the dragon, but there were no masters of the arrow or Suona before, and there was only one master of the Guqin, Dong Huiran. Master Lin's cup of old wine broke my father's defenses. He was old, and after listening to the song, he cried his heart out. My grandfather just heard Lin Zhongshi's Anha Bridge, and he told me to prepare the coffin early, and said that when he died, he would play this. Do you think Grandmaster Lin has something else up his sleeve? I seriously doubt that Grandmaster Lin has reached the level of a martial arts master. Many netizens have been discussing this. Many anchors have posted related videos to take advantage of the hot topic. After recording 10 more songs, Lin Tian discovered that his fan base had increased by hundreds of thousands, and the rate of increase had increased significantly. Let's post 2 more. Arrow and Guqin have been posted so many times, and there are only 3 videos of Suona. Lin Tian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian chose Xian de Chusheng. Soon Lin Tian uploaded these 2 videos. Many people will be watching his videos, and many fans will soon discover that he has uploaded a new video today. My mother passed away 3 years ago. After listening to the funeral procession, I cried like a fool. Mom, I miss you. My uncle's funeral is today, and I just put this on. Goodness, now there are dozens of people here crying. She is weird and amazing, and the whole thing is high energy. In the courtyard of the imperial capital, Shen Lao finished listening to the funeral procession. Dad, you should listen to less of this. Shen Wancheng coughed lightly. Shen Lao said in a grumpy tone, Are you afraid that I will be sent away? At my age, there is nothing to be upset about. Death is also a part of life. Shen Wancheng said, Dad, I've seen more than one Suona master say that Master Lin Suona should be at the level of a master. There must be. Shen Lao said with emotion, Grandmaster Lin is still so young, and he is already a 3-time grandmaster. His future is truly limitless. Oldest son, these two pieces are also very good. You should also give him gold coins when the time comes. Chun Wan Chun. It's time for lunch. Lu Bingning opened the Huayin app. When she was at the company, she basically didn't watch short videos. But now that she knows that the masked hero is Lin Tian, she checks it out whenever she has time to see if Lin Tian has posted a new video. To see how many fans Lin Tian has. Then she would check the comments section of Lin Tian's videos. If someone is blackmailing Lin Tian, she will go online and say a few words. Ha! Lin Tian can also play the Suona? Lu Bingjing was surprised. She put on her headphones and listened. After listening to the 5 songs, tears welled up in Lu Bingjing's eyes. The last thing she heard was the funeral procession. She thought of her grandmother. You rotten bastard, playing such a tear-jerking tune. Luo Bingning wiped her tears with a tissue. The bronze treasure chest on her head changed at this time and turned into a silver treasure chest. Dad, Master Lin has a new song. It's very nice. Lu Bingning thought about it and sent a message to her father. Luo Hongchuan is fine for now. After receiving the message, he opened the Huayin app. He had sent Lin Tian a spaceship, and had long since become a fan of Lin Tian. He had watched all of Lin Tian's previous videos. Suona? Luo Hongchuan's eyes lit up. In another half-month, it will be the anniversary of my mother's death. Luo Hongchuan muttered to himself. He locked the door to his office and opened the video of the funeral procession. After listening to the song, Luo Hongchuan was in tears. Mom, I miss you. Do you know that Bingying is now married? Lu Hongchuan muttered to himself. It took a while before Luo Hongchuan clicked on the second song, which was Anha Bridge, and it made him feel a lot. The last song he listened to was 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. After listening to this, he finally recovered. Life and death, joy and sorrow. There are many things in the world that you have to experience for yourself. Lu Hongchuan muttered to himself. He thought of his daughter. They opposed Luo Bingning's marriage, but only she knew whether the shoes fit. Was their strong opposition really good? Drip, drip. Lu Hongchuan dialed Lu Bingning's phone number. Lu Bingning was stunned. What was her father calling for at this time? Did he feel uncomfortable after listening to the whole thing? Dad. Lu Bingning quickly answered the phone. Luo Hongchuan asked, Bingying, you and Lin Tian have been married for 20 days. How do you feel about married life? Lu Bingning was stunned. What is his motivation? Dad, I think life after marriage is very good. I like my life now, and I won't divorce Lin Tian in the future. Lu Bingning took a deep breath and said. Lu Hongchuan was stunned. He didn't expect Luo Bingning to give him such a definite answer. You've only been together for 20 days, and you're sure you can decide where you belong for the rest of your life? Lu Hongchuan couldn't believe it. In general, when a man and a woman fall in love, they probably haven't even held hands after 20 days, and they are still far from entering the marriage hall. Luo Bingning said seriously, Dad, I'm sure. Lin Tian is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. His own daughter, Luo Hongchuan, knew very well. Luo Bingning was definitely not joking when she said that. Your grandmother's Memorial Day is in half a month, you have to come back, and let Lin Tian come back with you. Luo Hongchuan hung up after saying that. Luo Bingning was overjoyed. Did her father mean that he was going to accept Lin Tian? This is undoubtedly good news for her. She naturally didn't want her parents and Lin Tian to have a falling out. Dodo. Lu Bingning called Lin Tian on videophone. Bingying, what's wrong? Lin Tian asked. A smile appeared on his face. At first glance, he saw that the treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head was already a silver treasure chest. Luo Bingning said happily, Lin Tian, my dad just called me. He asked, how my life is after marriage. What did you say? Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning's face turned red, I said it was very good, that I would never divorce you and that we would go on forever. My dad wants me to bring you back to see him in half a month. My grandmother's Memorial Day is in half a month, and I guess my dad also wants to tell my grandmother the news of our marriage. Lin Tian was surprised. Why do we have to meet the parents so soon? He originally thought that he would meet his parents at the earliest during the Chinese New Year. But it's not really appropriate to meet the parents during the new year. It's cold at that time of year, and it's better for Luo Bingning to go to Sanya. He is a grandmaster of martial arts, and Luo Bingning can go to a warm place like Sanya, and he can ensure that she will definitely survive the winter. He was not sure about the cold regions. Bingying, did you tell your father about my situation? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning shook her head, no. But I just sent him a message saying that the masked hero had posted a new video. Maybe my dad was a little shocked. Lin Tian secretly smiled. Does today's video still have this power? Chapter 108 Lin Tian, you kiss. Oh Yang, you came to S City, why didn't you call your godfather so he could pick you up at the airport? At the entrance of the community, Lin Tian said. More than an hour ago, Ouyang Fei got into a taxi and called him to say that he was in S City and wanted to come and see him. Ouyang Fei said in a grumpy tone, how dare I trouble you, father? You call yourself father every day without being asked. You know the area well. Find a place and I'll treat you and your wife to a meal. Let's eat at home. Your wife is almost done cooking. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Fei was stunned. Your wife is a rich lady, so she can't possibly cook, right? Bingying's cooking is quite good. Lin Tian smiled and said. Your sister-in-law is a rich girl, has a great appearance, and is also a good cook. Those in the class know and can't help but envy and cry? Ouyang Fei was full of emotion. The two quickly entered the residential area. Dee. Lu Bingning called. Lin Tian answered, Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian, did you get Ouyang Fei? I also called Swallow. Yes, we're downstairs already. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning's girlfriend is coming over, so you won't be alone later. Ouyang Fei's eyes lit up. A girlfriend who can be a girlfriend with his sister-in-law must be pretty, right? Is she single? Lin Tian thought about it for a moment. Tang Yan and Ouyang Fei really fit well together. They are both martial artists and have a common language. Their families are also very well off. Bingying's girlfriend is not bad looking. She is also single, and her age should be the same as Bingying's. Lin Tian said. Hey. Ouyang Fei was a little excited. Not long after, Lin Tian and the others went upstairs. The door opened and Tang Yan and Ouyang Fei both saw each other at once. Violent girl. Crazy. Tang Yan and Ouyang Fei blurted out. Lin Tian was stunned. Ouyang, do you two know each other? Ouyang Fei nodded. Yes, we have known each other since we were young. We just haven't seen each other much in the past few years since we went to college. Hello, I'm Luo Bingning, Lin Tian's girlfriend. Sit down for a moment, the food will be ready soon. Lu Bingning came out of the kitchen and said with a smile. Hello, sister-in-law. I originally wanted to invite you and Ling Gu to eat out, but I didn't expect Ling Gu to say that you had already cooked dinner. Ouyang Fei hurriedly said. Lu Bingning smiled and returned to the kitchen. Lin Tian asked with a smile, Ouyang, Tang Yan, your nicknames are a bit interesting. Ouyang Fei looked at Tang Yan. We used to live in the same courtyard. She was a girl and fought with others every day. Tang Yan glared at him. How dare you say that about me? When you were 12, you got into a fight with a few people and beat one of them to death. I was also implicated by you. Ouyang Fei said angrily, they came to look for trouble with you, they asked me where you were, and they started to fight when I didn't tell them. Tang Yan was stunned. You didn't say anything before. Ouyang Fei complained, I was young and didn't know any better. I thought that if you were going to hang out with people, you had to be loyal to them. Why is your sister-in-law's best friend such a violent woman? I thought that your sister-in-law's best friend would be a gentle rich girl. Ouyang Fei shook his head helplessly. Tang Yan glared at him. Lin Tian smiled and said, that's enough. Let's go wash our hands and eat. If you're not happy, find a place to fight later. Soon, Lin Tian helped Luo Bingning bring out the dishes. Sister-in-law, did you make all this? Ouyang Fei said in disbelief. The dishes on the table all looked very good. Yes. Lu Bingning nodded with a smile. Ouyang Fei gave a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. But what's even more amazing is that I, Lin Gu, was able to find a girlfriend like you. Ouyang, you've gotten better at flattering people. Lin Tian opened a bottle of wine and poured it upside down and smiled. Yang Fei laughed and said, I have to flatter my sister-in-law more, so that she can introduce me to a girlfriend in the future. Lu Bingning glanced at Tang Yan. Yang Fei quickly said, sister-in-law, forget about the violent girl. I like gentle and virtuous women, she is completely out of the question. Tang Yan gritted her teeth. Lin Tian changed the subject and said, Yang, you came to us city to participate in the Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference jointly organized by China, Japan, and Korea? Yang Fei was stunned. But he quickly realized that Lin Tian was a martial arts master, so it was not surprising that Lin Tian knew about this. Brother Lin, are you going to participate? Yang Fei said in surprise. Lin Tian is a martial arts master. If he participates, then this time the Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference of the Three Kingdoms will be perfect. Lin Tian nodded, I'm the translator for the Chinese side. He asked Tang Pangyuan to arrange for him to be an interpreter. He happens to know both Korean and Japanese. If there are no serious casualties, he will just watch the fun and the translation doesn't actually need him to do it. There are other translators. If there are casualties, he will save the people on the Chinese side. As for the people from the East Cherry and the Bang countries, they can go to hell. Tang Yan frowned and said, crazy guy, I heard that both Dongying and Bangu have masters this time. Do you have the strength of the dark force? Tang Yan is now at the early stage of the dark power, and Yang Fei is at the mid stage of the dark power, so there is not much difference between them. They can't tell the difference between each other. Of course. Yang Fei nodded. This is the first time I've participated in the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. I hope I can surprise them. Yang Fei was quite proud of his current strength in the middle stage of the dark energy, if not compared to Lin Tian. This strength is already very powerful among the younger generation. I wish you all the best of luck. Lin Tian raised his glass and smiled. Luo Bingning and the others also raised their glasses. Luo Bingning also poured a little white wine. It was okay to drink a little white wine at home. An hour later, Tang Yan and Yang Fei left together. Lin Tian, I think Tang Yan and Yang Fei are a bit like a happy couple in a love-hate relationship. They are quite a good match. Lin Tian was tidying up the dishes and utensils, and Luo Bingning said to him from the side. After drinking a little wine, her face was flushed, and Lin Tian had the urge to go over and kiss her. They have known each other for a long time, so they can do as they please. Lin Tian chuckled and asked, Bingying, have you talked to your teacher recently? I hope your teacher's wife is feeling better. Luo Bingning nodded, the illness of the teacher's wife has indeed improved a lot. Lin Tian laughed, we agreed that if she gets better, we'll kiss twice. Now that she's half better, should we kiss first? You kiss. Luo Bingning summoned up her courage and said. She was actually a little confused. Lin Tian had had several opportunities, but why had he never kissed her? She suspected that it was because she had refused him so many times that he had lost confidence, and now that she had drunk some wine, she had become more daring. Lin Tian laughed and said, I have oil on my hands. Wait until I finish washing the dishes. It will be more romantic to hold you and kiss you later. Luo Bingning blushed and quickly returned to her room. Her heart was pounding. I wonder if I can reach the gold level. Lin Tian thought to himself. Luo Bingning would be nervous during the time before the kiss, but there was still hope for another kiss later. Lin Tian finished washing the dishes in a hurry. After taking a shower, Luo Bingning changed into a cute set of pajamas. Lin Tian walked over to Luo Bingning with a smile. Lu Bingning's slow heartbeat quickened again. Bingying, close your eyes. Lu Bingning closed her eyes and Lin Tian hugged her. Lu Bingning's heart was pounding, and her face turned red. She could feel Lin Tian's head getting closer. Chapter 109, Finally Kissing Luo Bingning. Lin Tian lowered his head and stared at Luo Bingning's beautiful face from a close distance. Perhaps because of the influence of the Xianing Jumai, Luo Bingning's skin was as white as snow, and there was not the slightest flaw on her face when viewed up close. A month ago I was still a single dog, but now I have actually got a girl like Luo Bingning. God has opened his eyes. No, I have to thank my grandfather. I have to burn more joss paper at his grave in the future. Lin Tian thought to himself. He looked at Luo Bingning's seductive lips. Luo Bingning's little mouth should taste very good, but he would wait a little longer. They are married, and Luo Bingning is his for good. He needs to get more treasure chests before he can get Luo Bingning completely. Lin Tian, are you going to kiss me or not? Luo Bingning said shyly. She could clearly feel Lin Tian's head was less than 10 centimeters away from her, and she could clearly feel Lin Tian's breathing. But Lin Tian didn't kiss her for a long time. This made her heart race and her heart beat fast. Of course he kissed her. I was wondering whether to kiss his forehead, his face, or his mouth. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning said shyly, who promised you to kiss? We agreed before that it would be a kiss on the cheek or forehead. Did we? Yes, of course. Luo Bingning quickly said. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning's head, and it was still a silver treasure chest. It seems that this time, the silver treasure chest will not be able to rise to a gold treasure chest? Without further delay, he lowered his head and kissed Luo Bingning's forehead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Tian chose to kiss her forehead, but he didn't leave at all after kissing her. Luo Bingning was stunned. After a while, Luo Bingning came to her senses. She said in a trembling voice, Lin Tian, you haven't finished kissing me yet. It was just a kiss. Lin Tian held Luo Bingning tightly. His mouth did not leave, and no one had agreed on how long a kiss would be. Is it okay for him to kiss for 10 minutes? You bad guy, you're being a cheater. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, her head quickly tilted back, but Lin Tian was a grandmaster, and his reaction speed was excellent. Although Luo Bingning's movements were fast, she did not break away. You bad boy, you're not allowed to kiss anymore. This time, it's over. Luo Bingning leaned back. She soon realized that something was wrong. She felt that her chest was in contact with Lin Tian. Her heart was beating faster. Her face also turned redder. Lin Tian noticed that the silver treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head had finally changed, and the silver treasure chest had turned into a golden treasure chest. The treasure chest is a reward for those who work hard. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. He held Luo Bingning's waist with one hand and her head with the other. He straightened Luo Bingning, who was leaning back. Lin Tian's hand also touched the treasure chest. Ding, the golden treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Grandmaster level Feng Shui. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. A flood of information quickly rushed into his mind. Honey, give me a kiss. It didn't say how long it was supposed to last. After saying that, Lin Tian quickly went to his room. You bad boy, I won't let you kiss me anymore. Lu Benjing looked angry. Of course, she wasn't really angry, she was just shy. As a daughter of a wealthy family and a lady of the upper class, she had always kept her distance from boys and had never liked anyone. Even if it was just a kiss on the forehead, it was still a very intimate gesture for her. Kissing on the forehead is still kissing, and it's different from holding hands. This guy, he's bold enough to kiss her on the forehead, but he's also too timid to let go of her. Luo Bingning thought to herself. She had no idea that Lin Tian could use her to open a treasure chest, and that he would gradually gain control of her, so that he could get the most out of her. What a huge amount of information. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian finally digested the feng shui skills he had acquired. The information in this area was even more complicated than the information on martial arts and ancient medicine. Feng shui involves people and everything in the world. It's not that magical, but it's not superstition either. It can also be explained scientifically. One of the most important concepts in feng shui is qi, or energy. A spooky haunted house is definitely not the right qi, and living in such a place for a long time will cause problems for the whole person. It's not bad to have this skill. Lin Tian thought to himself. Adjusting the feng shui would be good for Luo Bingning's condition. Everything in the world has a magnetic field, and by arranging different items in the house, Lin Tian can now adjust the magnetic field. Some feng shui masters don't actually know this. They just rely on experience to arrange things. Only someone at Lin Tian's level can understand how things work. Gee, that's interesting. Lin Tian opened his computer and looked for something. He first looked at the incident of the Bank of China Tower and the HSBC Bank. The BOC Tower is like 3 sharp knives standing upright, one of which is pointed at HSBC, which has a cannon on its roof. The building is used as a weapon to kill evil spirits. The feng shui masters on both sides have reached the level of masters, but they are still a bit short of the level of grandmasters. Lin Tian muttered. Using the knife to kill evil spirits will have a significant impact on the surrounding area. Lin Tian found out that there was a joke about this cannon back then. The typhoon blew the cannon sideways, pointing the cannon at Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank immediately sent a letter to HSBC. Not long after, Lin Tian found a picture of Jinhai Tower online. This is much more impressive. It's at the master level. Lin Tian muttered to himself, but unfortunately, he was fighting against the power of heaven and earth, and the Jinhai Tower built by the Grandmaster was not completely effective. It took some time for Lin Tian to find more information online. Jinhai Tower utilizes the power of the dragon vein between heaven and earth. Although it sounds mysterious, it is actually a large magnetic field formed by mountains, rivers, etc., using the power of heaven and earth to counter the power of heaven and earth. The level of the geomancer determines how much of it can be used. Even if something like the Jinhai Tower can only withstand 10% of natural disasters, it can still benefit many people and is of immeasurable merit. Feng Shui is quite interesting. It is mysterious and full of superstition, but it also contains scientific principles. Lin Tian thought to himself. After turning off the computer, Lin Tian took a shower and began to practice the Tsanhai Ju. He is a grandmaster of martial arts, and if he practices hard, he can reach the level of a god in just 30 to 40 years. Even if he reaches the god level in 30 or 40 years, that's actually pretty good. After 30 or 40 years, he will only be in his 60s. As a martial arts grandmaster, he would have no problem living to be 200 years old. If he reached the level of a god, he might even live to be 300 years old. For someone who can live for 200 or 300 years, 60 is very young. Drip, drip. Outside, Luo Bingning received a call from her mother. Mom. Lu Bingning was a little nervous. She guessed that her father had told her mother about bringing Lin Tian home. If her mother still strongly opposed it, things would still be troublesome. Bingning, did you tell your father that you have decided to stay with Lin Tian, even if you don't divorce after 3 years? Asked Luo Bingning's mother. Lu Bingning took a deep breath and said, Mom, it's like this. Have you slept with him? Lu Bingning's mother frowned. Has my little cabbage been uprooted in such a short time? Chapter 110, Son, you may have been bewitched. Lu Bingning stamped her foot. Mom, what are you talking about? It's not true. Lu Bingning's mother let out a sigh of relief. Bingning, your father and I have talked a lot, and I know your personality. If you decide on something, you probably won't be able to change your mind even if you were offered 10 cows. But I want to tell you, even if you decide to be with Lin Tian, don't give yourself away too early. Things that are too easy to get may not be cherished. Lu Bingning glanced at Lin Tian's room. Mom, Lin Tian shouldn't be like that. But I'll listen to you. Mom. Dad said that he would bring Lin Tian back for Grandma's Memorial Day. Lu Bingning's mother said, your father is the head of the family. He has already made the decision. How can I oppose Lin Tian coming over? His family is ordinary, so don't buy him expensive gifts. If you are happy, we don't have any materialistic demands. A warm current surged through Luo Bingning's heart. Mom, thank you. Lu Bingning's mother sighed, I hope you will marry well, but if you have made a choice, I will still respect your choice. You are already an adult. Go to bed early. Good night. Lu Bingning's mother, Suyin, hung up the phone. Next to her, Luo Hongchuan laughed and said, Honey, I thought you were going to persuade your daughter again. Why didn't you? Suyin said in a bad mood, Dad agrees, you don't oppose it either, so why should I be the only one to oppose it and be the villain? Besides, Lin Tian was accepted by our daughter so quickly. He must have something good about him. Why don't you ask someone to check him out? Lu Hongchuan shook his head. What else is there to investigate? They've only been married for 20 days. Could Lin Tian have changed so much in that short time? And it's not a good idea to investigate after they've gotten married. They'll be back soon, so let's get to know him in person when we meet. Sui nodded slightly, that's it. So many young talents were not chosen, but my daughter actually liked Lin Tian. Is this fate? Luo Hongchuan smiled and said, I don't know if it's fate, but I know that our daughter is definitely not a fool. If they don't change their minds by next year, let them get married. Sui nodded slightly. After you bring Lin Tian back, you should observe him more closely to see what kind of industry he is suited for and arrange a good job for him. The more money he makes, the more lively the wedding will be on the groom's side. We only have one precious daughter. Luo Hongchuan nodded. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. At 10 p.m., Lu Guanjin fell asleep. He had a hard time last night. During the day, he went to several hospitals in the imperial capital and was exhausted, but the results were good. Several hospitals said that his hand was fine. He had only been asleep for half an hour when he woke up screaming. Just like last night, the middle finger of his right hand felt like a toothpick stabbing into it, and he was in pain, his face turning pale. No. Lu Guanjian was terrified. If this happens every night, how can I live? Doctor. The painkillers didn't help, so Lu Guanjian hurried to the hospital, where he was staying in a hotel nearby. Mr. Lu, your fingers are fine. One hospital's diagnosis may be wrong, but you've been to several. I personally still recommend that you see a psychiatrist. Take another X-ray to be sure, the doctor said helplessly. In addition, taking too many X-rays is harmful to the body. I don't recommend that you take X-rays again and again. Lu Guanjian's fingers suddenly stopped hurting again. Doctor, my fingers don't hurt anymore. Lu Guanjian began to suspect that he might have a mental illness. Dad, do we have a history of mental illness in our family? Back at the hotel, Lu Guanjian called his father, Lu Kunhu. What are you talking about? There is no mental illness in our family. Lu Kunhu frowned. Lu Guanjian said in pain, Dad, I've encountered a strange thing. After listening to his son, Lu Kunhu asked, Son, have you offended any strange people recently? Dad, I didn't offend any weird people. Dad, why are you asking me that? Lu Guanjian said in confusion. Lu Kunhu said, there is a kind of black magic in Southeast Asia. Could it be that someone is using black magic against you? Lu Guanjian's face changed. Dad, isn't this a movie thing? Is there really such a thing as black magic in reality? Lu Kunhu pondered, the head-lowering technique is not as mysterious as in the movies, but it does exist. It was formed by combining the ancient Chinese art of witchcraft with local witchcraft. A powerful witch doctor possesses extraordinary mental powers. Using a person's hair and other things, they can make a Jiangtu doll that can harm people from a distance. Lu Guanjian said with a pale face, how dare I offend such a person? I have only offended Lin Tian recently. He's just stronger. And he's also a good drinker. Lu Koan said kindly, Son, don't worry. Dad will find a high-level expert in this field for you, and he should be able to help you solve your problem. If the Jiangtu fails, the opponent may be harmed in return. Lu Guanjian's eyes lit up, Dad, then hurry up. I'm afraid to sleep now, I'm afraid I'll be in pain again if I fall asleep. He said that, but Lu Guanjian was very tired and sleepy, and he fell asleep on the bed after a short while. Not long after, Lu Guanjian woke up screaming again. His eyes were filled with pain and fear. After half an hour, the pain stopped, but when he fell asleep, he woke up in pain for the third time, and this time it was his left thumb, just like last night. Master Sangji, please take a look at my son. He woke up in pain twice in the middle of the night, a total of 6 times. He may have been bewitched. The next day, Lu Kunhu brought a strange old man to Lu Guanjian, who looked miserable. The strange old man examined Lu Guanjian. He looked puzzled. In his experience, Lu Guanjian had not been affected by black magic at all. Could it be that he had encountered a more powerful master than himself? Boss Lu, the person who cast the jinx on your son is very powerful. I may not be able to break it, and if I do, I will offend the jinx master who cast it on him. You'd better find someone else. Master Sangji shook his head and said. Lu Kunhu's face changed. He didn't know of any more powerful Jiangtu masters. Master Sangji, please help my son. As long as you help, money is not a problem. Lu Kunhu hurriedly said. Master Sangji was secretly pleased, but he said with difficulty, Mr. Lu, I would like to help, but it's really not a matter of money. If the other party only has a small grudge against your son, it would be better. If there is a big grudge, I will not be able to help him. Lu Kunhu said, Master Sangji, I will give you 5 million yuan. If the matter is resolved, I will give you a generous gift. This Master Sangji hesitated for a long time and then nodded. I'll give it a try. I hope the other party doesn't have a grudge against your son. After half an hour of pretending to be a god, Master Sangji left. 5 million yuan more was added to his card. Lu Guanjian, if it hurts again, it's because the other person is better, so what does it have to do with him? Anyway, he already has 5 million in his pocket. Chapter 111, Martial Arts Tournament news is out. Look at this. The youth martial arts competition between China, Korea, and Japan will be held at the city gymnasium. Someone in a dormitory at a university in the city cried out. Several people in the dormitory immediately gathered around. This is a screenshot sent to me by a friend in Dongying, who publicly announced this news. There is a screenshot in the chat box. Soon, the screenshot was spread by them, and before long, the news was spreading like wildfire among college students. Our country, the country of the stick, and the country of the East Cherry Tree actually have martial arts exchanges. Now that everyone knows that Kung Fu is real, don't hold it in private. I want to go watch and cheer. Before long, the topic was trending on Weibo, and many people left comments, saying that they wanted to go and watch. But the authorities remained silent. A high-rise hotel in the city of S. Father, you were right. We released the news in China, and the Chinese like to gather around. They want to see the scene. A young man in his samurai costume said with a smile. A middle-aged man in the room said, Bueno, you have to come out and get the Chinese government to agree to let ordinary people watch. The young man, Fujiwara Ueno, smiled and said, Father, that's easy. I'll just stand out and publicly provoke them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. With your strength, you will surely win. This is a good time to show our country and our family in a good light. If you do well, our family will benefit. The middle-aged man smiled. Fujiwara Ueno said proudly, Father, don't worry. In recent years, the most powerful fighters from the Huagua have been in the middle stage of the dark power. I'm already in the late stage of the dark energy. There may not even be any mid-level martial artists in China this year. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. After all, it is only a youth martial arts competition, so it is already good to have mid-level dark energy. Sometimes the most powerful ones are only at the beginning of dark energy. The youth martial arts tournament has an age requirement, and the maximum age is 24, and you can only participate in it 3 times at most. Huagua's most powerful martial artist last year had mid-level dark energy, but he was 24 years old, so he couldn't participate this year. Fujiwara-kun, you really live here. We heard that you are one of the martial artists representing our country in the competition. Do you have any confidence? 2 reporters from the East Cherry Blossom Kingdom cornered Fujiwara Ueno at the hotel entrance. In fact, they were secretly arranged by Fujiwara Ueno's father. You journalists are really well informed. I naturally have confidence in this martial arts competition. Fujiwara Ueno straightened his clothes and said, Fujiwara-kun, the Chinese government has not agreed to hold the martial arts competition in public. What is your opinion on this? The reporter asked. Fujiwara Ueno smiled faintly, a wise choice. It's not good for ordinary people to see their people lose. I have things to do, so please excuse me. The relevant news quickly came to light, and public opinion was in an uproar. Our country has a population of over 1 billion, and we would lose in a martial arts competition? This guy from the East Cherry Blossom Kingdom is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? The government still doesn't want to make it public. Is it really true that, as Fujiwara Ueno said, our Chinese martial arts are inferior to those of the East Cherry Kingdom? Many people on the internet were outraged. Secretary Chang Qingha of the city of S called Tang Pangyuan over. The youth martial arts competition jointly organized by our 3 countries is no small matter. This time it is being held in our city, so we have to decide whether to make it public. Pangyuan, you are a martial artist, so give me your opinion. Tang Pangyuan sat upright with a troubled expression. Secretary, this is quite a problem. Chang Qingha said, tell me what kind of trouble it is? Tang Pangyuan said in a low voice, this matter feels like it was deliberately exposed by the East Cherry Kingdom. Since they did this, the East Cherry Kingdom should have quite a few powerful masters. In addition, in recent years, they have often allied with the United States to target us, and the possibility that we, China, will suffer is relatively high. It may not be good for the general public to watch. Changqing River frowned slightly. Don't we have any masters? If we don't go public, we may lose both the people and the battle. Tang Pingyuan's eyes showed concern. Secretary, I'm worried that the people of Dongying will use their full strength. This is real martial arts, it's a killing technique, and it could kill people. If it becomes public and people die, it will have a huge impact. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Changqing's secretary quickly entered the room. Secretary, the country of the stick has given a response, saying that we are the host this time, and it is up to us to decide whether to make it public. Chang Qinghe nodded slightly, and the secretary left. Pang Yuan, it seems that we can't keep it a secret. I'll tell them to distribute tickets to all the universities in S City. You must ensure that security is in place. Considering that there is a possibility that someone will be injured, prepare several medical teams to minimize casualties. Chang Qinghe said in a low voice. Tang Pengyuan stood up. Yes, Secretary. I will try to avoid major casualties among our people. As for the people of Dongying and Bangwa, they will have doctors. Chang Qinghe nodded. Soon, the official announcement was made. Not long after, the major universities in S City received a batch of tickets, which only totaled 1,000. Some of these tickets were given to international students from the countries of the East Cherry Blossom and the Bamboo, and only about 800 tickets were given to students from the country of the Chinese. Many people were naturally dissatisfied with this. But it's good that the authorities were able to release so many tickets. What if more tickets are released and a major incident occurs? Brother Lin. Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian with longing. Say whatever you want, you look at me like this, and I get goosebumps. Lin Tian said in a bad mood. Ouyang Fei coughed lightly. Brother Lin, why don't you step in when the time comes? I don't think the situation is good. In the past, the Dongying Kingdom was not so high profile. This time, they are so confident, and I think they have late-stage dark power martial artists. Lin Tian said, why don't you guess that they have reached the full stage of the dark energy? Ouyang Fei shook his head repeatedly. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? It's amazing to become a martial arts master before the age of 40. In the past 10 youth martial arts competitions, the most powerful was a talented martial artist from our country 7 years ago. He was in the late stage of dark energy, and there has been no one in the late stage of dark energy since then. Lin Tian asked curiously, who was that genius martial artist? Does he have the level of a martial arts master now? Ouyang Fei sighed. His name is Long Wanli. The Long family is a family of ancient martial arts, and they are also very strong in the military. Long Wanli joined the military a long time ago. 3 years ago, Long Wanli died in an accident. The exact cause of his death is still a mystery. Ouyang Fei paused at this point. Ling Gu, you'd better not get involved. Although you are a martial arts master, if your strength is exposed, you may not be able to withstand an assassination. Lin Tian smiled and said, you want me to intervene, but you're afraid something will happen to me. Ouyang Fei said helplessly, this time the commotion is too big. I don't want our country to lose too badly. But you are now a martial arts master, and in the future you could become a martial arts master, and if something happened to you, it would be a huge loss for the country. Lin Tian smiled, is there a possibility that I am already a master? Chapter 112, Help Ouyang Fei improve his cultivation. Ouyang Fei said in a bad mood, you were a master before you turned 35, but now you're not a master, are you? Who is talking nonsense with you? Lin Tian smiled and said. Ouyang Fei's eyes widened. Lin Gu, you're not really a martial arts master, are you? You'll scare a lot of people silly. Lin Tian thought to himself, he is not a martial arts master, but a grandmaster. But this exposure is too shocking. There is no martial arts master in the country. If he is a martial arts grandmaster at such a young age, it would be even more unbelievable than the aircraft carrier that the Mongolian country exposed. I am indeed a martial arts master. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian blankly. Lin Tian didn't look like he was joking. Could his best friend really be a martial arts master? Ouyang, I can help you open up some meridians. Although it won't increase your strength too much, it should be enough to take you from the middle to the late stage of the dark energy. Will it be dangerous for you to show your late stage dark energy? Lin Tian asked. No, doing so will consume a lot of your strength, and the strength you consume is not so easy to replenish. Ouyang Fei shook his head repeatedly. There is no spiritual energy in the world, only the basic energy of the world. There are only 3 ways for martial artists to replenish their energy: food, natural treasures, and the energy of the world. The other is to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Ordinary food replenishment is very slow. The stomach is only so big, and you can only eat so much at a meal. How much can you replenish? Natural treasures are very, very rare. After a martial artist has expended his energy, he mainly relies on training and replenishing his energy with the energy of heaven and earth. Opening up the meridians is very energy consuming. If you use up too much energy, it may take 10 days or half a month to replenish it. During this time, one's strength will decrease. It might give the enemy a chance to take advantage of the situation. But for Lin Tian, this is not a problem. He is not a grandmaster, but a grandmaster, and his internal strength is much stronger than that of a grandmaster. As a grandmaster, he can absorb the energy of heaven and earth from the world at all times, and the rate of replenishment is also quite good. What nonsense is this? If I don't fight, who would bother to target me? Besides, your cultivation level is not high, and helping you to reach the late stage of dark power is completely within my ability. Lin Tian glared. Ouyang Fei laughed and said, "It would be great if I could reach the late stage of the dark force. I'm not a soldier, so it's not a big deal to reach the late stage of the dark force. As long as you don't reach the realm of martial arts master before the age of 30, there should be other factors in Long Wanli's death." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "That's fine, then I'll help you reach the late stage of the dark energy, and you can be powerful then." He. Ouyang Fei smiled. But when he thought about Lin Tian's master-level cultivation, his smile became a bit forced. People are so competitive. "Ouyang, you practice for a week first," Lin Tian ordered. Ouyang Fei nodded. He quickly began to practice, and Lin Tian noted his training route. Lin Tian is a grandmaster of martial arts, and he quickly figured out the principles of Ouyang Fei's training method. Moreover, he easily discovered that Ouyang Fei's method had some problems. "Ouyang, your method is not very complete, is it?" Lin Tian asked. Ouyang Fei said helplessly, "As the technique was passed down, some things were naturally lost, so it's definitely not complete. I'll help you fix it. You can practice according to the exercise route I gave you." After half an hour, Lin Tian taught Ouyang Fei the detailed operation route of the exercise method, and Ouyang Fei took notes. This new training method should allow you to absorb the energy of the universe and the earth 20% faster. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Ouyang Fei was overjoyed. A 20% increase in the rate of absorption of the energy of heaven and earth basically means that his cultivation speed will be 20% faster than before. In the long run, this will save a lot of time. If you count in 50 years, this will save 10 years. Lin Gu, thank you. Ouyang Fei laughed. Start practicing according to the new method. I'll open up some of your meridians for you. Lin Tian sat cross-legged behind Ouyang Fei, and his hands pressed against Ouyang Fei's back. Ouyang Fei quickly began to practice. After 2 or 3 hours, the necessary meridians were opened. The blocked meridians contain some internal strength. Opening these meridians increased Ouyang Fei's internal strength. His strength had reached the late stage of dark power. Phew! Ouyang Fei exhaled a breath of turbid air. He slowly withdrew his power. Lin Gu, are you okay? Ouyang Fei got up and looked at Lin Tian with some concern. Not only is there a certain risk of lowering internal strength, but it also affects cultivation. What could possibly happen to me? Lin Tian smiled lightly. Neither of them had a great impact on him. The amount of internal energy he had consumed was not significant, and he was still a grandmaster at this moment. As for the impact on cultivation, he relied on the treasure chest to break through. No matter how much he consumed, after obtaining the god-level treasure chest, his cultivation would reach the god-level perfection. Brother Lin, I will defeat those scum from the East Cherry Kingdom. If you don't need to intervene, just keep on living. Ouyang Fei pinched his fists and said. Lin Tian smiled lightly. My master-level cultivation, if I keep hiding and don't use my power, isn't it like walking in silk at night? Ouyang Fei said, you can wait a while. When you recover from your exhaustion, if anything happens to you, I'll blame myself to death. At this point, Ouyang Fei's expression became a bit solemn. Brother Lin, according to the information we have received, it is more than likely that the East Cherry Kingdom already has a Grandmaster. Given the relationship between our two countries, if he knows you are a Grandmaster, the possibility that he will come to hunt you down is definitely not low. Lin Tian said in surprise, if Dongying has a Grandmaster, why didn't they hunt down martial arts masters like your father? Ouyang Fei looked strange. Lin Gu, are you stupid? Our country's national strength is now stronger than that of the East Cherry Kingdom. Killing martial arts masters like them is more of a disadvantage than an advantage. You've only been a Grandmaster for a short time, and killing you is far more advantageous than disadvantageous. Lin Tian nodded slightly. His eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He didn't know when the master of the East Cherry Kingdom would come to kill him, but he really looked forward to it. He would never kill someone who was just looking for trouble. But if the martial arts master of the East Cherry Kingdom came to kill him, he would definitely not be polite. You should practice hard. The youth martial arts tournament will begin tomorrow. Lin Tian left, and Ouyang Fei took a deep breath. Lin Tian had helped him reach the late stage of dark power, and he owed him a huge favor. But they are brothers, so there is no need to mention repaying the favor. Just keep it in mind. Lin Gu is a real dog. He has become a martial arts master without making a sound, and he has comprehended the essence of Godao. Ouyang Fei thought to himself. Lin Tian had told him before that he was a martial arts master, and Ouyang Fei was quite worried. Now he was finally relieved. A martial arts master can be killed with a single bullet from a sniper rifle. It would be difficult to kill a master with the same method. Martial arts masters have stronger intuition, can detect abnormalities more quickly, and can react in the shortest amount of time after detecting an abnormality. Drip. Lin Tian's phone just rang as he left the hotel where Ouyang Fei was staying. It was Luo Bingning calling. Lin Tian, do you have time? Lu Guanjian's father is here and wants to see you, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian's eyebrows raised. Lu Guanjian's father came looking for him. Does he suspect that Lu Guanjian's finger pain was caused by him? No time, let him go wherever he wants, Lin Tian said. Lu Bingning was a little embarrassed. Lu Kunho wanted to say a few words to Lin Tian, and she had just turned on the external sound. Chapter 113 Lin Tian, my wife is really fierce. Lin Tian. Lu Kunho said in a deep voice, my son has a problem with his hand, you'd better come over right away, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. 5 million has been spent, and Master Sangji said it should be fine. Lu Kunho is actually here to find Lin Tian in trouble. With his wealth, 5 million is nothing to him, but he can't swallow the insult. He wanted to make sure that Lin Tian was responsible for this. What does my son's hand problem have to do with me? I have one word for you, get lost. Lin Tian said unceremoniously. Lu Kuan's mistress Zhang Wan is a spy for the kingdom of Dongying. He estimates that he has been infiltrated, but Lin Tian has not found any information on the internet. Lin Tian is too lazy to be polite to such people. You. Lu Kunho's face was gloomy. He is worth 10 billion, a proper president of a wealthy family, and he asked Lin Tian to come over, but Lin Tian actually told him to go away. Do. Lin Tian hung up the phone. Niece Bingning, even your father wouldn't be so rude when he talks to me. You really are a good boyfriend. I think you'd better break up with him, Lu Kunho said with a dark face. Lu Bingning said calmly, Mr. Lu, my father is old, so of course he is not as young and impetuous as we young people. I mean the same thing as Lin Tian. You can leave. My feelings are not up for you to point your finger at. Lu Kunho. He was dumbfounded. According to his understanding, Luo Bingning, the daughter of the Luo family, is a talented girl from Peking University who is well educated and well mannered, and is an excellent candidate for a daughter-in-law. Now that Lin Tian told him to leave, but Luo Bingning actually said that Lu Kunho felt that his whole body was not good. Lu Bingning, is this how you Lu family is brought up? I will talk to your parents about this. You should stay away from trashy people, Lu Kunho said coldly. Pop. A loud slap sounded. Luo Bingning slapped Lu Kunho's old face in an instant. The slap was not very heavy, but it was fast, and Lu Kunho did not have time to dodge. Lu Kunho, watch your mouth. Otherwise, I don't recommend beating you into a pig's head. Tomorrow you can be on the front page of the newspaper, and I don't know where you can put your face," Luo Bingning said unceremoniously. Lu Kunhu's face turned red. He couldn't believe that he, a super rich man with tens of billions of assets, had been slapped in the face. Fine, you Luo family wait for me." Lu Kunhu gritted his teeth. Luo Bingning sneered, "Lu Kunhu, your family only has 10 billion in assets. Are you sure you want to fight with us? If you have such thoughts, then come at me." Lu Kunhu came to cause trouble for Lin Tian, and he called him a trash man, which Lu Bingning could not tolerate. "You let Lin Tian wait for the court summons," Lu Kunhu said coldly. Luo Bingning smiled, "When you sue Lin Tian, sue me too. Didn't I just hit you? I have the surveillance video here. I will provide evidence when the time comes, and I will also actively compensate you. How about I pay you 100,000 for a slap in the face?" Lu Kunhu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Although he was the one who was beaten, the news of his beating would be exposed, and his companies would be affected. The Lu family is weaker than the Luo family. If the two families have a conflict like this, the Luo family's partners will definitely be a bit worried. If something happens to the Lu family, will they be unable to pay back their debts? If all parties are anxious to collect their debts, the Lu family may not be able to pay. The impact on the stock market will be even greater. The Lu family has a listed company, and it's no wonder that when the shareholders hear the news, they will vote with their feet. The Lu family's stock is likely to plummet. Humph. Lu Kunhu left in a rage. Lu Bingning called Lin Tian again. "Lin Tian, just now Lu Kunhu scolded you, and I slapped him." Lin Tian blinked. His wife is really fierce. Lu Kunhu is a billionaire. He said he was going to sue you, but I told him to sue me as well and release the video of the beating. I don't think he'll dare to sue you. But he may have other ways to target you, Lu Bingning reminded. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. You know what kind of person your husband is. I can't lose." Lu Bingning's face showed a sweet smile. Lin Tian called her wife at this time, and she was quite pleased. "Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I still have a lot of work to do, and I probably won't be able to go home to cook today," Lu Bingning said. Lin Tian said, "I'm coming to pick you up after work and have dinner outside. Ouyang still has things to do, so don't call Tang Yin." As Lu Kunhu left Luo Bingning's company, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, but he suppressed his anger and did not let the driver notice anything unusual. Half an hour later, Lu Kunhu checked into a 5-star hotel. And he checked into the presidential suite. Bastard! Lu Kunhu slammed the door and cursed. He had not been treated like this for a long time, given his status. Ding dong! A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lu Kunhu opened the door and saw his mistress Zhang Wan standing outside. Zhang Wan had quietly moved in here first. He had hidden his mistress very well. After all, he is a tycoon with tens of billions of assets. It would be embarrassing to have his mistress exposed. What if his wife files for divorce? More importantly, Lu Kunhu already knew that Zhang Wan was a Japanese national, and that they had a son together. "What's wrong with you, Mr. Lu?" Zhang Wan closed the door and asked in a puzzled tone. "Don't say a word." Lu Kunhu picked up Zhang Wan and carried her to the bed, where he vented his anger. Lu Kunhu did not notice that although he was staying in the presidential suite, there was a hidden camera in the room. The camera was even pointed at the bed. TSK. No, it's less than 2 minutes. Zhang Wan also said that she was very strong, which was a bit dishonest. Lin Tian thought to himself. After Luo Bingning called him, he returned home and monitored Lu Kunhu. He wanted to know what Lu Kunhu's next plan was. He ended up overhearing Zhang Wan coming over. He also found a hidden camera in the room. "Honey, who's bothering you?" Zhang Wan was snuggling in Lu Kunhu's arms. Lu Kunhu's face was gloomy. He was embarrassed to say anything about it, and it would be a big joke if Luo Bingning spread it. "Wanner, is that the jury union behind you?" Lu Kunhu said in a deep voice, "I can have deeper cooperation with your jury union, and I also need your help." Zhang Wan's eyes lit up. She was Lu Kunhu's mistress, but Lu Kunhu was after all a Chinese national with considerable assets, and it would not be easy to completely win him over. Lin Tian's eyes also lit up. Lu Kunhu was very cautious. He found out online that Zhang Wan is a spy, but there is no evidence that Lu Kunhu has been infiltrated. Even if he reported Zhang Wan, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Lu Kunhu. But now that there is a video, it's different. The video clearly shows that Lu Kunhu knows Zhang Wan's identity, but he still gets along with her and wants to cooperate with her. Honey, I don't explain. I've completely fallen out with the Luo family. They might target me, so I need to find a way out. Lu Kunhu frowned. Zhang Wan nodded gently. Honey, I am indeed a member of the jury union, but my feelings for you are real. Our child is also fine. Chapter 114, is Lin Tian backed by a master? Time passed quickly and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. In the imperial capital, Lu Guanjian was still awake. He had slept for 2 hours during the day, but now he was exhausted. Master Sangji has treated him, so he should be fine. Dad paid him 5 million yuan for the treatment. Lu Guanjian thought to himself. He felt a bit of pain thinking about the 5 million medical expenses. He had a lot of living expenses, but his father only gave him 100,000 to 200,000 at a time. He had his eye on a sports car, but he couldn't afford it. According to his father, he had to make achievements before he could buy it. Sleep until dawn. Lu Guanjian slept uneasily. Half an hour later, Lu Guanjian woke up screaming. He grabbed his right middle finger, which still hurt the most. How could this happen? Lu Guanjian's forehead was covered in beads of sweat from the pain. He took the painkillers as quickly as he could, but they didn't seem to have much effect. Drip, drip. Lu Guanjian dialed Lu Kunhu's phone. Dad, the treatment by Master Sangji has no effect. I just fell asleep for half an hour, but I woke up in pain. Dad, I'm in so much pain. Lu Guanjian endured the pain. Lu Kunhu's face turned ugly. 5 million yuan had been spent, and the problem had not been solved. Wasn't he being unfairly treated? But he didn't dare to go after Master Sangji. Master Sangji couldn't solve Lu Guanjian's problem, but that didn't mean he couldn't deal with him. Son, is there still no improvement? No, there's no change at all. It still hurts. Lu Guanjian was in pain and grimacing. Lu Kunhu took a deep breath. You just have to bear with it for half an hour, and it will be over. Don't go to the hospital again. It's not going to help. Dad will definitely find a solution for you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wan said, Honey, what's wrong? Let me analyze it for you. Lu Kunhu nodded slightly. Zhang Wan was a spy. She was a professional and should be sensitive to intelligence. Soon, Lu Kunhu gave a detailed account of the situation. Zhang Wan thought for a moment and said, Honey, I think the problem is still with Lin Tian or Luo Bingning. The Lu family has tens of billions of assets in China, and with overseas assets, it may be worth more than 100 billion. Perhaps they know some strange people. Lu Kunhu was stunned. The Luo family has hundreds of billions of assets overseas? Zhang Wan nodded slightly. Although it is not certain, it is likely that the Lu family has between 6 and 10 billion US dollars in offshore assets. The Luo family may have participated in a financial attack against our country, causing us to lose a lot of money. Lu Kunhu frowned. Even 6 billion US dollars is a lot. In RMB, this amount of money is already more than 40 billion. If the Lu family is targeted with such a huge amount of money, it will be difficult for them to withstand it, and they will suffer losses in all aspects. Why didn't you say anything before? Lu Kunhu rubbed his temples. This problem is even more troubling than his son's. Zhang Wanda said, Don't worry too much, honey. The Lu family's money will probably not be transferred to domestic operations. The organization has rules. If you didn't intend to cooperate in depth before, we couldn't tell you about this. Lu Kunhu was secretly relieved. The Lu family will not use this money against him, which is a bit of a relief. The Lu family does not have much liquid capital in China. It would take a lot more than a small amount of money to get to them. You just said you suspected Luo Bingning or Lin Tian. Luo Bingning is a rich girl. Would her father let her contact a witch doctor? Lu Kunhu frowned. Zhang Wan said, Honey, can you tell me about Lin Tian's background? Yes. Lu Kunhu began to talk. After listening to him, Zhang Wandao said, "Hubby, Lin Tian knows your identity. Even if an ordinary person finds Luo Bingning as his girlfriend, he shouldn't be so bold. He actually dared to tell you to leave, which is not right. I suspect that after he and Luo Bingning became boyfriends, he was secretly contacted by other forces and began to provide him with support." Lu Kunho thought about it, and this possibility was indeed not low. Lin Tian used to be very ordinary, but now he has a great tolerance for alcohol and his physique is up to the standards of a first-class athlete. All signs indicate that there should be someone behind him. The Luo family's hundreds of billions of assets are also worth it. Zhang Wan analyzed. Lu Kunhu nodded, "You're right. So I have to go to him to solve the problem of watching the sword? I'm afraid that's the case. The master Sangji you found should be capable of something, not just a fraud. It can only be said that the person who did it was more skillful. I'm a little worried that the other party will target you because of your conflict with Lin Tian." Zhang Wan's eyes showed concern. Lu Kunhu's face was ugly. He was worth 10 billion, and his son was beaten up after being framed. He actually had to bow to Lin Tian? Honey, a real man can bend and stretch. First find out who is behind Lin Tian, solve this problem, and then solve Lin Tian easily. Zhang Wan said. Lu Kunhu nodded slightly. "Wanner, if you find the bastard behind Lin Tian, can you get rid of him?" Zhang Wan nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, the organization has killers to handle this kind of thing. Although the methods of the head shaman are a bit strange, as long as you find the target, a bullet can send him to the Western Paradise." Speaking of this, Zhang Wandao said, "Honey, you should have checked the room, right?" Lu Kunhu shook his head. "I was so angry with them that I didn't check it when you came so quickly. After all, it is a presidential suite, so the privacy of the guests should be guaranteed." Zhang Wan's face changed slightly. She quickly got up to check, and soon discovered a hidden camera, which was pointed at the bed. Damn it! Zhang Wan cursed in her heart. As a spy, she could easily tell that this camera was not cheap and had wireless transmission capabilities. Even if you find this, you may not be able to find the storage terminal. Husband, quickly book the room on our left and the one downstairs. If there are people in there, tell them to leave. We must find the storage terminal. Zhang Wan said in a low voice. Lu Kunhu nodded. The rooms on the left and downstairs were only separated by a wall, and it was entirely possible for the wireless signal to pass through. They are on the top floor, and there are several walls on the right. The rooms on the left and downstairs were occupied, but Lu Kunhu was able to get rid of them in no time using his ability to use money. We found it. Zhang Wan was good at her job, and half an hour later she found the storage terminal in the ventilation duct of the room downstairs. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. What they didn't know was that Lin Tian had already copied the data. Honey, we must check carefully in the future. If our conversation just now is leaked, it will have a very bad impact. Zhang Wan warned. Lu Kunho nodded. I was so angry with Luo Bingning and the others this time that I don't know which bastard installed this thing. Zhang Wan shook her head. There is no need for us to know this. Our relationship cannot be exposed, so don't complicate things. At 12 o'clock, Lin Tian finished his training. His Grandmaster's replenishment of his power was fast, and 1/3 of the internal energy that Ouyang Fei had expended in opening up his meridians had returned. I actually suspected that there was a powerful witch doctor behind me. Lin Tian thought to himself. He dragged the progress bar and watched the copied video. Ha! I actually found the camera. Lin Tian's eyebrows raised. This Zhang Wan is quite something. Chapter 115, Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan are arrested. It's late, it's not good to disturb people's dreams. He said it was bad, but Lin Tian still called Fang Hejuan's phone. Fang Hejuan is the leader of the third group of the Special Affairs Department of the National Security Bureau of S-City. Lin Tian is also listed in the third group of Special Affairs. Mr. Lin, what good business is there for you to call so late? Fang Hejuan answered the phone after only 2 rings, even though it was 12 o'clock at night and he was still awake. Team leader, have you found a spy from the East Cherry Kingdom in our country, and have you recruited a billionaire boss? Lin Tian smiled. Fang Hejuan's eyes lit up on the other end of the phone. Yes, of course. It's a great achievement to have found such a spy. Team leader, give me an email address and I'll send you the relevant evidence. Don't tell anyone that I told you about this. You decide how to handle it. Okay. Soon, Lin Tian received a private email from Fong Hejuan, and he sent a lot of information to Fong Hejuan. This information included the video data that he had just obtained, and some things he had previously found. Lao Fong, why are you working in the middle of the night? Fong Hejuan's wife stumbled into the study, and she was stunned. The picture on Fong Hejuan's computer was not suitable for children. You Fong Hejuan, you don't sleep at night, you watch this kind of thing here, are you doing your wife justice? Fong Hejuan's wife said angrily. Stop, stop. Fong Hejuan hurriedly said, honey, keep your voice down. Everyone upstairs and downstairs can hear you. I need this for work. This is an evidence email that someone just sent to me. It's not what you think. Fong Hejuan's wife said suspiciously, really? Of course it is. I'll show you the email. This is an attachment to the email I just received. Fong Hejuan said quickly. Fong Hejuan's wife shook her head, I'll believe you this time. I won't look at your work email. You should go to bed early. His wife left, and Fong Hejuan was relieved. He locked the door, put on his headphones and continued to watch. Soon he finished watching, and then he heard the conversation between Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan. This Zhang Wan is really a spy for the East Cherry Kingdom. The organization of the Jury United Press also confirmed that there is indeed a problem. Fong Hejuan thought to himself. Finding spies from other countries is part of the work of the Special Affairs Unit 3. They had long suspected the organization of the Joint Society of the Day of the Sun. But they had never had any concrete evidence. They had previously found 2 spies from the Yuri Union, but they died quickly and didn't get much information. They were not even sure that the 2 spies had anything to do with the Shuri Union. These estimates were obtained through hacking. Is Lin Tian a hacker with superb skills, or does he know a hacker master? Fong Hejuan muttered to himself. He quickly slapped his forehead, wondering why he was worrying about this. Lin Tian was a member of their team, and he was even specially sent by the higher-ups. Isn't it normal for Lin Tian to have such things? First, secretly arrest Zhang Wan. As for Lu Kunhu, he is after all the big boss, so if we arrest him, we still have to inform the higher-ups. Fong Hejuan thought to himself. Lu Kunhu must have cooperated with Zhang Wan, but Lin Tian didn't find any evidence of this on the internet. Controlling Zhang Wan, they can find evidence from Zhang Wan. Soon, Fong Hejuan issued an order. For safety reasons, Zhang Wan moved to another hotel, and she didn't stay in the same hotel as Lu Kunhu. Several members of the Special Affairs team arrived at the hotel. They got the room key for Zhang Wan's room. Old wife, I'm telling you, I can still drink. If you hadn't stopped me today, I could have knocked them all out. The door opened and one of the special agents stumbled into the room, supported by a woman. Who are you? Zhang Wan woke up and said warily, Who are you? How did you get into our room? We clearly booked this room, and we have the room key. The woman who came in said in confusion. Zhang Wan was a little confused. What was going on? At this moment, the 2 people who had just entered the room moved. They pounced on Zhang Wan, who immediately prepared to fight back as her face changed. Gee! The man actually had a stun gun in his hand. The stun gun hit Zhang Wan at close range, and Zhang Wan's body went numb. Soon, Zhang Wan was electrocuted. The 2 members of the Special Affairs team outside the door also entered the room. She has a problem with this tooth, be careful. Several people helped Zhang Wan pull out a tooth. The tooth contained poison, and biting it hard would kill her in a matter of seconds. You guys go out first, I'll give her a full body check. The female member of the group said. After a short while, the results of the examination showed that Zhang Wan did not have any other dangerous items on her. Who are you? After a short while, Zhang Wan woke up and her face changed. Zhang Wan, you are suspected of espionage. Please come with us. Zhang Wan immediately bit down hard on one of her teeth. Ah! She cried out in pain. There was no tooth there anymore, and she bit directly into the soft gums, biting out the blood. Seal her mouth. Put on the hood. The squad leader ordered. Soon Zhang Wan's mouth was taped shut and a black hood was placed over her head. She was taken from the hotel that night. That night, Lu Kunhu and his son didn't sleep well. Fong Hejuan also didn't sleep. He personally interrogated Zhang Wan overnight. At first, Zhang Wan didn't say anything. But foreign spies are not ordinary criminals, and Fong Hejuan and his men are not ordinary police officers. They are skilled in the art of memory recovery. After using a variety of memory recovery techniques, Zhang Wan confessed everything. Fong Hejuan, the arrest warrant has been issued. Don't make too much noise. Fong Hejuan received a phone call. Yes. Fong Hejuan said sternly, and after hanging up the phone, he quickly dialed a number. There were 3 groups of people near the hotel. Knock, knock. Before long, they knocked on Lu Kunhu's door. Are you? Lu Kunhu opened the door and asked in confusion. The 3 people outside were not wearing police uniforms, so he couldn't tell. We are from the National Security Bureau. This is my ID. We need your cooperation on some matters. Please come with us. One of the men outside the door showed his ID. Lu Kunhu's face changed. Gentlemen, is there a mistake? I'm a businessman, I'm a billionaire entrepreneur. Please come with us. If you don't listen, we may use coercive measures. Lu Kunhu's face turned even uglier. He knew that the National Security Bureau must have evidence in this case. I will go with you. But I need to find a lawyer. I will not answer any of your questions until my lawyer arrives. Whether you want to find a lawyer is your own business. First, come with us. Lu Kunhu was quickly taken away. Fong Hejuan and the others had already found out from Zhang Wan that Lu Kunhu had cooperated with Zhang Wan in many operations in the past. Those actions have caused the country a lot of losses. This time, he will be taken away and sentenced to 7 or 8 years in prison. Drip. Lin Tian received a call from Fong Hejuan. What's the situation, team leader? Lin Tian answered the phone and asked. Fong Hejuan smiled and said, Lin Tian, Lu Kunhu and Zhang Wan have been arrested. They will definitely be punished. This is a big achievement. Shouldn't you get credit for it? Lin Tian smiled and said, Team leader, no need. I had nothing to do with this. Please don't mention me. Chapter 116 is Linga the masked hero? Lin Tian, you better wash up quickly. I'll make breakfast. Lin Tian came out of the room and Luo Bingning smiled. Okay. Soon, Lin Tian finished washing up and sat down at the dining table. There was a black iron treasure chest on the top of Luo Bingning's head. Bingying, are you worried about Lu Kunhu? Lin Tian asked. Yesterday he didn't molest Luo Bingying either, but she had a black iron treasure chest on her head. I guess he was worried about this. Lu Bingying nodded. Lu Kunhu might have told your father to get lost, which might affect your reputation. I called my father this morning and he said he would put pressure on the Lu family. Lin Tian is a 3-time grandmaster, and his reputation is very good. Luo Bingying does not want Lin Tian's reputation to be tarnished by Lu Kunhu. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Kunhu doesn't have time to mess with this anymore. He has been caught colluding with foreign spies. Huh? Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. I'm on the national security list, right? It was our Special Affairs Team 3 that was handling this matter. Lu Bingning looked at Lin Tian with some suspicion. Could Lin Tian have something to do with Lu Kunhu's accident? Otherwise, how could he have been arrested today after his attitude yesterday? Is he really arrested? Lu Bingning said. Lin Tian nodded. Don't tell anyone about this news. He was arrested in secret and it hasn't been made public yet. It's not good to spread it. Lu Bingning nodded. Lin Tian, you have to be careful at the youth martial arts tournament today. Maybe a master from the East Cherry Kingdom will be there. Lu Bingning said. She only knew that Lin Tian was a grandmaster, but she didn't know that Lin Tian was already a grandmaster of martial arts. Don't worry, honey. I don't think that master from Dongying is as strong as I am. Really? Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Lin Tian smiled and said, of course it's true. If he doesn't cause me trouble, it's fine, but if he does, he's dead. Luo Bingning said, Lin Tian, you might have to intervene at that time. If you do, won't your identity be exposed? Will your parents be in trouble? Lin Tian smiled and said, I asked General Yang to get me a dozen or so veterans. They should be here in a couple of Days. That's good. Lu Obingning was relieved. After dinner, Lu Obingning went to work. Lin Tian arrived at a nearby hotel, where Ouyang Fei was staying. He quickly came down and got into Lin Tian's car. Those guys from the Korean peninsula are as annoying as the people from the East Cherry Blossom Kingdom. They actually said that our Chinese martial arts originated from them. They also said that if they won this time, they would apply for World Heritage status. Ouyang Fei said angrily. Lin Tian asked in surprise, when did they say this? Ouyang Fei said, just now. They had already arrived outside the stadium and said it in front of many reporters. Lin Gu, you'll know when you watch the video later. Those guys are arrogant, and I guess there are also masters among them this time. Lin Tian smiled and said, this is their usual practice. They didn't make it public before because the competition was held privately. That's true. Their country is so small, but they talk big. Ouyang Fei complained. Lin Tian said, Ouyang, I'm not very clear about the rules of the youth martial arts tournament. Ouyang Fei nodded. It has always been a private competition, and there are not many rules. There are 10 martial arts orders in total. 2 people go up, and the winner gets 1 martial arts order. After all 10 orders have been obtained, the remaining people can challenge the person who has the order and can obtain the order. When no one challenges, the country with the most martial arts orders wins. Lin Tian was surprised and said, that's it? There's no first place? Ouyang Fei said, this is the usual arrangement. After the competition, those who are not satisfied with each other will have a duel. The regular arrangement does not allow for intentional killing. For duels outside the regular arrangement, all participants must sign a waiver of liability. In recent years, 2 people have died, one from our country and one from the East Cherry Kingdom. Every year, there are also people who are injured. In the end, Ouyang Fei's expression was downcast. Lin Tian said, what are the odds of winning in a regular game? Ouyang Fei frowned slightly. If they don't join forces against us, we should be able to win. After all, we have the advantage of population. The first difficulty is when they unite against us. Lin Tian glanced at Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Fei sighed, our population is much larger than theirs combined, but there were some special reasons in the past. My father said that the country will pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and his friends arrived at the S-City Stadium. There were many people gathered outside the stadium. Most of them didn't have tickets and couldn't get in. A ticket that could get you in had already been sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Squeak! As they arrived at the gate, the team from the East Cherry Blossom Kingdom arrived, and their cars were parked directly in front of the stadium. Fujiwara Ueno and his entourage of 20 or so people got out of several cars. Ouyang family, Ouyang Fei? Fujiwara Ueno looked at Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Fei snorted. Ouyang Fei, has your brother's injury healed? Fujiwara Ueno smiled, his eyes showing disdain. Compared to your brother, your talent is much worse. After saying that, Fujiwara Ueno and the others arrogantly entered the gymnasium. Ouyang Fei clenched his fists. Ouyang, you have another brother? Ouyang Fei took a deep breath. Yes, I have a brother. He was at the mid-level of dark energy 5 years ago. He was beaten in a duel and his legs were shattered. He was targeted by the Alliance, otherwise he would have definitely won. Lin Tiandao, so what happened to your brother's legs? Ouyang Fei said with a bitter smile, the hospital couldn't completely heal the shattered bones, so now he can only rely on a wheelchair. Fujiwara Ueno was right. My brother was more talented than me. He was only 21 years old the year he participated. Lin Tianda, I'll go to the imperial capital in a while and visit your home. Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian in surprise. But soon his expression darkened. Even if Lin Tian is a martial arts master, his brother has been disabled for 5 years, and I'm afraid Lin Tian can't do anything about it. Ouyang Fei did not know that Lin Tian was a martial arts master, and that he was also a top-level master in ancient medicine. Brother Fei. Ouyang, what level of martial arts are you at? It didn't take long for Lin Tian and the others to arrive at the stadium. Many martial artists from the Huagua had already arrived and greeted them. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my brother Lin, he is my boss, he speaks Japanese and Korean. If you don't dare to translate, you can ask my brother Lin, he will definitely dare to translate. Ouyang Fei introduced Lin Tian to everyone. Hello, Brother Lin. Brother Lin. The Ouyang family still has some face, and several people quickly called out. Lin Tian smiled and said, Hello, my name is Lin Tian. I'm a roommate with Ouyang, so you can just call me by my name. One of them said, Your family name Lin has recently produced a great talent. The masked hero, Grandmaster Lin, is a 3-time Grandmaster. And he is also a martial arts master. Ouyang Fei was stunned, and he looked at Lin Tian with suspicion. He now knew that Lin Tian was a martial arts master. But he didn't know that Lin Tian was the masked hero. Is Brother Lin the masked hero? Ouyang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 117, The Youth Martial Arts Tournament begins. 9 a.m. at the Shishir Gymnasium. Martial artists from the Kingdom of China, the Kingdom of Japan, and the Kingdom of Japan have arrived, and the 1,000 spectators in the stadium have also arrived. Luo Bingning was mingling with the crowd. She was wearing a mask and a cap, covering herself up tightly. Lin Tian is here, and Tang Yen, her best friend, is here too. At a time like this, she has no mood to go to work obediently. Good morning, everyone. The annual Youth Martial Arts competition for the countries of China, Korea, and Japan is now beginning. Welcome everyone. The rules of the Youth Martial Arts tournament are as follows. The man speaking is a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, also a martial artist, and he has achieved the level of dark power. It is already very good to be able to reach the level of dark power in the age of the end of the Dharma. 99% of martial artists are unable to even enter the realm of bright power. The duel that follows even requires a death waiver. Not to mention the fights later, the competition will be fierce in the first place, as this is a matter of national honor. This time, it is estimated that it will be even more fierce than in the past. In the past, the results were only spread within the martial arts circle, but this time, everyone will know the results. Many people were talking around the seats around the basketball court. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. At first, he didn't notice Luo Bingning, but Luo Bingning's eyes had fallen on him several times. Seeing Lin Tian looking over, Luo Bingning turned her head in a fluster. Bingning actually came over. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lu Bingying was wearing a mask and a hat, but how could Lin Tian not recognize Lu Bingying's eyes? Ding! Luo Bingning received a text message. Honey, you skipped work to come out and watch the fun, but you'll get a spanking when you get home. Lu Bingying looked at the text message, and she gave Lin Tian a wide-eyed expression and then a head-banging expression. Hello, no photography is allowed during the entire competition today. It is best to turn off your phone or put it on silent. Someone came up to Luo Bingning and reminded her. I'm just reading a message. Luo Bingning quickly put away her phone. The competition may have some brutal scenes, and in consideration of the adverse effects, any photography or videotaping is prohibited. Everyone, let's get started without further ado. Next, we will compete for the first martial order. The host is called Zhang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people rushed in, one from the Kingdom of China and one from the Kingdom of East Cherry. Both of them were only at the level of Ming Jin. At the beginning of the competition, it was generally the martial artists of the Ming Jin level. There were quite a few of them from all 3 sides. They also need to be given the opportunity to exchange and show themselves. Huagua, Zheng Haiyang. Dongying, Yamamoto Ryu. The 2 men exchanged names, speaking Chinese and Japanese respectively, with translators on both sides providing real-time translation. It's not a diplomatic situation, so it doesn't matter if the translation is not particularly accurate. It's done. They're using weapons. I don't know who will win. The people watching around were wide-eyed. Zhang Haiyang drew his sword, and Yamamoto Ryuga used his katana. They brought their own weapons. This is an unrestricted competition, except for hidden weapons, all conventional weapons such as swords can be used. Bang! The 2 quickly attacked, and the swords collided with a cold light, and the sound of the harsh metal clashing rang out. National hatred was there, and the 2 of them were not polite at the beginning. The sword and the sword were viciously called to each other. It was so fast. Swords and knives have no eyes, so whoever loses will be injured. Some people whispered. Most people were holding their breath and watching. This kind of competition is much more exciting than Olympic fencing. Both sides were much faster, and neither side had protective gear, so the swords often clashed with sparks flying. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyang made a mistake. Watch this. Yamamoto Ryu's katana slashed at Zhang Haoyang's wrist. If the blow was true, Zhang Haoyang's hand would definitely be severed. Ah! Many people screamed. Good timing. Zhang Haoyang was secretly pleased. He had already prepared to dodge Yamamoto Ryu's attack, and his long sword stabbed Yamamoto Ryu's neck at high speed. Bang! Zhang Haoyang's sword was knocked askew by a pebble. The attack came from a martial arts master from the Eastern Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In a regular martial arts competition, both sides will have martial arts masters watching over them, and when one side is about to die, the martial arts master will step in to save them. The person being saved will be judged as having lost. Because there are martial arts masters watching, it is possible to break limbs in a regular martial arts competition, but death is almost unheard of. I lost. Yamamoto Ryuka said with a dark face. Zhang Haoyang happily accepted the first martial order. It was a close call. Their speed and strength are much stronger than ordinary people, but they are not particularly powerful. It is said that the martial artists who first entered the arena were only at the level of Ming Jin, and the martial artists at the level of Dark Jin were much stronger. Many people were talking about it, and they all breathed a long sigh of relief. Everyone, the second Wulin is up for grabs. Jiang Yi shouted. After half an hour, all 10 orders had been claimed. Hua Gui got 4. Dong Ying and Bang both had 3. Ouyang Fei whispered, Brother Lin, this is probably the normal strength comparison between the martial artists of our 3 countries. We are stronger, but not by much. If they join forces, we will probably suffer. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He is a grandmaster of martial arts, and he can judge the strength of martial artists from the 3 sides. The situation is more or less the same as Ouyang Fei said. But there are also special circumstances. In the East Cherry Kingdom, Fujiwara Ueno has reached the late stage of the dark energy. If he had not promoted Ouyang Fei to the late stage of the dark energy, Fujiwara Ueno would have been the strongest. The country of the stick is very loud, but in reality, the most powerful is only in the middle of the dark energy. In normal years, this strength would have been enough to win first place, but this year there are 2 anomalies. The warm-up matches were full of thrills, and the next ones will definitely be even more dangerous. The 4th, 6th, and 9th groups all had serious injuries. Many people whispered, and they were shocked. Lin Tian looked over at Luo Bingning. Ha! The original black iron treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head had turned into a bronze treasure chest. There is such a harvest, not bad, not bad. Lin Tian mumbled to himself. The scene will be bloody. Luo Bingning didn't mention it, and he naturally didn't want to bring Luo Bingning with him. In the end, Luo Bingning came quietly. Not only did he get a golden treasure chest, he also got a silver treasure chest. Everyone, let's move on to the challenge. Those who hold the martial arts order can pass it on to the remaining martial artists in their country. Each martial arts order can only be passed on once. Jiang Yi shouted. Zhang Haoyang and the others happily handed out the martial arts orders. Their performance time is over. Brother Lin, the warm-up is over, and now comes the main course. Ouyang Fei's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He was holding a martial order in his hand. Someone was injured and bleeding during the warm-up match, and the official competition will be even more intense, with broken limbs and even death possible. Death is also possible. When martial artists of the dark power level fight, life and death may be a matter of a split second, and the martial arts masters standing by may not be able to rescue them in time. Chapter 118, Lin Tian, I'm translating The Thief. I challenge Hua Guo Song Xiang. We both use swords, and I'll show you the Chinese martial arts are far inferior to ours, and ours is the real thing. A young man from the country of the stick used Chinese to provoke the ground. Song Xiang had obtained a martial arts order, but he was only at the beginning stage of the dark power, so his strength was not particularly strong. Ouyang Fei did not get the martial arts order because he was ranked 4th in terms of strength, but because everyone thought he was average. Ouyang Fei basically doesn't fight much, and not many people know that he has already reached the mid-level of the dark power. Now he has reached the late stage of the dark energy with the help of Lin Tian. Martial arts masters from the countries of Dongying and Banghua have come, but martial arts masters cannot easily judge the cultivation of others. Even a grandmaster can't tell from a distance. How dare you? Song Xiang snorted in contempt and entered the arena. Swish! The two drew their swords and charged at each other. Their cultivation levels were the same, and Lin Tian was unable to judge their strengths and weaknesses at first. The outcome of a battle is related to cultivation, martial arts, and the ability to adapt in battle. They were fast. Their battle was much more intense than before. Thousands of spectators watched intently. 2 minutes passed, and Song Xiang was a little anxious. The opponent seemed to be deliberately trying to drain his internal energy and physical strength. The combined martial arts power of the countries of the East and the East Cherry Blossom is greater than theirs, so if they continue to use their power like this, the Hua country will definitely suffer. Kill! Suddenly, Song Xiang noticed a flaw in the opponent's defense. Without thinking, he quickly attacked. The opponent's gloved left hand actually grabbed Song Xiang's sword directly, and then the sword in his hand stabbed Song Xiang in the chest. Pop! Song Xiang could only block with his left hand in a hurry. The sharp sword instantly pierced his left palm. We give up. Song Xiang's father was there, and he quickly shouted out. Ah! Many people watching the fight exclaimed. The youth from the country of. The stick drew his sword. Song Xiang's left hand was bleeding profusely, but the youth from the country of the stick's left hand was fine. His gloves were not ordinary gloves at all. The sword tip might be able to pierce through, but the blade would be unable to cut through his gloves. The martial arts order is to stay. You really are a pushover. You were easily defeated by me in just 2 minutes. The youth from the country of the stick sneered. Song Xiang's face was pale. He threw the martial order and left the duel area without saying a word. A doctor immediately came forward to treat him. The palm was pierced, but it wasn't a serious injury. There were martial arts masters around who could help seal the acupuncture points to stop the bleeding, and the doctor could quickly treat his wounds. Damn it! Yang Fei's face was ugly. He and Song Xiang were on good terms, and the two had sparred privately. At that time, Yang Fei was only at the beginning of his dark energy cultivation. The Yang family is stronger, Yang Fei has more resources, and he has worked very hard. He has reached the mid-stage of dark power. Are martial artists from China so weak? Then I will also challenge a martial artist from China. Let's have fun with that beautiful girl. I like playing with beautiful women the most. The young man from the country of the stick stepped back, and a young man from the country of the East Cherry Blossoms took his place. He challenged Tang Yan. Tang Yan's cultivation level is in the early stages of dark energy. She took a martial order, and her main function is to consume the opponent's strength. The three parties who received the martial arts order at the beginning were not particularly strong, and none of them were recognized as the seeded players. Swallow! Luo Bingning's face changed. It was better in the beginning, but Song Xiang's palm was pierced, making Luo Bingning clearly understand that such a competition was quite cruel. One careless move could result in injury or even death. Lin Tian also looked at Tang Yan. Tang Yan solemnly walked onto the arena. Her weapon was a sword, and her opponent's weapon was a knife. Hua Gua, Tang Yan. Dongying, Watanabe Tsuru. The two announced their names, speaking Chinese and Japanese respectively, and there were translators on both sides to translate for Tang Yan immediately. Yang Fei said with concern, Brother Lin, the violent girl has only just reached the early stage of dark power, so I'm afraid she won't be able to win. I wanted to stop her from participating, but she insisted on participating. The two quickly began fighting in the duel area. Tang Yan knew that she might not be as good as her opponent, so she guarded carefully, determined to wear down her opponent's strength. The opponent was also only at the beginning of the dark energy stage, so Tang Yan defended with all her might. For a while, it wasn't easy for the opponent to win. You have such white legs and a slim waist, my dear. It's a waste to cut you down later. Why don't you come back to Dongying with me? I'll treat you to a big sausage. Realizing that he could not defeat Tang Yan in a short time, Watanabe Tsuru began to verbally attack her in an attempt to make her lose her temper. Tang Yan's translator was a girl, and she was a little overwhelmed. Lin Tian walked up and said, I'll translate. I'll translate Thief 6. Lin Tian smiled and said, Tang Yan, the other party is praising you, saying that he lost both his parents and that his girlfriend sold her body to earn the money to help him come here. He hopes that you can show him some leniency. The other party translated. Although he was very confused, he still faithfully translated it. Watanabe's anger flared up, and he spat again. Lin Tian smiled and said, Tang Yan, Watanabe said that you are younger than him and more powerful than him, and he wants to be your disciple. But don't take him as a student. He's too ugly. You'll be ashamed to be seen with such a student. Some of the people present understood Japanese, and they looked at him strangely. Did he really say that? Lin Tian's translation was really very accurate. Shit. Watanabe Tsuru's translation faithfully translated Lin Tian's words, and Watanabe Tsuru was even more annoyed when he heard it. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian. An opportunity. Tang Yan's eyes lit up, and she made a surprising decision. She let go of the sword in her hand and stabbed Watanabe Tsuru. Pop. Watanabe Tsuruha looked at Lin Tian after pulling back a little. He thought he was safe, but Tang Yan used this move. Tang Yan's sword pierced his left shoulder. Because she had acted in haste, the sword did not pierce Watanabe Tsuru's left shoulder, but it did penetrate about 2 inches. We concede. Someone from the Tosaka clan said immediately. Tang Yan had no sword in her hand, but she could dodge. With her strength, she could definitely hold out for a while. If we continue to fight, Watanabe Tsuru will bleed to death. Damn it, you cheated. He's mistranslating. Watanabe Tsurun pointed angrily at Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian looked innocent. Was the translation wrong? Sorry, I'm not good enough to translate it like this. Pop. In the audience, Luo Bingning laughed out loud. She knew that Lin Tian was proficient in 9 languages, and that Lin Tian was doing it on purpose. This guy's translation is really bad. Listening to him translate, I almost suspected that I had read a holiday language major. I think he translated it very well, very well. Many Chinese in the audience laughed, and many students from the East Cherry Kingdom who were watching the match glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, thank you. Tang Yan stepped back. If it wasn't for Lin Tian's assist, she knew that her chances of winning were low, and it was even less likely that she would have allowed the opponent to be injured like that. Is this the only underhanded tactic you Chinese know? A young man from the country of the stick entered the arena. He is in the middle stage of cultivating his internal strength and uses a long spear. You, come up. If you can withstand my 10 moves, you win. I won't be participating in the rest of this tournament. If you can't, you have to bow to me or say that Chinese martial arts are inferior to ours. The young man from the country of the stick pointed his spear at Ouyang Fei. Chapter 119, Cruel Martial Arts Competition. Ouyang Fei was delighted. He actually challenged him. What a good thing. He accepted the martial arts order, thinking that he could trick someone, but someone actually dared to challenge him so arrogantly. Song Xiang was very angry when his hand was just pierced. The guy who challenged him seemed even more arrogant than Song Xiang's opponent. Brother Lin, can you translate for me? What did he say? Ouyang Fei stepped forward and asked. He knew that the other party was challenging him, but he didn't know what the other party had said in Korean. Lin Tian translated it in Korean. This time he didn't translate it randomly. A Korean translator who was about to come up looked surprised. Lin Tian's translation was very accurate. Damn, you want to win with 10 moves and then expect me to kowtow? After listening to Lin Tian's translation, Ouyang Fei was furious. Lingu, tell him that it is impossible for me to kowtow, and it is even more impossible to say that Chinese martial arts are inferior to Korean martial arts. If he can beat me in 10 moves, I'll cut off my left hand. If he can't beat me, he'll kneel down and say that Korea is inferior to China. Ouyang Fei glared at the other party and said. Lin Tian looked at Ouyang Fei and said, Good guy, you're very cautious. You're still using the late stage of the dark power cultivation method and following the opponent's 10 moves. If I can't beat you with 10 moves, I'll cut off one of my hands. After listening to the translation, the youth from the country of the stick challenged with a cold smile. He was cornered, and he couldn't back down. He also couldn't agree to kneeling down and saying that the country of the stick was inferior to the country of the flower, because even if he won in the end, he would still be scolded. Hiss, no matter who loses, someone will lose a hand. Isn't that a bit too bloody? This is the real martial arts, not a game for children. The real martial arts is originally a technique to kill people. Many people whispered, and more people didn't say anything. They stared at Ouyang Fei and the others. Ouyang Fei entered the fighting area. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Huagua, Ouyang Fei. Korea, Kim In-jun. The two men exchanged names, which did not need to be translated. Kill. Jin Renjun thought he was stronger, but he still attacked first, his spear speeding toward Ouyang Fei. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The distance is rapidly shrinking, but Ouyang Fei still doesn't react. Jin Renjun is certain in his heart that it's going to work. When there was only half a meter left, Ouyang Fei suddenly turned his body at high speed to avoid the sharp spear. At the same time, his sword in his hand slashed at Jin Renjun's left hand at a very high speed. Oh no! Jin Renjun was horrified. He wanted to dodge, but he had just used up all his strength, and there was no room for him to dodge. And Ouyang Fei was too fast. Pop! Blood splattered, Jin Renjun's left hand was cut off by Ouyang Fei, and he screamed as he grabbed his left wrist with his right hand. Ah! Many people exclaimed in unison. Song Xiang's hand was pierced by the sword, but at least it wasn't broken. Jin Renjun's hand was severed at the wrist, and blood spurted out. Ouyang Fei shook the blood off the tip of his sword. He said in surprise, "With such strength, why are you so arrogant? I thought you were already a martial arts master." Jin Renjun's face turned pale. He grabbed his wrist, but blood still flowed out. "You're shameless. You have a higher cultivation level than me, and you actually let me win by 10 moves." Jin Renjun roared in anger. If he had known that Ouyang Fei was stronger, he would have been more careful and he would not have been so easily defeated by Ouyang Fei. The difference between the mid-level and late-level dark power is not that big. Jin Renjun's translation is fast. Ouyang Fei said calmly, "How would I know that you are so arrogant when you are not as strong as you think you are? You point your spear at me, want me to kneel down, and want me to say that the martial arts of the Chinese nation are inferior to those of the Korean nation. Do you admit defeat? If you do, you can cut off one of your hands. Otherwise, we will continue." After Ouyang Fei finished speaking, many people looked at Lin Tian, and Jin Renjun also looked at him. Lin Tian stumbled as he translated. Many people looked at him strangely. "Didn't you just not translate well? Now you're actually translating so slowly." Jin Renjun's translator quickly translated. "My hand is already broken." Jin Renjun roared. Ouyang Fei frowned and said, "Your left hand was broken in the middle of the fight. Our bet was to cut off one of our hands." Jin Renjun was dumbfounded. If he breaks his other hand, he will lose both hands. Although the current medical level can reattach a severed hand, if his right hand is severed again, his martial arts will be basically ruined. If you don't want to cut off your hand, you can kneel down and kowtow, and I will be magnanimous and let you off." Ouyang Fei said coldly. Jin Renjun's forehead was sweating with pain. He couldn't accept losing his martial arts future by losing another hand. Bang! He knelt down and quickly bowed his head. "I will remember this grudge," Jin Renjun said with clenched teeth. After saying this, he hurriedly left the duel area. The rest of the people in the country had already picked up his severed hand. Ouyang Fei. Fujiwara Ueno looked solemn. Judging from Ouyang Fei's speed, he estimated that Ouyang Fei, like him, had reached the late stage of the dark energy cultivation. "Ueno, it seems that your main opponent this year has appeared. You must defeat him, and preferably inflict serious injury on him." A middle-aged man standing next to Fujiwara Ueno said in a low voice. "Yes, father. Although Ouyang Fei is quite strong, I believe I can definitely win and bring glory to the family," Fujiwara Ueno said confidently. Fujiwara Ueno's father nodded slightly. "Ouyang, when did you reach the late stage of dark energy? That's amazing. Brother Fei is awesome." Ouyang Fei left the duel area. Some people in the Huagua clan said excitedly, "Ouyang Fei has defeated a powerful opponent. You guys be careful. My strength has been exposed, and they won't challenge me again. If you can't beat me, just admit defeat," Ouyang Fei said. "He has a martial arts order, so he can only be challenged by others, he cannot challenge others, and a person can only get one martial arts order." The competition continued. Many people watched in horror, including Luo Bingning. Not long after, the bronze treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head changed again, and the bronze treasure chest suddenly turned into a silver treasure chest. After 2 hours, the regular competition finally came to an end. Some people from the 3 countries were injured. In the end, Huagua got 4 martial orders, Dongying got 4, and Bangwa only got 2 this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the regular tournament is over. Next is the duel to sign the death warrant, which will be even more brutal and bloody. If you can't handle it, you'd better leave, Jiang Yi said, holding the microphone. A small number of people with weak tolerance silently got up and left the venue. This kind of competition is a bit too cruel. But for martial artists, this is normal. If you can reattach a severed hand or foot, then it's not considered a serious injury. If you can't even accept that, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Is it over? What was the result of the competition? There were many people gathered outside the gymnasium, and many people asked questions. Oh! Someone who had been holding back his vomit all the way to the outside finally couldn't hold it in anymore and threw up in the corner. Oh! This person's vomiting immediately caused some of the others to vomit as well. What the hell is going on? Many people outside were stunned. A boy who hadn't thrown up said, someone had their palm pierced, someone had their hand chopped off, and someone else had long sword wounds and stab wounds. The scene was pretty scary. The results of the competition have already been announced. Our country, Huagua, and the country of Dongying each received 4 martial orders, and the country of Bangwa received 2. The next round was a more brutal duel, the kind where you sign a death warrant, and maybe someone will die. At this point, the boy also covered his mouth and ran to the corner. Chapter 120, I'll fight you both at once. The news quickly spread on the internet. I always thought that martial arts were just flowery and showy, but I never imagined that real martial arts could be so bloody and cruel. If there will be casualties, why do you still hold it? Soldiers have a mission, and martial artists have a mission. If you don't dare to draw your sword, more people will die. Related news quickly topped the microblog search, and many people were discussing it. Public opinion was basically within a controllable range. At the city gymnasium, Jiang Yi took out a stack of papers. Everyone, this is a contract of life and death. It is also a death certificate. Those who have agreed to the duel can come over to sign the contract. Even if you die in the duel, you are responsible for your own life and death, Jiang Yi said solemnly. The relationship between the 3 countries has never been good. Over the years, the exchanges between the 3 sides have resulted in many casualties and long-standing grudges. Every year, there are always some people who sign a life and death contract. Of course, this is not a duel to the death, but a duel to the death, where one side concedes defeat and the other side is not allowed to continue attacking. Unlike the previous routine sparring, there will be no one to protect you, and both sides will be more ruthless. Jiro Nakamura, are we going to fight to the death? Ouyang Fei's cold gaze fell on a man from the East Cherry Kingdom. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not stupid. You want to avenge your brother, but you won't get the chance. Zhongsu and Jilua spoke in broken Chinese. Your guts are far worse than your brother's. Ouyang Fei sneered. Nakamura Jiro's brother, Nakamura Taro, was also present. It was he who crippled Ouyang Fei's brother's legs a few years ago. Nakamura Jiro smiled and said, your brother's strength is also much weaker than my brother's. No, your brother is now a cripple and can't even stand up. Ouyang Fei clenched his fists. Lin Tian was standing next to him. He said, Ouyang, don't be angry. I can beat them both by myself. He said it deliberately in a low voice. But martial artists have better hearing, and both Nakamura Jiro and Nakamura Taro heard him. What did you say, kid? You said that one person could fight both my brother and me. You are insulting us and our samurai spirit. You must kneel down and apologize to us. Nakamura Jiro's fierce gaze fell on Lin Tian. They had long wanted to kill Lin Tian, the 6th brother, the translator. Lin Tian looked at Nakamura Jiro and Nakamura Taro. I have a mouth, and I can say whatever I want. Ouyang Fei understood Lin Tian's plan. Lin Tian wanted to take revenge on his brother himself. Lin Gu, forget it. You're too strong. If you fight, it's not bullying. Spare their lives. Ouyang Fei said, and he was about to pull Lin Tian away. Stop. Nakamura Taro's eyes fell on Lin Tian. There are no restrictions on duels. Both sides can agree. If you agree to the duel, you can choose to surrender later. If you don't agree to the duel, you have to crawl under my legs. Nakamura Taro said, spreading his legs. Jiro Nakamura laughed strangely, you have to crawl under my legs too. Ouyang Fei said with a gloomy face, Nakamura Taro, you are going too far. Lin Gu is only a translator today. Nakamura Taro sneered, he insulted our samurai spirit, and he must pay the price. Don't you Chinese have any guts? Lin Tian said calmly, do you know why Ouyang calls me Lin Gu? Because I am stronger than him. It's just 1 against 2. It's a piece of cake. Lin Tian picked up a life and death contract and quickly wrote his name on it. Nakamura Taro was a little suspicious. Could it be that Lin Tian was really that powerful? But he is several years older than Lin Tian. They are 2 against 1. Will they still fall into Lin Tian's hands? Swish. Nakamura Taro and Nakamura Jiro quickly signed their names on the same life and death contract and also pressed their fingerprints. Luo Bingying was sitting in the back, but as many people left, she moved to the front row and heard what Lin Tian and the others were saying. Her fists were clenched and her expression was tense. She knew that Lin Tian was a martial arts master, but he had never fought anyone before. Would he lack practical experience? 2 against 1 might be dangerous. Luo Bingying had seriously underestimated the strength of the master. Even if a martial arts master has no combat experience, standing there and letting you hack at him with a knife, a person with dark power is not capable of injuring the master in the slightest. Moreover, Lin Tian actually has combat experience. He has improved not only in cultivation, but also in martial arts. He is proficient in all kinds of weapons, including swords, spears, and cudgels. You two are finished. You can still change your mind, but if you do, you have to give me and Ouyang a kiss. Lin Tian said calmly. He had the demeanor of a master. This situation made Nakamura Taro's heart beat a little. He pulled Nakamura Jiro away quite a bit. Brother, you better find out who this guy is. Nakamura Taro said in a low voice. Okay. Jiro Nakamura is good at computer technology. He knew Lin Tian's name and that Lin Tian and Ouyang Fei were good friends. It didn't take long for Jiro Nakamura to find out. Brother, look. He is Ouyang Fei's roommate, a little older than Ouyang Fei, and the information shows that his parents are ordinary farmers. This guy is deliberately trying to scare us, so that we don't attack him right away and he has time to admit defeat. Nakamura Jiro sneered. Nakamura Taro was relieved, then we'll attack him first, and give him no chance to admit defeat. We'll chop off one of his legs. Cut him from the knee bone down. Nakamura Jiro nodded. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. They were whispering, but he was a grandmaster of martial arts and heard them clearly. Cut off at the knee? Then as you wish. Lin Tian thought to himself. Brother Ouyang Fei happened to have both of his knees disabled. After 10 minutes, a dozen people had signed the contract, and Ouyang Fei and Fujiwara Ueno were ready to fight. With him, there were 7 people from the Chinese side, and 8 people from the East Sakura and Bo countries. There was no life and death battle between the East Cherry and the Stick countries. Damn, this is too obvious against us, the Chinese. I heard that this has been the case in recent years. It's not so bad for others, but that translator, Lin Tian, is just an ordinary person, and he actually got involved. Many people are talking about it. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Everyone, the youth martial arts tournament will begin soon. If you want to leave, hurry. The order of the matches will be determined by drawing lots. The drawing of lots was soon over, and Lin Tian drew the lot for their match. He drew the last match. Ouyang Fei is in the penultimate match. Ouyang, we still have time. Let's go to the bathroom. Lin Tian beckoned Ouyang Fei to leave. Lin Tian put his hand on Ouyang Fei's shoulder from a distance, and a strong inner force entered Ouyang Fei's body. Ouyang Fei looked at Lin Tian blankly. You should hurry and refine it. Your internal strength already contains some of my internal strength, so it will be easy to refine. You and Fujiwara Ueno have both expended a lot of energy, so replenish your energy and then fight him for energy. Ouyang Fei nodded. When Lin Tian and the others returned, the first round was already over. China had lost, to a young man from a neighboring country. Both of them were seriously injured. Lin Tian walked towards Luo Bingning. After watching the first match, Luo Bingning looked even more nervous.